Chapter 1077 A Reunion. Chapter 1077 A Reunion. Lin Ming followed the gray-clothed man into Carefree Palace, all the way forwards. Lin Ming could feel the countless array formations layered upon every inch of Carefree Palace. There were numerous time and space tunnels leading to other zones and pathways just like an endless labyrinth. If these array formations were activated and managed by a powerhouse, even a late Divine Lord Master would be instantly twisted to death. The gray-clothed old man brought Lin Ming flying into Carefree Palace for some time before finally stopping at the entrance doors of a hall. He gestured forwards. This gray-clothed old man was only able to send him this far. Lin Ming thanked the old man and then pushed the doors open, walking inside. As he looked behind these doors, he was surprised to find what seemed like another world through them, incomparably broad, as if it were a separate space and time. Lin Ming could even hear the roars of massive ancient vicious beasts in the distance. He didn't know whether these roars were sounds produced by the array formation or if they were true great beasts that were raised in this spirit artifact. It was truly shocking. In this world, there was a green-clothed young woman already waiting. She faintly smiled as she saw Lin Ming and said, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, I am a disciple of Carefree Island, Ye Rosewater. Please wait here. The island master will soon arrive." The young woman formed a seal and sent it out with a sound-transmitting talisman. This was clearly a message to the island master. Lin Ming looked over the green-clothed woman again. She had a late divine sea cultivation and her talent was also quite good. For her to appear in Carefree Palace and in this place, that was enough to prove she was an important figure of Carefree Island, and her status was higher than that gray-clothed old man that led him here. Not long after the sound-transmitting talisman was sent out, ripples began to appear in the space around them. A white-clothed youth with a long sword strapped to his waist languidly strolled out from the void. This person wasn't tall and his aura was completely collected. His eyes were bright and profound like a lake without a bottom. Without a doubt, this young man was Carefree Island's island master. From his appearance alone, he seemed to be less than 20 years old. Of course, for this person to reach the level of Carefree Island's island master, it was no longer possible to judge his age by his appearance. As Lin Ming stood in front of Carefree Island's island master, he didn't feel any pressure from any kind of aura at all. Instead, he felt as though this young man were quite friendly and amiable. If Lin Ming didn't know of his status ahead of time, he might have even thought him to be a common mortal scholar. "Rosewater, you may leave," the white-clothed youth said, waving his hand towards Ye Rosewater. "Yes, island master." Ye Rosewater bowed, excusing herself. In this world, there was only the white-clothed youth and Lin Ming left behind. The white-clothed youth deeply glanced at Lin Ming. As their eyes met each other, the white-clothed youth's aura suddenly changed. His bright and deep eyes seemed to connect to the endless void of space, as if they were trying to suck Lin Ming in. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had been completely seen through without any secrets remaining. Lin Ming was startled. His thoughts focused on his spiritual sea and his gold battle spirit shook, his mind stabilizing along with it. After experiencing the aura of Hua Violent Stone, a Holy Lord-level powerhouse, Lin Ming was just barely able to deal with the aura released by this white-clothed youth. Eh? The white-clothed youth was stunned. His eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Your battle spirit actually reached such a boundary at such an age. Just who are you? I am Lin Ming. I have a matter that I wish to speak to Senior Mo Riverbliss about. Mo Riverbliss. Although the white-clothed youth already expected this from the start, his pupils still shrank upon hearing Lin Ming speak out this name. The keepsake. Have you brought it? The keepsake that the white-clothed youth mentioned was naturally the Riverbliss Jadeheart, Mo Eversnow's Riverbliss Jadeheart. In truth, that keepsake had already been destroyed 50,000 years ago. Just as Lin Ming was wondering how to answer, a long sigh echoed through the vast space. "Skywhite, there is no need to ask any further," bring him to see me. I sense a familiar aura around him, it shouldn't be wrong. As this voice sounded out, Lin Ming could clearly feel Mo Eversnow's divine soul in his body tremble. Without a doubt, the one who spoke was Mo Riverbliss. This, I understand. The white-clothed youth sent out a wave of light that covered Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt a bit dizzy before suddenly arriving at a spring paradise. The scenery here was like a landscape painting, with majestic mountains and rivers drawn throughout. Spirit flowers bloomed everywhere. It looked like a fairy tale come to life. In this paradise there was a green bamboo house. Although the bamboo had been cut down a long time ago, they were still clear and hard like exquisite jade. They seemed moist and vivid, with a light fragrance that gladdened the heart. A white-clothed old woman stood before this bamboo house, holding onto a long peach walking stick that was as high as a man. Her eyes locked onto Lin Ming. Before Lin Ming spoke, a beam of white light shot out from his body and turned into the silhouette of a woman. The image solidified, arriving before the old woman's body like the wind and bowing. Auntie! 50,000 years had passed. The verdant feather holy lands had long ago turned to dust that was swept up by history. Upon seeing her dear family again, Mo Eversnow could feel the roiling emotions underneath her veneer slowly gush over. Her beautiful eyes trembled. Originally she had even steeled herself to learn that Mo Riverbliss had died. But now that she saw her auntie well and alive, her heart filled with a palpable excitement. The white-clothed old woman had only felt a familiar aura from Lin Ming's body. She never imagined she would see Mo Eversnow, her niece that she thought had died long ago. But before she had time to bask in her happiness, she saw that Mo Eversnow had no mortal body, and all that was left of her was her divine soul. For a time, countless conflicting emotions swelled up in Mo Riverbliss's heart. 50,000 years. Although this numeral seemed distant and strange, one only had to look at how often a mortal dynasty changed to see how significant it was. A mortal dynasty changed every 500 years. 50,000 years was 100 dynasties. That was enough for a mortal civilization to rise and fall. The passing of time, the tides of the years, things remain the same and yet people have already changed. Everything seemed as if it happened a lifetime ago. Tears silently fell down Mo Riverbliss's face. She stretched out her hand to touch Mo Eversnow's face, but as she reached her cheeks she actually couldn't touch anything at all. Such a desolate and empty feeling caused a pang of pain in Mo Riverbliss's heart, as if someone had thrust a knife through her chest. She was unable to imagine what happened to Mo Eversnow and what she had experienced in order for her to turn into the current state, where she couldn't even touch her. "Everything's fine now that you're back, everything's fine now," Mo Riverbliss said, choking on her tears. She could imagine just what misery, pain, and suffering Mo Eversnow had gone through all this time. Her physical body, her divine form that was the envy of countless geniuses, was not lost. But as she thought back to how her niece had been chased down by Tian Mingzi and so many other divine realm powerhouses, how could she not be content that her niece had managed to keep her complete divine soul? Bright Moon, what about Bright Moon? Although all sorts of thoughts and feelings gushed out in Mo Eversnow's heart, she had no mortal body, so she didn't have the ability to weep. She suddenly thought of her sister, Mo Bright Moon. In truth, when she saw Mo Riverbliss she didn't see Mo Bright Moon. Mo Eversnow had an ominous and disappointed feeling in her heart, but she still had to ask even if there was no hope. "Bright Moon," Mo Riverbliss shook her head, her eyes seeming bleak. "She last came back 30,000 years ago, and that was also the last time I saw her. She didn't believe that you died. She said that even if she had to search to the ends of the heavens or the edges of the seas, she would still find you." Mo Eversnow felt her heart gripped upon hearing Mo Riverbliss's words. Her eyes flashed with a brief confusion. She hadn't come back for 30,000 years? Just where could she have gone to? Could she have experienced some kind of accident? With auntie and niece meeting once again, There were countless things that needed to be said. However, none of them knew where to begin. Seeing this, the white-clothed youth sighed. He had also correctly guessed Mo Eversnow's identity. If that were so, there naturally wasn't any problem with Lin Ming himself. The white-clothed youth turned to Lin Ming and said, "Let's leave. Let the two of them catch up after all this time." Lin Ming nodded. In the next moment, a white light wrapped around him and the two of them returned to the hall of Carefree Palace where Yi Rosewater was waiting for them. "Rosewater, go and help Lin Ming settle down. Prepare a long-term residence for him at Carefree Pavilion." Carefree Pavilion. Yi Rosewater was slightly startled as she heard the orders. She turned to Lin Ming and said, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, please follow me." As Yi Rosewater spoke, she flew upwards, bringing Lin Ming to leave Carefree Palace. They passed through several mountain ranges before finally descending into a deep mountain valley. A thick mist filled the mountain valley. As Lin Ming stepped down, he could feel that the heaven and earth energy was extremely pure and rich here. The reason for the fog was that the heaven and earth origin energy was far too rich, so it naturally condensed into tiny droplets. Compared to the wild and potent heaven and earth origin energy in most of the divine realm, the heaven and earth origin energy here was extremely calm and quiet. In this hazy mist, he could faintly make out rows of peach wood pavilions. They were ancient, courtly, and incomparably refined. What a wonderful place! The land of Carefree Pavilion is where reclusive individuals would long to live for in their dreams. Yi Rosewater walked over to a peach wood pavilion. She turned and glanced over at Lin Ming, then said, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, you will be staying here from now on. What do you think?" Lin Ming glanced at the pavilion and said, "The heaven and earth origin energy here is extremely rich and vibrant. I fear that even in the entirety of Carefree Island this is one of the best places to live. I have no idea how many disciples would dream of staying here. I'm flattered I'm allowed to live here, so there is nothing that I am dissatisfied about." "Great!" Yi Rosewater chuckled. She raised her hand and the characters on the Peach Wood Pavilion's signboard changed. It had originally read Free June Pavilion, and now it read Free Ming Pavilion. Lin Ming was startled. He didn't think that Yi Rosewater would suddenly place his name onto the pavilion signboard. But as he thought about it some more, every pavilion they passed just now likely had their own corresponding name. Yi Rosewater was clearly skilled in wood laws. Changing the characters on a signboard was a trivial task for her. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, please stay here for now. There will be special maids sent to bring you any daily necessities and meals. If you have any matter to discuss with me, feel free to look for me. I live just next door." Yi Rosewater smiled. After Lin Ming nodded, she turned away. Her pale hands grasped each other, nearly touching her inky black hair that hung to her waist. She sashayed away at a brisk pace. Lin Ming walked inside the newly crowned Free Ming Pavilion and found the interior to be extraordinary. There were over a dozen rooms. Each one was elegant and unique in their own way. There was also a spirit spring in the rear courtyard, with flower petals floating on the water surface. Thick and rich spirit energy filled the senses. If one could bathe here every day, the advantages to one's cultivation could be imagined. This Carefree Island is quite generous with me. Since Senior Mo Riverbliss was found here, Miss Mo will likely stay at Carefree Island for some time. Since I'll have to stay here too, I should take advantage of this time and absorb the dragon bone. Chapter 1078, His Skin is Not of Ordinary Thickness. Chapter 1078, His Skin is Not of Ordinary Thickness. In the past, when Lin Ming absorbed the dragon marrow and the Azura King's source energy, his body had reached the limit. It was impossible to eat heavenly materials without end. He would be unable to absorb them at some point. For the left-over dragon bone, Lin Ming had to slowly fuse with it. The resources that Miss Mo left behind are divided into the body transformation system and the essence gathering system. The essence gathering system resources were collected at Carefree Island, and they are also what I need to break through to the 9th stage of life destruction, Lin Ming thought out loud. Because he dual cultivated in body and energy, his body was incomparably solid and durable. It was far harder for him to make breakthroughs in life destruction than an ordinary martial artist. As for breaking through to the 9th stage of life destruction, that was at least 100 times more difficult than it would be for others. If he were to fuse the supreme dragon bone, as well as open another one of the 8 inner hidden gates before attempting to cross Ninefall, the difficulty would rise to an unbelievable degree. Ultimately, the rules of the universe had changed some inestimable period of time ago, and now those that chose to dual cultivate in body and energy could be said to be defying the will of the heavens. How could this be empty talk? In the past, there were even top geniuses that were far too confident in their own talent and recklessly chose to embark on this dangerous path, only to be trapped in the life-destruction realm. Finally, they had no choice but to cripple and break up their body transformation cultivation and continue cultivating the essence-gathering system. To be like Mo Evers now and have a half-step World King cultivation as well as being close to opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that was simply a miracle among miracles. The further one went in the body transformation system, the harder it was to cross into Ninefall. With Lin Ming's current situation, once he opened the Gate of View, he'd have opened 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates, only missing the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death. As for the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death, they were called the true life and death threshold. The difficulty to open them was on a completely different level, and these 2 gates were much more powerful. They were each equal to half a large boundary in the body transformation system. If Lin Ming completely opened the first 6 gates, that was the same as completing a certain goal of the body transformation system. His bodily physique would experience a qualitative leap upwards, but at the same time it would also become far more difficult to break into the 9th stage of life destruction. However, the more difficult it was to step into the 9th stage of life destruction, the greater the advantages would be. The body would be tempered much more thoroughly. Especially after fusing with the dragon bone, whether it was Lin Ming's body transformation system or essence gathering system, it would hold incalculable advantages to him. For Ninefall, Lin Ming would need to have the support of a terrifying amount of resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to succeed. In the end, the current Lin Ming was going against the heavens. Lin Ming submerged himself into the spirit spring in the rear courtyard and entered into a contemplative state. What he didn't know was that at this time, in Carefree Palace, there was actually a special meeting being assembled because of him. Those people participating in this meeting were either inner court elders, peak direct disciples, the highest elders of Carefree Palace, the several vice island masters, and even the island master himself, Xiao Skywhite. Island Master Skywhite? Are you playing a joke on us? You want to take Carefree Island's destiny-stabilizing treasure, the 10 severing Tao fruit tree, and give it away to an outsider? The 10 severing Tao fruit tree is an incomparably supreme divine medicine. In this world, such a divine medicine is unique, singular. As Xiao Skywhite slowly laid out the reason for this meeting, the Council of Elders' Great Elder Xiao Haogan asked this question, his eyes wide as if he didn't dare to believe his own ears. The 10 severing Tao fruit tree was Carefree Island's most precious divine object, without anything else even coming close. It was a treasure used to stabilize Carefree Palace's destiny. Moreover, the 10 severing Tao fruit tree would produce 10 fruits every 1,000 years. These fruits would be plucked and made into wine using a special technique. This wine would be rewarded to the sect's most outstanding disciples. The 10 severing fruit wine was extremely valuable. Without them, there might have been disciples that would never have broken into the Divine Lord realm. Not just that, but Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan were already joining forces to suppress Carefree Island. If they actually handed out the divine treasure they used to stabilize the destiny of their sect, Wasn't that the same as being told to roll over and die? Xiao Skywhite frowned, not answering. But then, the elders of the Council of Elders began to whisper among each other. All of them were panicked and confused, and everything was in chaos. None of them could believe Xiao Skywhite's decision. As for the core disciples, they were even more appalled. In the future, to make further progress, they would have to rely on the 10 severing fruit wine. "Everyone quiet!" Xiao Skywhite shouted. His voice contained true essence that spread through everyone like a strong breeze, immediately silencing all the elders and core disciples. Once the entire grand hall was calmed down and silent, Xiao Skywhite slowly spoke. "It seems that all of you have forgotten. When the 10 severing Dao fruit tree was planted 50,000 years ago, my father told me that it did not belong to my carefree island. Rather, it was placed here by a benefactor. There would be a day when this benefactor would return for it. Did you all forget this? For these last tens of thousands of years, since the 10 severing Dao fruit tree was planted, we have been able to pluck the 10 severing Dao fruit. This has even faintly helped to improve the destiny of our sect. In all these years, geniuses have poured forth from our sect, and now our sect is only a step away from becoming a holy land. The reason for this is that we have received the graciousness of that person. Did you all think the 10 severing Dao fruit tree would always remain planted on Carefree Island?" As Xiao Skywhite spoke, everyone froze for a moment before remembering this. Indeed, they knew of this. It was just that the 10 severing Dao fruit tree was planted at Carefree Island such a long time ago that they nearly forgot that this divine tree never belonged to Carefree Island to begin with. So what's the meaning of this? That person has come back to take away the 10 severing Dao fruit tree? The great elder's thoughts stirred. He suddenly recalled the report relayed to him by a disciple responsible for the entrance examinations. An extremely talented young man with an 8th stage life destruction cultivation had entered Carefree Island to request an audience with Xiao Skywhite. He also called himself a distant relative. This was most likely the person. Is it the youth with the 8th stage of life destruction? Is he the descendant of that mysterious person from the past? Xiao Skywhite remained silent, quietly acquiescing. Realization stirred up the great elder. It's true that the 10 severing Dao fruit is not ours, but it has already been planted at my Carefree Island for the last 50,000 years. Does he think he can just take it away because he wants to? That's right. We have helped store it for them for 50,000 years, and yet they want to just take it away. Where is the justice in that? Another elder echoed in agreement. However, more elders stayed quiet. Although they definitely didn't want the 10 severing Dao fruit tree to be taken away, their skin wasn't so thick that they could raise their voices. Although they had helped store the tree for 50,000 years, the truth was that they obtained massive benefits from it. For those benefits to now be suddenly taken away, they definitely didn't want that to happen. Of course, this was also a completely natural matter. To give a cup of rice was grace, and to fight for a cup of rice was enmity. Once one obtained a benefit from others and was used to it, if that benefit disappeared, that kindness would turn to anger. At this time, a purple-clothed youth asked, "Elders, may this disciple speak?" The one who spoke was the top direct disciple. In truth, this purple-clothed youth's status was even higher than a normal inner court elder. It was only that he was a junior, so by customs, he wasn't allowed to interrupt a meeting. "Speak," the great elder said. This purple-clothed youth was named White Mirrorjade, and he was an extremely favored disciple. He would likely become one of the top figures of Carefree Island, and he even had a chance of becoming the next island master. White Mirrorjade politely bowed as a junior did, then began to slowly speak. This disciple believes that if the descendant of the mysterious person that left behind the sovereign Dao fruit tree comes to our Carefree Island after 50,000 years to take it away, there must have been some sort of accident. Otherwise, it's impossible for such a long period to pass. As for that mysterious person, they have likely died by now. As for his descendant, they likely found some letter left behind by this mysterious person detailing the matter. It is likely that countless generations have already separated that mysterious person from his descendant. By depending on this alone, for this descendant to come to Carefree Island to demand the return of the 10 severing Tao fruit true, that is far too ridiculous. Since ancient times, those with strength and those with the destiny were able to take and occupy heavenly materials. But that junior called Lin Ming is only at the 8th stage of life destruction. No matter how great his talent is, how high can his combat strength really be? This disciple also believes that this Lin Ming doesn't have some supreme elder supporting him from behind. Otherwise, if he came here to do something so important as taking back the 10 severing Tao fruit tree, he surely would have brought a master for a display of shocking strength. If such a top character were to come demand the return of the 10 severing Tao fruit tree, the process would be much smoother. One could see from this that there is no one supporting Lin Ming, there is only him. In this case, even if he obtains the 10 severing Tao fruit tree, it will be impossible for him to keep it. A man's wealth is also his ruin. He will surely bring upon himself a calamity because of the 10 severing Tao fruit tree. He will be cursed to death by the divine tree. That is because his fate is too shallow, that is because he cannot withstand the destiny of the divine tree. If we do not return the 10 severing Tao fruit tree to him, in truth, we are helping him. This can also be considered as returning the kindness of that mysterious person from the past. As for my Carefree Island, we are thriving, and every single day we make more and more progress. Now we're just half a step away from becoming a true Holy Land level sect. With the 10 severing Tao fruit tree supporting us, we'll become even more powerful, and our strength can also handle it. As for a lucky chance for us to obtain the 10 severing Tao fruit tree 50,000 years ago and for the mysterious person who left it with us to die, that is our lucky chance. The heavens themselves have granted the 10 severing Tao fruit tree to my Carefree Island. If we do not accept the gift of the heavens, that will instead bring upon us misfortune. If we were to give away the 10 severing Tao fruit tree to a junior whose strength is negligible, causing him to die, that would be the most stupid sort of behavior. That is the same as cutting off the hope for our Carefree Island to become a holy land. Also, 50,000 years ago when the 10 severing Tao fruit was planted, we also had to use up a massive amount of celestial spirit water to nourish it. Only then did it begin to produce the 10 severing Tao fruit. How could we just give it away so easily after all that? White Mirajade's words were clearly eloquent enough to turn black to white and switch good to evil, but his words were even plausible and backed up with undeniable logic, as if keeping the 10 severing Tao fruit tree would actually be the greatest kindness to Lin Ming. As the elders heard this, all of them were stunned. When the great elder spoke, he obviously shed all face and pretense of cordiality in not wanting to give up the 10 severing Tao fruit tree, so no one spoke up. But now that White Mirrorjade spoke, there were some truths mixed into his words, and he had even taken the side of justice and morality. He had come up with all sorts of reasons that the 10 severing Tao fruit tree should stay here. Really, it was enough to leave one gawking. Yi Rosewater, the one who brought Lin Ming to Carefree Pavilion, was sitting beside White Mirrorjade. As she heard him speak, she was left stunned. She sighed and thought to herself, this man, his skin is not of ordinary thickness. Chapter 1079, To Make Things Difficult. Chapter 1079, To Make Things Difficult. What Mirrorjade said makes a great deal of sense. As the great elder heard White Mirrorjade's words, he praised him without hesitation. Good. Then, if we do not return the 10 severing Tao fruit tree, that is the same as protecting him. Also, we've paid no small price in order to defend the 10 severing Tao fruit tree these past years. Although we've managed to block off all news of the 10 severing Tao fruit tree and keep it highly confidential, this news did leak out 10,000 years ago. Because of that, a powerful influence tried to move against our carefree island and steal away the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. The old island master paid a great price to invite a half-step world king master here to personally manage the array formations of Carefree Palace. Only then were we able to repel that powerful influence. Without us, how could the 10 severing Dao fruit tree still be safe? The great elder suddenly recalled the great war that had been stirred up 10,000 years ago for the 10 severing Dao fruit tree and found another reason to keep it. From the start, Xiao Skywhite had been watching on from the sidelines with icy eyes. As he heard the great elder mention the war of 10,000 years ago, he sneered and said, "The truth is that there is a matter I've hidden from you all. 10,000 years ago, in the war of our sex, it wasn't my father who hired a master to come and help us. Rather, that half-step world king was significantly related to the mysterious person who left behind the 10 severing Dao fruit tree, and that was the only reason they helped us." Really, did you all think it was so easy to invite a half-step world king powerhouse? What? As Xiao Skywhite spoke, everyone was left shocked. The great elder's eyes widened like he had swallowed down a pound of arsenic, staring on speechlessly with flummoxed eyes. The great elder thought for a moment and said, "Impossible? That's impossible. If that mysterious person really had the ability to take back the 10 severing Dao fruit tree, then why would he wait for such a long time? Just who would leave such a divine tree at some place without taking it back for 50,000 years and even help to protect it? I do not believe that someone would be kind-hearted to such an extent. Moreover, he actually sent an 8th stage life destruction junior to come and request to take back the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. Isn't that just a joke? Island Master Xiao, I know that the old Island Master is your father, and you do not wish to violate the promises you made, but that doesn't mean you have to come up with such baseless reasons like this. If you feel sorry, then there are also other ways in which we can compensate that boy Lin Ming." After hearing Xiao Skywhite's words, the great elder's expression softened a bit, but he clearly didn't believe the given reasons. At this point, White Mirror Jade seemed to nonchalantly say, "That Lin Ming is extremely talented. In the future, the boundary he reaches might be no less than mine. If we give him too many benefits and also allow him to leave Carefree Island, he might not remember our kindness nor understand that we are trying to protect him. On the contrary, he might bear a grudge for not being able to take back the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. After 1,000 years, when he's grown, he might return and—" White Mirror Jade let his words trail off as he spoke. However, those present weren't idiots. They naturally understood the meaning behind them. This move was truly ruthless. This man was merciless to the extreme. Great Elder Xiao Haogan's eyebrows jumped up. But what White Mirror Jade said was true. If they gave Lin Ming some compensation and allowed him to leave, then that was the same as releasing the tiger to the mountain. This would only bring trouble in the future. It would be good if he didn't manage to grow, but once he did, he would surely bring a calamity back to them. This was what people meant when they said that a truly great man had to be ruthless and their actions also had to be decisive. They could not allow themselves to be shackled down by ideas of morality and justice, otherwise they would reap what they sowed. Island Master Xiao, how about this? If you want to follow the wishes of the old Island Master, then you can return the 10 severing Dao fruit tree to that boy, and then you can be considered as having completed your father's will. Then, I will send some people to take back the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. Wouldn't that be perfect? The divine realm is a jungle where strength is the only law. Isn't people killing and robbing others something that happens all the time? As Xiao Skywhite saw Xiao Haogan and White Mirror Jade become increasingly cruel in their words, his eyebrows jumped up. Mo Riverbliss was also watching this meeting from Carefree Palace. However, Mo Riverbliss had a special status. She couldn't appear before these people. In the war of 10,000 years ago, she had changed her appearance and risked herself to help when she had no other choice. But if she appeared again, and with the ruckus around the 10 severing Dao fruit tree added on, then that would surely arouse a great deal of interest and make things that much more dangerous for her. After all, Mo Riverbliss was a character who was just a bit away from becoming a world king. Even though the divine realm was immeasurably vast, this news would spread far. Xiao Skywhite certainly didn't want Mo Riverbliss to appear, but he was not the only one in Carefree Island. It was difficult for him to handle all of these people. Even though there were many elders that wouldn't outwardly oppose returning the 10 severing Dao fruit tree because of their ideas of morality, they would still pull their support after being convinced by Xiao Haogan and White Mirror Jade. Xiao Skywhite deeply glared at the Great Elder and White Mirror Jade. Then, he slowly said, "You want to kill someone and steal their wealth? I fear that before you can do that, you will have already died. Some matters are beyond the scope of your understanding. She will have scruples about some matters, but if you dare to touch her bottom line, you will die without even having known how you died. Do not blame me for not having reminded you." Xiao Skywhite's words began to contain a clear killing content. The Great Elder shrank back, his back going cold, and even White Mirror Jade stiffened, fidgeting about. Xiao Skywhite's words seemed random, but they weren't lies meant to scare them. Who was this she? If there really was such an existence, then why would she place the 10 severing Dao fruit tree at Carefree Island for 50,000 years, and then send some junior to take it back when she wanted it returned? After Xiao Skywhite spoke, he left in a fit of anger. The old island master was his father, but thousands of years ago he had gone wandering the universe to seek adventure and a turning point to break through to the next boundary. As for Xiao Skywhite, his records of qualifications and merits were lacking, thus he couldn't control the situation in the sect. Moreover, Xiao Skywhite knew that behind Great Elder Xiao Haogan, there was actually the 3 highest elders supporting him. In other words, if he wanted to return the 10 severing Dao fruit tree, then he would have to suppress these 3 highest elders first. Each one of them was a cornerstone of Carefree Island. Senior Mo. As Xiao Skywhite returned to the mystic realm in Carefree Palace, he stood in front of the bamboo house and called out with a bit of shame. There's no need to say anything. I have an approximate understanding of the situation. In truth, when I agreed to place the 10 severing Dao fruit tree in the keeping of Carefree Palace 50,000 years ago, I already expected that something like this would happen. But I still did so because Carefree Island is the escape path for the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. In the future, if Evers now wishes to reform the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, she must take Carefree Island as the foundation. Thus, Carefree Island's strength is naturally important. The 10 severing Dao fruit tree is Carefree Island's dragon vein, its vital treasure. To take it away is the same as tearing out that dragon vein, and it will also have an enormous effect on Carefree Island's destiny. It will even slow down Carefree Island on its path to becoming a holy land. I naturally wouldn't make such a decision easily, and I definitely wouldn't use brute strength to kill those factions that oppose it. This is because my decision is related to whether or not the Verdant Feather Holy Lands will be able to smoothly reconstruct itself in the future. I can't be careless with the choices I make. Xiao Skywhite relaxed and let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Mo Riverbliss' words. He had thought that Mo Riverbliss would support Mo Evers now without reserve, but as he thought about it, to Mo Riverbliss, both Carefree Palace and Lin Ming were important. Both were the meat of her palm. Even with Mo Evers now here, she wouldn't immediately or easily give the 10 severing Dao fruit tree to Lin Ming. Rather, she needed to observe him to make sure that he had enough talent and strength to shoulder the great responsibility that was the future reformation of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. Only after doing that would she make her decision. As for the meeting today, that was just to make sure that the elders of the opposing factions were mentally prepared, lest there be confusion in the upper echelons of Carefree Island if the 10 severing Dao fruit tree was suddenly taken away. Xiao Skywhite felt much more at ease as he thought of this. At the minimum, He didn't have to worry about some people enraging Mo Riverbliss and causing her to kill some of them in secret. This would place Carefree Palace, which was already experiencing troubles, in an even more tenuous position. Moreover, if high-level powerhouses of Carefree Island were to suddenly die, this would surely cause panic. With the threat of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan constantly looming over them, if they weren't careful, this would even cause damage to Carefree Island's very foundation. Xiao Skywhite excused himself. Then, in that bamboo house, Mo Eversnow appeared in front of Mo Riverbliss, her sole form slowly floating in the air. With her slender feet peeking out of her long dress, she seemed like an immortal fairy fluttering through the wind, elegant and untainted by the world. "Auntie, you seem like you don't believe Lin Ming?" Mo Eversnow said in a soft tone. Although her face was calm, there was a trace of exasperation in her eyes, barely perceptible. She was clearly not too pleased with Mo Riverbliss' methods. As Mo Riverbliss caught sight of Mo Eversnow's expression, she chuckled and serenely said, "I naturally trust Little Snow's judgment. It's just that Auntie is already old. I wouldn't be able to withstand a mistake again, otherwise I fear that I won't be able to see the day that the Verdant Feather Holy Lands will be reformed. In the past, your grandfather made a mistake, and that was that he didn't kill Tian Mingzi upon discovering the seed of ambition that grew in his heart, finally ending with the worst result possible." As Mo Riverbliss spoke to hear, she let out a deep sigh. Mo Eversnow also let out a sigh, no longer saying anything. At this time, Lin Ming was still training at the Spirit Spring at Free Ming Pavilion, completely unaware of the matters occurring at Carefree Palace. He couldn't be blamed for being dull-minded. He simply didn't know that the resources Mo Eversnow spoke of were already being used by Carefree Palace, and that taking them away would affect Carefree Palace's foundations. Lin Ming had originally thought that these resources were kept solely by Mo Riverbliss and that the elders of Carefree Palace didn't know of them. Also, since Mo Riverbliss seemed to love her niece very much, she wouldn't have much resistance in passing the resources to him. As Lin Ming was training, a few miles away from Free Ming Pavilion, several core disciples of Carefree Island appeared. Yi Rosewater and White Mirror Jade were among them. Free Ming Palace? Haha, is that the boy Lin Ming's residence? Did you change the signboard for him? The one who spoke was a disciple named Lu Yun. After arriving at Carefree Pavilion, he was the first one to spit out these words. He glanced at Yi Rosewater, a faint smile on his face as he spoke. He was also a direct disciple of Carefree Island and his talent was quite good, just a bit worse than Yi Rosewater and White Mirror Jade's. Yes, I changed it. Yi Rosewater frowned, not too comfortable with the sly look that Lu Yun was shooting her. Okay. Senior Apprentice Brother White, this is the boy you spoke of? He's just an 8th stage life destruction nobody, someone whose existence is no different from an ant's. And yet he actually came to my Carefree Island and he wants to take away the Divine Tree? That is just the funniest joke I've heard in my entire life. Come on, let's go and take a look at just what sort of pure-hearted fool this boy is. Chapter 1080 Simulation Mystic Realm. Chapter 1080 Simulation Mystic Realm. Lin Ming wanted to take away the 10-severing Dao fruit tree. This more than affected the benefits of Carefree Island's disciples. It was the same as holding a saber to their chest. How could he not draw their hatred in such a situation? If Lin Ming had the strength of a half-step world king, then although they might be dissatisfied, that was still a level of power that they could not question, thus they naturally wouldn't say anything. But Lin Ming was only at the 8th stage of life destruction. The 8th stage of life destruction was far lower than most of the direct disciples' cultivations. For instance, Lu Yun himself was at the early Divine Sea. Now that everyone knew Lin Ming was only at the 8th stage of life destruction and was also coming to steal away their lifeblood, it was inevitable that there would be trouble stirring up around him. White Mirror Jade faintly smiled as he saw Lu Yun's aggrieved and angry expression. He absolutely would not surrender the 10 severing Tao fruit tree. He had ambitions of becoming the next island master. In other words, the 10 severing Tao fruit tree would be his in the future, so how could he give it up to some outsider? But when Xiao Skywhite ended the Council of Elders, the final warning he gave had caused White Mirror Jade to feel some fear. Otherwise, he would have already united the 3 great elders together and killed Lin Ming before he had a chance to grow. Currently, White Mirror Jade didn't believe Xiao Skywhite's words. He only thought that Xiao Skywhite was trying to threaten them with baseless lies. But he also didn't dare to put himself in danger. Thus, he tossed out a testing stone. This sort of testing stone was far too easy to find. As long as he described Lin Ming's cultivation and also mentioned his goal in coming to Carefree Island, White Mirror Jade wouldn't even need to act. There would be a mob of people picking up pitchforks to go after Lin Ming themselves. For instance, this Lu Yun. Yi Rosewater had participated in the Council of Elders and had also followed White Mirror Jade here. She certainly could see through his plans. But now that she saw Lu Yun's current agitated state, she knew that he wouldn't believe her no matter what warning she gave him, so she simply shook her head and remained silent. Fuck, isn't this just some descendant that is separated by countless generations from that mysterious person? That person has likely died already, otherwise why would they wait until now to send a little shit like this to take back the 10 severing Tao fruit tree? Perhaps that brat wasn't even related from the start and he just happened to come by some sort of record that was left behind, then he thought to come to my Carefree Island and trick all of us. Does he think we're idiots or something? Lu Yun's words became uglier the further he spoke, but it was also what everyone else was thinking. Lin Ming's appearance here was far too strange. If one didn't know of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, they would inevitably be suspicious of Lin Ming's identity. Just coming back after 50,000 years to take back the 10 severing Tao fruit tree didn't make any sense at all. Yi Rosewater found it hard to continue watching Lu Yun. Although I also don't wish for Carefree Island's benefits to be damaged, your words are far too disgusting. Lin Ming is not as simple as you think he is. His talent is high and there is surely some super influence supporting him from behind, otherwise it's impossible that such a genius could be trained. Haha. His talent is high. How high could it possibly be? Did you know that he simply underwent Carefree Island's entrance examination? That is an examination prepared by outer court disciples, in other words, nothing more than a pack of nobodies. If I chose to participate in the entrance examination, I could also sweep them all away like nothing. As Lu Yun spoke, he had already arrived in front of Free Ming Pavilion. At this time, Lin Ming was training in the hot springs in the back. He didn't care what they were speaking of, but he could feel that these people had come looking for him. Lin Ming languidly stepped out of the spirit spring. The spring water slowly rolled down his smooth skin. This was a result of his body's boundary having reached a certain realm. After obtaining the perfect spirit body of legends, after bathing, the water simply wouldn't wet the body, so one didn't need to dry off at all. With a wave of his hand, all of the remaining drops of water evaporated off of his body. Then, fire origin energy spontaneously gathered to form red clothes that draped and twisted around him. Junior apprentice Brother Lin. Yi Rosewater smiled as she saw Lin Ming appear. White Mirror Jade also smiled and nodded, hiding all of his hostility towards Lin Ming. Only Lu Yun didn't bother hiding his overbearing and arrogant expression. His eyes were filled with provocation as he glared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't seem to know this fellow, so how could he have randomly made another enemy? You're Lin Ming. Lu Yun sized up Lin Ming, his eyes like an officer looking at a criminal, scrutinizing and filled with disdain. He didn't wait for Lin Ming to answer before jeering and saying, I'm Lu Yun. I heard that your results at the entrance examination were quite good. At that time, you seemed to ask the examiner what the qualifications were to become a top direct disciple, right? It seems like you meant as if you could achieve such a point easily? As Lin Ming heard these words, he was left flummoxed. But what he did know now was that this Lu Yun was clearly looking for trouble. Just when did he manage to annoy such a person? Ever since he arrived at Carefree Palace, he had stayed at his residence. Besides Mo Riverbliss, the island master, and a few others, he basically hadn't seen anyone at all. He had spent the majority of his time training in the Spirit Spring, and even so, he had managed to attract trouble. Really, he could be lying on the ground and still be hit by marrows. At this time, Yi Rosewater's true essence sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Sorry. Junior apprentice Brother Lin. Lu Yun has been striving to obtain some 10 severing Dao fruit for these past years, so he's a little bitter towards you. 10 severing Dao fruit? Lin Ming was startled. What is a 10 severing Dao fruit? Huh. It was Yi Rosewater's turn to be surprised. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, didn't you come to Carefree Island to take back the 10 severing Dao fruit tree? 10 severing Dao fruit tree. Lin Ming pondered for a bit and vaguely recalled that he did read something about a 10 severing Dao fruit tree in one of the ancient texts he read. It was a type of heaven-step miracle medicine, and there was likely only one that existed in the world. Only when it died would another one be born. The medicines of the divine realm were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystic, and mortal. Heaven-step medicines were the highest, but above heaven-step medicines, there actually existed transcendent miracle medicines. These types of transcendent miracle medicines were on the same level as a transcendent divine might, something that could even make a world king go crazy with desire. Those were legendary medicines that could grow to even 100 million years old. That was not an existence that Lin Ming or even a Holy Land level influence could grow. Only someone like Mo Eversnow's grandfather would be able to accidentally stumble upon such a treasure. As for others, they wouldn't know about nor would they understand it. Lin Ming quickly understood what was happening. So that's how it is. It seems I thought that things were simpler than they are. I thought that the resources Mo Eversnow left behind were all with Mo Riverbliss, and as long as I obtained Mo Riverbliss approval and passed her tests, then I could take them. I didn't actually think that those resources were currently being used by Carefree Island. If I want to take them now, the resistance would be tremendous. In Lin Ming's opinion, it was normal for Carefree Island to not want to return the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. Rather, he would find it strange if they smoothly gave it to him. This sounded shameless, but this was simply human nature. It was already an excellent result that Carefree Island didn't try to kill him. This was likely due to Mo Riverbliss acting as a deterrent. Brat, did you not hear what I said? Lu Yun spat out angrily as he saw Lin Ming a bit distracted. After understanding the key points of what was going on, Lin Ming faintly smiled at Lu Yun and said, "And just what is it that you want to say?" Even a blind man could see what Lu Yun wanted. Lu Yun clearly wanted to make a show of his own power so that Lin Ming would back down. At the very least, Lu Yun would be able to vent some of his anger and feel better about himself. As White Mirror Jade saw the tense atmosphere between Lu Yun and Lin Ming, he stepped out to mediate the situation. Junior apprentice Brother Lu, what sort of attitude is this? This isn't how my Carefree Island treats their guests. Junior apprentice Brother Lin has just come to Carefree Island and he hasn't been anywhere yet. How about we change the scenery a bit? Lin Ming glanced at White Mirror Jade. He couldn't feel any hostility from his expression, but he was well aware that he was the focus of hate for all the disciples of Carefree Island at the moment. He certainly wouldn't believe that anyone would be treating him with kindness. Lu Yun was surprised for a moment. He looked at White Mirror Jade, puzzled, and said with a true essence sound transmission, "Senior apprentice Brother White, what is the meaning of this? Why are you being so polite to this Lin boy?" In the end, Lu Yun didn't know if there was anyone supporting Lin Ming, and he also didn't know that Xiao Skywhite was fully supporting Lin Ming. This couldn't be blamed on him. There was simply no way for him to imagine all the convoluted connections between Carefree Island and the verdant feather Holy Lands from 50,000 years ago. This caused him to be confused and also careful, lest he stumble into some pit. What, did you want to fight with him right here? White Mirror Jade countered. Lu Yun was surprised, and then he deeply said, well, I actually do want to kick his ass right now and beat him into the ground. But my cultivation is a large boundary higher than his. If I beat him up like this, then others will say that my victory wasn't the martial path. Moreover, yes, this boy made such a ridiculous request, and yet he can still stay at Carefree Pavilion. Is there someone in the sect supporting him? Lu Yun suddenly realized that something didn't seem right. White Mirror Jade said, well, regardless of what it is, the old island master owes his graciousness to the mysterious person who left the divine tree here. We shouldn't push this too far. So it's like that. Humph, the martial world is about the survival of the fittest. Things like grace and kindness can only be discussed between people of similar strength. If the difference is too great, then there is simply no meaning at all. I fear that this mysterious person has already died. As Lu Yun spoke, Lin Ming had been watching with bored eyes from the sidelines, obviously not caring too much about them. White Mirror Jade thought little of this. He laughed and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, your talent and cultivation are both amazing. This is an excellent time for you to enter a divergent mystic realm and gain experience. Have you gone yet? I have. Lin Ming nodded. He had only been to the God-Beast mystic realm. Haha, my Carefree Island just happens to preside over a divergent mystic realm. If Brother Lin has any time, feel free to go and have a look. You might be able to obtain some treasure there. Then again, there are always dangers when entering a divergent mystic realm. In order to reduce the casualties in such a divergent mystic realm, my Carefree Island has paid a great price to specifically create a simulation mystic realm. Brother Lin, do you have any interest in taking a look? Simulation mystic realm? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He was actually somewhat interested. At the side, Lu Yun's eyes brightened. He obviously thought of something. That's right, a simulation mystic realm. There are all sorts of dangers in a simulation mystic realm, but you'll be able to safely leave. And the shorter your time within, the greater the value of the simulation treasure you will obtain, and this will also prove that you are much stronger. If you experience a simulation mystic realm for long enough, then once you enter a true divergent mystic realm, you will be able to deal with unexpected situations much more easily. Chapter 1081, Perish Together? Chapter 1081, A Perish Together. The simulation mystic realm that White Mirror Jade spoke of was less than 10 miles away from Carefree Pavilion. Carefree Island spent a great deal of energy and resources in constructing this simulation mystic realm. There were a massive number of array formations as well as aggressive puppets and vicious beasts. It was able to copy the situation inside the divergent mystic realm to the closest degree so that disciples could gain experience. After all, it was no small cost to enter a divergent mystic realm just once. If someone went in and died, that would truly be a great price. Lin Ming stood before the simulation mystic realm and investigated it with his senses. This simulation mystic realm covered an area of 100 miles, but what was fascinating was that there were countless space-folding array formations within. This meant that the space within was many times larger than expected. If one wanted to go in and obtain the simulation treasures, it truly wouldn't be easy. Haha, Lin Ming, do you have the guts to test yourself? I'll join you. Lu Yen chortled as he stood before the simulation mystic realm. Lin Ming glanced at Lu Yen. At this time, Yi Rosewater said with a true essence sound transmission, Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, this simulation mystic realm is created with array formations, but after you enter you may be injured. especially if there are true battle puppets placed inside. In other words, there is a chance you will be severely wounded. There were countless risks and dangers within a divergent mystic realm, and people often lost their lives exploring them. They weren't games for kids. Carefree Island had done their best to reproduce a mystic realm to its greatest degree. But no matter how lifelike an array formation was, there would inevitably be differences between it and a true environment. Carefree Island had prepared true battle puppets for this reason. "Thank you for the advice," Lin Ming whispered back. This Lu Yen clearly wanted to kick him into a pit and have him suffer in this simulation mystic realm. "What? Scared? Do you want to back out?" As Lu Yen spoke, he already stood in front of the simulation mystic realm's entrance. At this time there were already people being tested within. Several disciples actually exited from the simulation mystic realm. From their appearances, Lin Ming could tell they were wounded but also very excited. They had clearly passed the test. A 27th level difficulty completed in just 45 minutes. Senior apprentice Brother Hua is fierce. Haha, it's okay. I haven't made much progress since last time. The youth called Senior Apprentice Brother Hua said with deliberately fake modesty. But he couldn't conceal the smile on his face. He was clearly proud of his achievement. Isn't that Senior Apprentice Brother Lu Yun? There's also Senior Apprentice Brother White Mirror Jade and Senior Apprentice Sister Yi Rosewater. As these disciples saw who arrived, they were startled. These were the direct disciples of Carefree Island. Especially White Mirror Jade and Yi Rosewater. Those two had an exceptional status. As these disciples saw them, they stared in awe. "Oh? Who's that boy? He isn't someone from our Carefree Island." Everyone naturally noticed Lin Ming. They didn't know about the matter of the 10 severing Dao fruit tree, and Lu Yun naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity to heap even more public hatred and anger on Lin Ming. He began to send out true essence sound transmissions to these people, telling them in vivid terms about Lin Ming and his goal for coming to Carefree Island. "What? Senior Apprentice Brother Lu Yun, is what you said true? What a joke! Do we have to return the 10 severing Dao fruit tree to him? He is only at the 8th stage of life destruction. How could a junior possibly handle such an important matter? This requires at least a Holy Lord level master." In the divine realm, Holy Lord was a title and also the name of a boundary. A Holy Lord level master wasn't necessarily the Holy Lord of a holy land. Carefree Island was just half a step away from becoming a holy land, and the highest elders of Carefree Island were also Holy Lord level masters. For such an important matter, it naturally needed to be managed by a Holy Lord level master. To send an 8th stage life destruction junior was just taking things too lightly. How could anyone still think that? He probably doesn't even have a Holy Lord level powerhouse supporting him. I guess that after his bloodline reached this generation, there is only this boy left. Impossible, this boy is too naive. How interesting. This boy comes to Carefree Island to take the 10 severing Dao fruit tree, and he actually dares to stand here. He really isn't afraid of being beaten to death by others. Several martial artists conversed with true essence sound transmissions, all of them looking at Lin Ming with a joking light in their eyes. This was because Lu Yun's description of Lin Ming hadn't been as detailed as White Mirror Jade's. Lu Yun had deliberately mocked and belittled Lin Ming, so these disciples didn't know that the high-level figures of Carefree Island already convened the Council of Elders to specifically discuss this matter, let alone that Xiao Skywhite himself supported Lin Ming. None of them were worried at all that Lin Ming would walk away with the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. They didn't look at Lin Ming with fury or hate, but instead looked at him with a thoughtful and amused expression. To them, this was the same as a countryside bumpkin going up to the emperor and saying that he will take the emperor's throne. "Haha, Lin Ming, I remember that you said that you would easily be able to become a top direct disciple of Carefree Island, right? Lu Yun maliciously smiled, speaking out loud in front of everyone. Humph, this father will mess with you until you're done with. Indeed, these words were simply to create more anger. It had to be known that although these disciples were direct disciples, they were only in the middle reaches of direct disciples. They were far from being able to compare with peak characters like White Mirror Jade and Yi Rosewater. To become a top direct disciple was a goal all of them struggled toward. Although they put forth all of their effort, it was just far too difficult. But now that they heard Lin Ming said he'd be able to easily accomplish their goal, this was the same as ruthlessly stomping all over their dreams and then spitting on them. Wasn't this the same as ridiculing all of their efforts from before? How could they not be angry? How interesting! It looks like you're quite confident in yourself. I heard your entrance examination results were quite good? A disciple jeered. Haha, number 1 on the entrance examination. How fierce! Another disciple said in an exaggerated tone, his voice full of mocking irony. I think that those that are number 1 on the entrance examination can become an inner court disciple, right? I'm sorry, I forgot to ask my junior apprentice brother who manages these sorts of things. As the several disciples were taking turns deriding him, Lin Ming smiled and said, You all seem to be mistaken about the matter. I did not say it would be easy to become a top existence among your Carefree Island's direct disciples. Although that isn't considered anything to me at all, I don't have such an interest. If I have to be blunt, I have no interest in joining Carefree Island now or in the future. You don't have to try and feel good about yourselves. The reason I joined Carefree Island's entrance examination is only because I wanted to see the island master. These words of Lin Ming were not just slapping them across the face, but taking a big pile of shit and smearing it all over them. The disciples were infuriated. This Lin Ming clearly didn't place their Carefree Island in his eyes. Lu Yun cracked his knuckles. Brat, you've got guts. I want to see today just how crazy you are. If you have any courage at all, enter the simulation mystic realm with me. Junior apprentice brother Luo, open the 29th level of difficulty. And put forth the true slaughter puppets. If we're going to play, let's play for real. Lu Yun shouted out to a disciple named Luo, but that disciple seemed indifferent as he responded. Senior apprentice brother Lu, there is no need to kill a chicken with a knife meant to kill an ox. I can deal with him myself. No need. I'm more than enough to educate this idiot. A 9th stage life destruction martial artist interjected. When Lin Ming arrived, he had heard that someone called Senior Apprentice Brother Hua had passed the 27th level of difficulty. From this he was able to glean an approximate understanding of this simulation mystic realm's difficulty. In most cases, Lin Ming wouldn't be interested in fighting with others over things like his, but that didn't mean he feared them. Moreover, according to what Yi Rosewater told him and also thinking about Mo Riverbliss' actions, he realized that for such an important matter as the 10 severing Dao tree, she would surely test him. Perhaps everything that was happening right now was seen by Mo Riverbliss. She might be secretly observing him and seeing whether or not he could deal with the siege of these young disciples. Once Lin Ming realized this, he naturally couldn't avoid the fight ahead. If he retreated to Free Ming Pavilion and hid there, he would only be considered easy to bully without any ability at all. How could he earn the 10 severing Dao fruit tree like this? He faintly smiled at the disciples and said, Since you're interested in teaching me, then how about you all come at me together? This mystic realm can hold more than one person. Haha, that's what I wanted to hear. Since you want to die, let me help you. The smile on these disciples' faces became increasingly arrogant and reckless. Thank you all for agreeing, but Lu Yun, since you put forth a 29th level difficulty, that should mean you've cleared it before. Don't you think that using a difficulty you've already cleared to deal with me is a bit boring? Lin Ming said as he turned to Lu Yun. Lu Yun frowned. What do you mean? As for the other disciples, they were left in a daze. The majority of them had passed the 27-28th level of difficulty, and the 29th level would likely mean they would suffer an agonizing death and defeat. As for anything above that, that was simply a joke. What I mean is that we should increase the difficulty. Only then is there a challenge, Lin Ming spoke, a playful smile dancing on his face. What? This brat is crazy. What do you mean crazy? He's just an idiot. He's never entered the simulation mystic realm, so he definitely doesn't know what the 29th level means. He just wants to die. The surrounding disciples paled as they heard Lin Ming want to raise the difficulty. They couldn't even deal with the 29th level of difficulty. What about it? Weren't you all loudly speaking about teaching me a lesson? Are you all cowering back now? Lin Ming's eyes swept over everyone. These people all had cultivations at the early Divine Sea realm or below, and their overall talent was far below the monstrous geniuses of the 4 God-Beast clans that had entered the God-Beast mystic realm. The 4 God-Beast clans were each peak Holy Lands, and the ancient Dragon clan in particular was once a World King level influence. You! The disciples all stiffened. They weren't afraid of the ruthless, but they were afraid of those that didn't care for their lives. Was this Lin Ming trying to perish together and bring them all down with him? I understand. He clearly understands his cultivation is too low and cannot defeat us, that's why he's trying to pull us all down with him. What's there to be afraid of? This is only a simulation mystic realm. Although it is true battle, if we are severely wounded, we'll be kicked out by the array formations before we die. At worst, we'll just have to recuperate in bed for half a month. He only has an 8th stage life destruction cultivation. His wounds will definitely be worse than ours. That's right. Who cares about some wounds? We can't back down and lose our pressure on him. Several disciples spoke with true essence sound transmissions before coming to a unanimous agreement. As for Lu Yun, the corners of his lips twitched for a bit before he seemed to come to a great decision. He grit his teeth and said, "Fine. Open the 30th level and bring in the true battle puppets and vicious beasts. This is going to be a true fight." Chapter 1082, Easily Passing. Chapter 1082, Easily Passing. Lu Yun was aware of his own skills. He knew that it was impossible for him to pass the 30th level. As long as he wasn't too miserably injured and lasted until the end, then he would be fine. However, Lin Ming would be in a wretched state. He would inevitably be beaten until his bones were crushed, and he might even be crippled. The simulation was extremely dangerous. Although the transmission array would save one's life at the end, changes in a battle still occurred within the blink of an eye. It was normal for the weak to lose an arm or a leg. As Lu Yun thought of this, he grinned, a sinister light flickering in his eyes. When Yi Rosewater saw Lu Yun's smarmy smile, her eyes twitched. She didn't think that Lin Ming would lack all understanding of the simulation mystic realm and would dare to challenge the 30th level of difficulty so casually. She had wanted to give him some advice, but from Lin Ming's appearance he mostly wouldn't listen to her. She could only tell him, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, don't try to take the treasures, just wander around the edges, the pressure there is lesser too." Lu Yun said, "Senior apprentice sister Yi, what are you trying to speak to him for? He clearly won't listen to you. Open the array. You and senior apprentice brother White can manage the array formation." Yi Rosewater and White Mirrorjade were far stronger than the other direct disciples present. It was naturally appropriate for them to manage the array formation. All right. Yi Rosewater glanced at Lin Ming one final time before opening the array formation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The array formation opened. All of the disciples turned into beams of light that shot into the mystic realm. But Lin Ming's speed actually surpassed everyone present. Nice speed. However, in the simulation mystic realm, what matters is your strength. White Mirrorjade crossed his arms against his chest, a satisfied smile on his face. To him, the 30th level of difficulty wasn't anything at all. Bang bang bang! Sounds of fierce energy impacts were already sounding out from the simulation mystic realm. Lin Ming discovered that upon entering, he had been separated from everyone else. There were multiple parallel space layers in the simulation mystic realm. It was an incomparably complex area. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In front of Lin Ming, several dozen beams of light came shooting towards him. These were killing array beams. If he were hit by them, although it wouldn't injure him, it would still consume a great deal of his protective true essence. Lin Ming's feet turned as he stepped on golden rock, shattering the void. His figure instantly vanished, and those beams of light naturally struck nothing but empty air. But in that moment, with a loud roar, over a dozen ogre puppets rushed towards him, as well as various vicious beasts of the mystic realm. These vicious beasts had already died, but underneath the manipulation of the array formation, they were able to reproduce a part of their strength from when they were still alive. Grandma's space. Lin Ming didn't hold back. With the special arcane skill that Mo Evers now taught him, he was now able to hide all the energy fluctuations from his martial skills, and thus, he could use the Grand Mist space without scruples anymore. Ho! The gray Grand Mist space expanded outwards, immediately shrouding over the dozen-plus ogre puppets. The Grand Mist laws with the power to annihilate all matter began to rapidly disintegrate their bodies and the energy within them. Even though they had an extremely high defensive power, it seemed as if they had fallen into a quagmire and their reactions had become dull and slow. Die! Lin Ming swept out the Phoenix Blood Spear, and fire energy with the strength of manifestation gleamed on the spear edge. Wherever this spear went, ogre puppets would completely explode. These shattered bits would then completely break apart in the Grand Mist space, becoming a minuscule amount of elementary Grand Mist energy. Lin Ming killed over a dozen ogre puppets in a single move, each of them equal to an early divine sea martial artist. Yet, he didn't feel as if he had used any energy at all. After absorbing the dragon marrow, his endurance had been enhanced to an unbelievable degree. Before this, he had trouble displaying the Grand Mist space for an extended period of time, but now he could definitely use it for a time long enough that it could be considered a passive skill. Chasing thunder. Xiao. A purple light flashed and two vicious beasts were seared into charcoal by the power of thunder. As for Lin Ming, he took advantage of chasing thunder's extreme speed and rushed over a dozen miles away. Several divine killing lights of array formations flashed, but Lin Ming passed through the narrow gaps between them like a tiny fish in water. However, what he didn't expect was that after passing through the gap between the killing lights, several hundred knives would shoot out from hidden array formations. These knives were all scattered over a wide range, extremely accurate. They blocked every possible direction that Lin Ming could evade in. It can't be dodged. Lin Ming was surprised. This tricky and precise attack trajectory was actually quite exquisite. Moreover, these knives were sharpened with the energy of the array formation. If these knives were to strike an ordinary martial artist's protective true essence, they would tear through it like waste paper. No wonder those disciples had paled upon hearing the 30th level of difficulty. But to Lin Ming, none of this was a problem. He had several methods to block these sharp knives. Just as these hundreds of knives were about to strike Lin Ming, the gold battle spirit in his spiritual sea howled out. The gold battle spirit split into dozens of copies, each of them attaching to a knife and causing them all to come to an immediate stop. Then, like an escaping rabbit, Lin Ming passed through the openings of these knives. With the sound of metal crashing on metal, those knives were twisted into pieces after he passed them. Lin Ming didn't stop. He continued to hurtle forwards, sending out his senses at the same time to search his surroundings. The treasure in the simulation mystic realm could appear anywhere. There was no fixed position, and this position would also be hidden. This was to reproduce the situation within a divergent mystic realm. After all, when entering a mystic realm, nobody would be able to predict the locations of treasures. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming had thrust forth his spear countless times, each spear strike bringing down a puppet. In Carefree Island, even if there was a massive number of ogre corpses supplied from the mystic realm, an early divine sea puppet was still considerably valuable. It was impossible to always activate this sort of simulation smelting trial. And at the same time, in a different parallel space, Lu Yun fell into a bitter struggle with the simulation mystic realm's ogre puppet. If one didn't kill these puppets quickly enough, then more and more ogre puppets would be attracted to the fluctuations of energy from the battle. In the end, the trial challenger would fall into a complete siege of puppets and fail. Shit, only a quarter hour has passed, but this simulation mystic realm will last for a whole hour. That is 4/4 hours. If I can't find the treasure during this time, then that will be considered as a defeat. But I've already given up on the idea of seeking the treasure. What I have to do is last for 3/4 hours instead. Lu Yun estimated the time he could last depending on the rate he was consuming energy, and his complexion became ugly. This was the first time that he had attempted the 30th level of difficulty, and he discovered that he had underestimated it. Humph, the more difficult this is, the better it is. This is my test, a test to stimulate my physical strength to the limit. Moreover, that brat Lin Ming will surely be in a more miserable state than me. As Lu Yun thought of this, he brought forth more true essence and vigorously fought. After striking down a puppet, his eyes brightened. He discovered that there was a gap in the encirclement of ogre puppets. Chance! Lu Yun launched his movement technique and flushed through in a single go. In the process of breaking through, he could feel a puppet savagely slash at his back with sharp claws, causing blood to spill forth. An agonizing pain spread out. Lu Yun stiffly coughed and forcefully left the siege of ogre puppets. But at this time, dozens of sharp knives shot out at Lu Yun from hidden array formations, blocking all of his escape paths. Fuck! Lu Yun had rushed through this simulation mystic realm countless times, so he certainly knew how dangerous these knives that cut at all angles were. They were simply impossible to pass through. Lu Yun cried out and swung the heavy sword in his hand, knocking away 7 or 8 knives. Then, he lifted his hand and buried his head in his arms. He shrank his legs, found the area with the least amount of knives, and then rushed through that spot. Although he had a battle spirit, it was far from reaching the gold level, so he simply wasn't able to form a world of will projection. It was no problem for him to pour his battle spirit into ownerless objects, but for him to control these extremely sharp energy knives was impossible. Puff puff puff. Blood shot out. Lu Yun's protective true essence was pierced through as 3 knives stabbed into his arm, thigh, and stomach. His face became paler than paper, but for better or worse, no vital points had been pierced. After making it through this difficult pass, he did not turn back. Through paying the price of being wounded in several places, he had to escape these puppets that were chasing after him. And besides Lu Yun, the other disciples were in an even more pathetic state. Their strength was far inferior to Lu Yun's. A disciple using a saber was struck by a vicious beast puppet in the chest. The beast's horn gored the disciple, breaking several of his ribs and causing him to vomit a great mouthful of blood. The disciple crashed into the ground, his eyes filling with stars. But as he looked up, he could see the vicious beast lunging towards him. The disciple immediately cursed, "Fuck, my wounds are bad, so how come I haven't been transmitted out yet?" In Carefree Island's simulation mystic realm, one wasn't able to withdraw of their own initiative. Only when one was seriously injured or had lost the majority of their combat efficiency would they be sent out. This was to cut off all paths of retreat for the disciples and force them to their limits. After all, in a true divergent mystic realm, there was only life or death. As the disciple saw the vicious beast rush at him, he began to panic in abject fear. He didn't know what degree of wounds he would suffer at the claws of this beast. In the simulation mystic realm, there was no danger of true death. The disciple's thoughts stirred, and just as the beast was about to pounce on him, he gave a loud shout and slashed out with his saber. However, this saber was not aimed at the vicious beast, but at himself. If he fought the beast and was severely wounded in some vital spot, he might have to recuperate for half a month in bed. But, if he injured himself, he had a much firmer grasp of being able to recover quicker. Puff! Blood flew out. In the next moment, a light flashed and the disciple was kicked out of the simulation mystic realm. At this time, a quarter-hour had passed. Just as Lin Ming pierced through another vicious beast puppet, he suddenly perked up. A trace of a smile curved up his lips. He had found the position of the treasure. The treasure was hidden below a large, rolling hill. It seemed to be a type of earth-step miracle medicine. There are also array formations on the hill? But that's useless against me. Lin Ming's thoughts touched upon the heretical god Sprout. The power of thunder and fire erupted as he thrust his spear outwards. Penetrating rainbow! Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the hill completely blew apart. In the next moment, Lin Ming had already taken away the simulation treasure and had flown out of the flames and wreckage, headed straight towards the simulation mystic realm's exit. Chapter 1083, The Sad Brother Lu. Chapter 1083, The Sad Brother Lu. At this time, outside of the simulation mystic realm, White Mirror Jade and Yi Rosewater were both managing the array formation. Suddenly, the simulation mystic realm's array formation shuddered. Someone came out? Yi Rosewater said. Beside her, White Mirror Jade glanced at the time and faintly said, "There's no way it can be so fast. Someone is probably severely wounded and sent out. There are many of them that can't pass through the 30th level. Lasting for an hour is more than adequate." That should be right. Just as Yi Rosewater nodded, a light flashed and a bloodied Carefree Island disciple was sent out. White Mirror Jade's senses swept over the disciple's body. This disciple hadn't been injured too greatly. He would only need to spend a few days in bed. In the simulation mystic realm, as long as one didn't surpass their own limits and run into a great deal of bad luck, there wouldn't be any life-threatening injuries. Here. White Mirror Jade tossed out a recovery pill from his spatial ring, and the disciple caught it with a great deal of shame before swallowing it down. After getting into this sort of quarrel where his boasting had gotten him into such a situation, he certainly didn't have any face remaining. After this disciple appeared, the array formation continued to shake. Several more disciples were kicked out, all of them heavily injured. But to a high-level martial artist, as long as one didn't lost an arm or a leg, they would be able to fully recover with enough medicine. 2 quarter hours have passed. There's only 4 disciples that haven't been sent out yet. Lin Ming is in there, and besides him, everyone else is at the early Divine Sea realm, White Mirror Jade said, stroking his chin. His eyes flashed with a bright light, but there was also a faint imperceptible chill in this light. This Lin Ming's talent is quite good. I wonder just how long he'll be able to last for. If he can last as long as Lu Yun, that means his 8th stage life destruction cultivation is similar to an early Divine Sea genius. This sort of talent is even slightly better than junior apprentice Sister Yi of the past. As Yi Rosewater heard White Mirror Jade mention her, she didn't respond. She naturally remembered the speech that White Mirror Jade gave at the Council of Elders. Letting Lin Ming go here was the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain. At this time, the simulation mystic realm's entrance rocked once more, and a youth shot out like an arrow before slowly falling to the ground. White Mirror Jade's eyes widened. From this person's speed and steady movements, it seemed he hadn't been injured at all. In the simulation mystic realm, if one wasn't injured but also left before the allotted time, that meant they had completed their mission inside and had managed to obtain the simulation treasure. Lin Ming, you. Shock dawned on White Mirajade's face as he saw this youth's face. This youth was Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you completed the mission? Yi Rosewater was floored. She stared at Lin Ming in a daze. As for the martial artists that were recovering, they also stopped healing themselves and looked over at Lin Ming. Lin Ming slowly traced his spatial ring and took out some medicinal herbs that overflowed with rich origin energy. But after leaving the simulation mystic realm, these medicinal herbs began to rapidly lose their spirit energy before completely vanishing. The medicinal herbs also changed their appearance, turning into a single token with the word mystic written on it. This was truly the simulation treasure from the simulation mystic realm. He really completed it. Yi Rosewater's eyes widened. Although she knew that it wasn't impossible to finish the mission inside the simulation mystic realm and leave, as she saw Lin Ming pull out the simulation treasure with her own eyes, the shock was immense. Behind Yi Rosewater, the heavily wounded disciples all glanced at each other. They looked at their completely bruised and bloodied appearances, and then looked at Lin Ming's immaculate appearance. They felt as if they had been slapped again in front of everyone. They wished that they could turn into ants and sneak away into some dark, unseen corner. They had risked their lives and crazily fought inside, but the result was that they were kicked out, not lasting very long. But not only was Lin Ming not wounded, he even completed the mission. As they recalled themselves laughing at Lin Ming, all of them wanted to smash their heads into a wall and die. They were simply too ashamed to be seen in such a situation, especially in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming casually left the token on a table and looked up at Yi Rosewater. Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, I will return to my residence to train first. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, Yi Rosewater gulped at a loss for words. Like this, Lin Ming left. All of the injured disciples lowered their heads. It was only when Lin Ming completely left their sights did they let out a long sigh of relief. Because of their little argument from before, and the slight glance that Lin Ming had given them, all of them felt their faces burning red with shame. Now that he left, they finally began to relax. As for White Mirajade, he continued to stare at Lin Ming's back until his figure faded away. His eyes flashed with an icy light. How is this possible? This sort of talent is several times greater than me when I was at his level. Is this even human? White Mirajade slowly clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm. He felt a great and impending crisis creep over him. Lin Ming was simply an enigma. The birth of a true genius not only depended on their naturally born will, perception, martial talent, or even the struggle of their destiny. There was also the struggle of resources, background, and inheritances. Otherwise, no matter how talented a genius was, they would still be wasted if they weren't cultivated. For Lin Ming to grow to this step, White Mirajade would not believe that there wasn't some great influence supporting him from behind. But with such a great influence supporting him, why didn't they send a master to retrieve the 10 severing Dao fruit tree? The only reasoning was, White Mirajade's eyes shot up in realization. There was indeed some great influence behind Lin Ming, but that great influence must not know of the matter concerning the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. They simply weren't related to this whole debacle, and Lin Ming had come with his own private status to take back the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. After realizing this, White Mirajade became enlightened. If this were true, he didn't need to fear Lin Ming as Lin Ming hadn't grown up yet. But this might not be true in the future. This brat, if he is allowed to live, he'll absolutely become Carefree Island's enemy. The only chance is if he is given the 10 severing Dao fruit tree, but that is impossible. White Mirajade thought, lost in his ideas. At this time, 3/4 hours had already passed. There was only a 1/4 hour until the 1-hour time limit was over, and the 3 early Divine Sea martial artists were actually still persisting inside. After a small period of time, when there was only an incense stick of time left until the end of the smelting trial, The simulation mystic realm shook once again, and two bruised and bloodied figures were shot out in succession. Neither of these two were Lu Yun. These two disciples had both reached their limit. Right after leaving the mystic realm, they fell into a half-unconscious state. Yi Rosewater hurried up to help heal them. These two were considered quite good. They had nearly lasted until the smelting trial ended. They didn't look around before starting to heal themselves. Before long, the sand in the hourglass completely flowed through, signaling the end of the smelting trial. Who? The last person, Lu Yun, was kicked out by the array formation. His entire body was dyed in blood and his hair was ruined. He had consumed over 90% of his true essence, and was only managing to support himself with a single breath. However, this sort of smelting trial, where he had to walk on the thin edge of life or death, was also greatly beneficial to him. He held himself up. Although his entire body was racked in pain and he was exhausted to the extreme, he was still filled with joy and vigor. Ha ha! 1 hour! I finally made it to the end. Ha! Lu Yun was clearly the strongest of everyone present. When the other two martial artists came out, they didn't even have the strength to speak, but he was still able to stand and laugh out loud. Haha, a man's potential is truly squeezed out when they reach their limit. I relied on my own will to last until the end. This feels awesome. Lu Yun bellowed, his voice spreading out far and wide. However, as he didn't hear the returning praise and exclaim, he felt something was off. He looked around and saw that the other disciples were all far more heavily injured than he was, and they had also been sent out ahead of time. They clearly hadn't managed to make it to the end. Even so, they were all looking at him with a strange light in their eyes. Even White Mirror Jade and Yi Rosewater were doing so. What are you looking at? Where's Lin Ming? Why don't I see that brat here? I want to see just how miserable he was beat up after arrogantly challenging the 30th level, hee. After looking around and not seeing Lin Ming, Lu Yun wasn't happy at all. In order for his success story to be complete, he naturally needed a beaten-up Lin Ming to gloat over and serve as contrast. But Lin Ming actually wasn't here at all. He already left. A recovering disciple couldn't help but say as he saw Lu Yun's happy appearance. Left? Were his wounds so great he had to be lifted away to be treated? Lu Yun frowned. If Lin Ming had been carried away, how could he still show off? The several injured disciples glanced at each other, none of them knowing what to say. They could be considered as being on Lu Yun's team, and now that they saw Lu Yun making a complete clown of himself, none of them had the heart to be cruel and tell him the truth. At this time, Yi Rosewater glared at Lu Yun and snapped out, Lin Ming wasn't injured. He completed the mission and decided not to wait for you, so he left ahead of time. Eh? Lu Yun froze where he was. After some time, he jumped up. What? Lu Yun's eyes suddenly widened like two plates. What sort of joke are you playing? How can that be possible? I have no interest in joking around with you. Look over there and see for yourself. Do you recognize that? Yi Rosewater testily said and pointed to the token on the table after being questioned by Lu Yun. No longer bothering to speak, she turned and left. As for White Mirror Jade, he let out a long sigh and patted Lu Yun's shoulder, no longer speaking. But it was clear what this shoulder pat meant. This was impossible. Brother Lu, it's true. Several injured life destruction disciples said after White Mirror Jade left. All of them had morose expressions like their mothers and fathers had died. Lin Ming left after half an hour, not injured at all. He didn't seem as if he had used any energy at all. He laid the token on the table and left. We all saw it with our own eyes. Brother Lu, don't be sad. Chapter 1084 Resource Struggle. Chapter 1084 Resource Struggle. Everything that occurred within the simulation mystic realm, all of the fighting and chaos, fell into Mo. Riverbliss's eyes. when she saw Lin Ming form a force field space around him that was able to shield against all attacks and even twist apart the iron bodies of the puppets, she was startled. What sort of force field is that could be so powerful? Mo Riverbliss was naturally referring to Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. There were an infinite number of force fields, and a martial artist could even form their own unique force field, so not recognizing this one was normal. What Mo Riverbliss was surprised at was that the quality of Lin Ming's force field was extremely high. Mo Evers now hesitated for a moment and ultimately told everything that happened to Lin Ming in the Road of Emperor to Mo Riverbliss. Towards Mo Riverbliss that had watched over and taken care of her growing up, Mo Evers now had complete trust. What did you say? Empyrean Primordius? Grandmiss Space? What Lin Ming used just now was the Primordius martial intent? Mo Riverbliss was alarmed. If Mo Evers now didn't tell her this, she would never have recognized it. Empyrean Primordius had disappeared 100,000 years ago, and at that time Mo Riverbliss wasn't even famous. Even before Empyrean Primordius was missing, he had gone into a semi-reclusive state. The time when he shook the divine realm and conquered its heroes had been millions or even tens of millions of years ago. At that time, Mo Riverbliss hadn't even been born. Thinking about it even further, even the old Holy Lord of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands hadn't been born yet back then. Mo Riverbliss only ever heard stories and tales about a legendary figure like Empyrean Primordius. These stories only mentioned the Grand Mist Space. As for what the Grand Mist Space was, she had no idea. If Mo Evers now didn't tell her, she would never have realized this. Mo Evers now said, what Lin Ming comprehended is not the complete Primordius martial intent, but only a part of it, the heavenly demon martial intent. Only a part? Mo Riverbliss's eyelids trembled. The legends say that the complete Primordius martial intent is divided into 3 parts. They're the heavenly demon martial intent, heavenly mortal martial intent, and heavenly god martial intent. Demon, mortal, god, when all 3 are combined, that is the complete Primordius martial intent. This martial intent is considered an extremely high-ranked ability even amongst all the different transcendent divine mights. Mo Riverbliss stood up, revealing a thoughtful expression. She whispered, unbelievable, to think that Lin Ming obtained the inheritance of Empyrean Primordius is simply unbelievable. Mo Riverbliss's expression was complex. She was incomparably clear as to what an Empyrean was. That was an existence that truly stood at the very peak of the divine realm. Once one reached the boundary of an Empyrean, they no longer bothered with the general affairs of the divine realm. In their opinion, even if 2 great worlds of the divine realm were to wage war against each other, that would simply be nothing but a little squabble. What they wholeheartedly searched for was the great Tao, and to find the clues to eternal, everlasting life. To the martial artists of the divine realm, they were the true divine gods that could not be touched. If it weren't for Mo Evers now telling her, Mo Riverbliss would never have known about the fight between Empyreans 100,000 ago. It was even more impossible to think that Empyreans would battle in some place like the lower realms and not the divine realm. Between Empyreans, just why would they fight? And a life-or-death war at that. It was hard to imagine what existed in this universe that was worth them desperately risking their lives for. Was it a treasure on the level of the magic cube? The old Holy Lord of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was able to keep the magic cube because the existence of the magic cube was a secret to begin with. Very few people knew about it. Even the allies of Tianmingzi only knew the name of the magic cube when they helped assault the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. As for what it was, they weren't sure. Everything that Mo Riverbliss knew about the magic cube and how valuable it was had all been speculated by the old Holy Lord. But Mo Riverbliss was not able to fully confirm any of this. She had no choice but to wonder, could even something like the magic cube cause Empyrean-level masters to fight in a life-or-death war? Of course, a war between Empyreans was not something that Mo Riverbliss could imagine or even ask about. Perhaps only Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Thunder Punishment, who had both participated in that war 100,000 years ago, would know these secrets. However, if Lin Ming could obtain Empyrean Primordius inheritance, in comparison, the Verdant Feather Holy Land's inheritances were actually somewhat pale and weak. After thinking of this, Mo Riverbliss's impression towards Lin Ming underwent a great change. "Auntie, do you still plan on testing Lin Ming?" Mo Evers now asked. She had thought for some time before revealing this matter to Mo Riverbliss. It wasn't that she didn't believe Mo Riverbliss was untrustworthy, but rather that this matter was far too significant and the less people that were aware of it the better. In the end, she told Mo Riverbliss because she wanted her aunt to trust Lin Ming more. Mo Riverbliss was lost in thought for some time. She said, "Although you said that Lin Ming stumbled into Empyrean Primordius inheritance and obtained it in a mystic realm, for such a character like Empyrean Primordius, even if he perished, his inheritance is still not something the average person could ever hope of laying their hands on. It could be said that Lin Ming is the designated descendant of Empyrean Primordius. For him to obtain this inheritance, that might even be faintly part of the calculations that Empyrean Primordius made so long ago. Since Lin Ming is the descendant chosen by Empyrean Primordius, I truly do not have the qualifications to test him. Compared to an Empyrean, even our Verdant Feather Holy Lands is not worth mentioning. Little Snow, don't blame Auntie for being so stingy. The issue is that the 10 Severing Dao Fruit True is equally significant to Carefree Island, so I had to carefully consider it. Moreover, Carefree Island is also experiencing extremely difficult troubles. The disciples of Carefree Island are being suppressed in the divergent mystic realm by the joint forces of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan. Now, the lifeline of our resources is in an increasingly tenuous position. If Carefree Island loses the 10 Severing Dao Fruit and Lin Ming cannot grow within the next 1,000 years, Carefree Island will truly be in danger. Let alone becoming a holy land, even maintaining our current status will be dangerous. If I make any mistakes, the chess piece your grandfather placed down with so much effort will lose all of its value. Occult Bone Clan? Splinter Soul Mountain? Mo Evers now asked, surprised. Who are they? They are Carefree Island's rivals and enemies. The sea area that our Carefree Island is located in is named the Red Desolate Sea. This name originates from the divergent mystic realm hidden beneath the seabed, the entrance to the Red Desolate mystic realm. As for Carefree Island, the Occult Bone Clan, and Splinter Soul Mountain, they are the 3 great influences that exist in the Red Desolate Sea. In the Red Desolate mystic realm, there is all sorts of raw medicinal herbs, ores, and other types of resources. Although these resources aren't considered too precious, there's an extremely large quantity of them, so this divergent mystic realm is the greatest source of resources for our 3 sections. Tens of thousands of years ago, the 3 sects were small and weak. In order to maintain control over the Red Desolate Sea and the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, the 3 sects joined together to combat outside enemies. At that time, even though the relations between the sects were volatile, they were still relatively harmonious. But as the years progressed and the 3 sects developed, growing larger and larger, there inevitably appeared the ambition to rule over the entire Red Desolate Sea. If one sect could rule of the entire Red Desolate Sea and also absorb the other 2 sects, in another 10,000 years of growth, it is absolutely possible to become an upper-level Holy Land. The relations between the 3 sects began to gradually worsen. Because Carefree Island has the support of the 10 Severing Dao Fruit Tree, our growth is the fastest of the 3 sects, and now we are only a bit away from becoming a true Holy Land. The other 2 sects were threatened by this, so they joined forces to suppress us. At the start they merely played their games behind the scenes, but now they have already blatantly revealed their intentions. This is especially true in the competition for resources in the red desolate mystic realm. Every time rivers of blood flow through the mystic realm. Although Carefree Island's red desolate mystic realm and the four God-Beast clans' God-Beast mystic realm were both places that supplied resources, they were extremely different. In the God-Beast mystic realm, there were extremely few resources, but once these resources were found, their value would inevitably be enormous. There were even some shocking heavenly materials that would move the heart of a world king. Correspondingly, the dangers in this mystic realm were extremely high, and it was also suitable as a smelting trial location for disciples. But the red desolate mystic realm was the complete opposite. There was an immeasurable amount of resources. Here were endless wilds with raw medicinal materials and large swathes of mineral resources. As long as one went in with the intention of gathering materials, they wouldn't even need to look. They could just turn around and gather up a massive amount of resources. However, the value of these resources was relatively low. An extreme talent wouldn't be interested in these resources, but they were actually very important to a sect. Carefree Island had countless disciples, and all of them required the support of resources. In a sense, the red desolate mystic realm was like a mine, and the disciples that entered this mystic realm were the miners. As long as the location was a divergent mystic realm, it would be separated from the divine realm by a space barrier. The higher cultivation a martial artist had, the more difficult it was for them to pass through. There weren't many dangers in the red desolate mystic realm to begin with, so one only needed to send out revolving core-level disciples to gather resources and some divine sea realm martial artists to protect against the mystic realm ogres. However, because of the fighting between the three sects, Carefree Island had no choice but to send more and more divine sea disciples. At the start it had been purely about gathering resources, now it had become a proxy war. However, in order to send a divine sea disciple, that required a massive amount of violet sunstones. As it stood, Carefree Island was now stuck in a very difficult position. Carefree Island's reserves of violet sunstones certainly couldn't keep up with the combined reserves of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. Because of this, Carefree Island now held a tremendous disadvantage in the red desolate mystic realm. On the other hand, it was impossible for a true war to break out between the three sections. If there was truly a war in which the sects tried to annihilate each other, the red desolate sea might be swallowed up by some outside influence instead. Weakening Carefree Island's foundation through the red desolate mystic realm was the most effective way to handle things. As Mo Evers now understood this, she thought about it for a moment, then said, "So this is what Auntie was worried about. I have a proposal. Next time, allow Lin Ming to escort the group in. His cultivation isn't high, so it won't cost much to send him through. His combat strength is obscenely high." Mo Riverbliss frowned. Lin Ming is only at the 8th stage of life destruction. Although his strength surpasses an early divine sea genius, in the divergent mystic realm, when a true battle starts, even a late divine sea martial artist could appear. When an all-out slaughter breaks out, even characters like Yi Rosewater and White Mirrorjade will join the fray. Although these resources are important, an extreme talent has no price. If Lin Ming perishes because of this, the loss will be far too great. Mo Riverbliss certainly placed importance on the man that Mo Evers now chose. She had only personally seen Lin Ming's performance in the simulation mystic realm. It would be no problem at all for him to become a Holy Lord-level character in the future. To send such a genius out into a divergent mystic realm was too risky. But Mo Evers now smiled and said, "Auntie, there is no need for you to worry. There is absolutely no problem. Moreover, to Lin Ming, this is a rare opportunity to temper himself." Chapter 1085 Traitor. Chapter 1085 Traitor. In the early morning of Carefree Pavilion, the heaven and earth origin energy was especially rich. The faint, rising mist and the light of dawn flooded the mountain valley. The scenery was like a paradise on earth, with thick spirit energy that could extend the life of a mortal by 100 years just by drinking it. In Free Ming Pavilion, Lin Ming was completely immersed within the spirit spring, naked. Water flowed into his mouth and nose, throughout his entire body and out his pores, a faint trace of essence staying behind in his body. Currently, Lin Ming's foundation had already reached an unbelievably solid degree. In truth, if he wanted to and decided to give up the path of dual body and energy cultivation and solely focus on the essence gathering system, he wouldn't need any heavenly materials to break into Ninefall. If he further decided to give up perceiving the laws, he could easily rely on his own passive accumulation and break into the Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, and even Divine Lord Realm with utter ease and speed. But this would also be where he stopped. He would encounter another bottleneck, one he wouldn't able to pass. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't choose to do something like that. The path he chose was a difficult one full of pitfalls and traps. He needed to consume a massive amount of resources and time in order to continue on this road, but if he did, his future achievements would be endless. Lin Ming. As Lin Ming was bathing in the spirit spring, a pleasant voice sounded out in his ears. It was Mo Evers now. Lin Ming opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, clothes wrapped around his body, and he jumped up from the spirit spring. Miss Mo. Light flashed and the white-clothed Mo Evers now appeared in front of Lin Ming. For these past days, Mo Evers now stayed at Carefree Palace. Lin Ming, Auntie has already agreed to give you the 10 sovereign Dao fruit tree. In addition, she will also give you 500 million violent sunstones. However, she only needs you to do a little favor for her first. In the Divine Realm, violet sunstones were one of the main types of currency. Besides acting as a power source, the other main reason was that they were used to open up transmission arrays for divergent mystic realms. Divergent mystic realms happened to be a great source of resources and status for many sects in the Divine Realm. As long as one had enough violet sunstones, they could purchase many valuable things in all the various city squares and auction houses of the Divine Realm. Miss Mo, please feel free to speak. Mo Evers now reiterated her conversation with Mo Riverbliss in Carefree Palace to him, and Lin Ming immediately agreed. In his mind, he felt nothing but grateful toward Mo Evers now. Without Mo Evers now helping him pass his difficult early days, Lin Ming would likely still be at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He would never have seen or experienced such a vast world. Of course, in return, Mo Evers now was also grateful toward Lin Ming. Although the time that the two truly met was very short, the trust between them was actually very strong and reliable. 2 days later, in the Red Desolate Sea territory, news spread out of Carefree Island exchanging their spare resources for a massive amount of violet sun stones. For a divergent mystic realm, the more disciples that were sent and the higher their cultivation was, the more violet sun stones needed to activate the transmission array. If Carefree Island exchanged a great number of their sect's reserve resources for violet sun stones, that undoubtedly meant they were about to make a massive move. At this time, in the Red Desolate Sea, there was a spirit island. In a beautiful mountain valley of this island, there was a gushing hot spring. The waters of this hot spring carried a faint hint of red that smelled like blood. But it was different from the viscous and coppery tang of blood. Rather, it tasted refreshing and smooth, just like a wonderfully aged wine. Within this light red spirit spring, there were over a dozen young women wearing veils that were playfully frolicking about. Each one of them was slender with round waists and perfect bottoms, completely proportional to their heart. Not just that, but at the edges of their flirtatious crescent eyes, there was a thin layer of scales. It was clear they weren't pure-blooded humans. Between these young women, there were 4 tall and burly young men. Their bodies were wrapped in solid muscles, and there was not a single hair on their bodies. They had strange runes carved onto their head, and also a pair of small horns. They were young disciples of the occult Bone Clan. The occult Bone Clan focused on the laws of life, and especially the concept of flesh and blood. They primarily trained through double cultivation. The disciples of their clan indulged in all the sensual pleasures of life. The men and women would slowly enlighten themselves on the mysteries of life through endless amounts of sex. In addition, their natures were gluttonous. This sort of gluttony was not referring to sex, but to eating up all types of heavenly materials. They would even eat metal ores to further perfect their living bodies and perceive the laws of life. As they said, appetite for food and sex was natural. The most primal desires of life were to reproduce and eat, and the occult Bone Clan believed that these 2 points were the most essential characteristics of life. Only by displaying these 2 sorts of desires to the extreme could one become aware of the source rules of life. A young man hugged a pretty young girl that swam up to him to his chest and began to knead his arms all over her body. He said, "I heard that Carefree Island is exchanging for a massive amount of violet sun stones. Those fellows, are they planning to send out a large number of disciples to the red desolate mystic realm to rigorously gather materials?" This young man's name was Gongyang Bonesmash. The occult Bone Clan had their own language, so their names sounded a bit crude and strange in the common language of the divine realm. I think they are frightened by us, so they're now sending out more disciple to help guard the mining of resources. They don't want us to kill them and steal everything again. Soon, another occult Bone Clan disciple had the beautiful young woman in his chest quaking with moans of pleasure. Each one of their clansmen were considered masters in bed. Because they were skilled in the laws of life, they all had an intricate understanding in what actions to take. They could cause a woman to be far more sensitive and aroused. Not only was this pleasing them on a physical level, but also stimulating them on a spiritual level. They were even able to form true essence tentacles to directly stimulate a woman's fires of life, making their desire and climax reach the peak of pleasure. It had to be known that these women were all captives the occult Bone Clan stole away from the Jadescale Clan branch of the Fey race. There were even some women with a noble status, and some of them even had a faint hint of the royal bloodline. From the start, they had resisted with all of their will. However, due to the stimulating technique from the occult Bone Clan's disciples, their bodies and minds were slowly worn away before finally fading to nothing. These captives naturally turned into drones that lost nearly all of their personality, becoming nothing but slaves to their own sexual pleasures. Because of this, the sects, clans, and families that had many beautiful women but were also not too strong avoided the occult Bone Clan like a nest of vipers. I don't think that's necessarily true. Although the red desolate mystic realm is rich in resources, the amount one can gather in a single time is limited. Moreover, no matter what boundary the martial artists are at, there usually isn't too much of a difference in the amount of resources they can gather. Sending revolving core realm disciples into the red desolate mystic realm is the most cost-effective method. The harvests will be the highest. Low-stage life destruction disciples that enter will barely be able to make up for their costs. As for high-stage life destruction and divine sea realm disciples, their losses are great. If they send too many divine sea disciples and too few revolving core disciples, they'll be unable to recoup the cost. I think that Carefree Island is planning to gather a massive amount of resources in a single go. They will likely send out several thousand revolving core disciples and 100 or so divine sea disciples, enough so that they will only need to go gather resources once. And the more divine sea disciples they send, the more difficult it will be for us to attack them. They want to engage us in a war of resources. Haha. Carefree Island is wealthy, but our occult Bone Clan isn't much worse. On top of that, we have an ally in Splinter Soul Mountain. With 2 against 1, there is no way they can win. Since they want to compete with us in resources, let's see just who can send out more and stronger divine sea disciples. Well said. I also can't wait to start this battle. I'm interested in studying the flesh and blood of those geniuses. Ah! Gong-Yong Bone Smash wantonly laughed and suddenly thrust up his pelvis, entering deep into the body of the woman on him and causing her to scream. While the occult Bone Clan was discussing the situation, something similar was also occurring at Splinter Soul Mountain. But what was different was that an unexpected visitor had come to Splinter Soul Mountain. This stranger wore a demon mask. He was tall, with muscles wrapping around his body like the claws of a dragon. He stood on the ledge of a sea cliff. Below him, the tides beat against the reef, causing salt water to splash into the air. In front of this demon-masked man, there were two youths wearing cloaks. Their cloaks were long and tattered, and they floated in the air, as though they didn't weigh anything at all. Because of the cover of their cloaks, one couldn't see their feet. Looking closely made one doubt that they even had feet. These two youths were both as pale as death. One of the youth's lips lifted up. The expression was strange. It was hard to tell if this was a smile or a twitch. So you're saying that Carefree Island really is planning on entering the Red Desolate Mystic Realm to gather reserve resources? If I understand this correctly, does this mean they are trying to stir up a war between the young disciples of our three sects? This youth's name was Soul Thousand Mile. He was a core disciple of Splinter Soul Mountain. His voice was thin and sharp and also grating to the ears. The war was provoked by you lot to begin with. A struggle of the three sects will only allow someone to profit from the chaos, the demon-masked man coldly said. His voice was hard to hear, and there was also some faint underlying meaning to his words. He turned toward Carefree Island. Hee, did I hear wrong? The disciples of Carefree Island do have the right to say that, but you do not. If it weren't for this war, how would Xiao Yanyu, the one with the qualifications to struggle with you for the throne of the Island Master, have died in the Red Desolate Mystic Realm? At that time we received some anonymous information. I think it was a detailed list of the laws that Xiao Yanyu excelled in as well as his weaknesses. Thinking about it, weren't you the one that provided this information, Brother Mirror Jade? The demon-masked man suddenly froze. Because of the mask, one couldn't see his expression, but the temperature around him suddenly fell. His voice became extremely grim. Don't speak such nonsense or you'll lose your life. Consider it done. I was just casually speaking. So, what did you come for this time around? Don't tell me you came to deliver information that we already knew. Soul Thousand Mile chuckled. Combined with his pallid face, this sort of humorous laugh left one feeling faintly scared. It wasn't some great secret that Carefree Island was purchasing violet sunstones, and the use of violet sunstones was transparent. Although those from Splinter Soul Mountain were only guessing, this guess was more or less correct. Moreover, when Carefree Island truly decided to enter the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, the other two sects would be able to feel the fluctuations coming from the portal of the divergent Mystic Realm. From these fluctuations, one would even be able to judge just how great the scale of people that Carefree Island was sending through was. Chapter 1086. The Eight Inner Hidden Gates, the Sixth Gate. Chapter 1086. The Eight Inner Hidden Gates, the Sixth Gate. The demon-masked man was silent for a moment. He finally said, I've come here today to inform you about a top genius of Carefree Island. The degree of his talent far surpasses even that of Yi Rosewater, but his cultivation is only at the 8th stage of life destruction. Without accident, in just several hundred years, he will grow to a degree that can give Splinter Soul Mountain a headache of problems. If he is allowed to grow for 1,000 years, he will even be able to shake the foundations of Splinter Soul Mountain. Here is information on him. This time, he should also be participating during this entry of the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. You should all know what to do next. He flung a jade slip into Soul Thousand Mile's hand. Kiki. Soul Thousand Mile licked his lips as he swept his sense through the jade slip. The first thing that caught his attention was an energy projection image of Lin Ming. 8th stage life destruction? Is Carefree Island really so poor that they're out of soldiers? They are even sending such a talented disciple with a low cultivation into the red desolate mystic realm and not waiting for him to grow up. Aren't they afraid that he'll die there? Haha, it looks like Carefree Island is really desperate. They're taking such drastic measures. It's like they want to bring this fight to an end. It seems it's do or die for them, another Splinter Soul Mountain disciple echoed. At this time, the demon-masked man coldly humphed and said, "You think Carefree Island's decision-makers are fools? Although I've listed Lin Ming's information, that is only the strength that he has shown. As for what the limits of his strength are, no one knows, not even me. I advise you all to not underestimate him, otherwise you will surely pay a steep price. The information is already written in the jade slip, so you can pore through it yourself. I can only say that this person is my enemy, so you do not need to worry that this information is false." Haha, don't worry. We're both clear about how moral and just Brother Mirajade's character is. Soul Thousand Mile emphasized the words moral and just, clearly mocking White Mirajade. He wasn't saying that White Mirajade was a righteous man that wouldn't give wrong information, but that White Mirajade had too many ambitions and wouldn't tolerate anyone to threaten his ambitions, so his information wouldn't be wrong. As he spoke up to hear, Soul Thousand Mile seemed to think of something else. A playful smile crossed his face. "You know, Brother Mirajade, it seems as if you aren't doing too well in Carefree Island. You seem to always be pushed aside and your status is constantly under threat. How about you join my Splinter Soul Mountain instead? Our Splinter Soul Mountain has extremely advanced studies into the soul. In fact, in that aspect alone we can be considered at the top of the true martial great world. If we pay a great enough price and help you increase the strength of your divine soul, your talent will absolutely rise." "You sure spout enough crap," the demon-masked man icily said. Soul Thousand Mile stiffened, about to burst with anger, but at that moment the demon-masked man's entire body combusted into flames. Before long, he turned into a giant conflagration. All of these flames came from the body of the masked man. Moreover, the temperature was extremely high. It easily burnt the demon-masked man to ashes. As Soul Thousand Mile looked at the remains of the demon-masked man, he shook his head. "He's too careful. He never sends his main body here, and every time before leaving he will immolate himself and turn himself into ashes without clues left behind." The disciple beside Soul Thousand Mile spoke up. "Of course he has to be careful. Not only does he have to guard against his identity being exposed to Carefree Island, but he even has to watch out for us ambushing him and capturing him. No one will believe this type of person. Even we aren't exactly sure of his true identity. With the available information and his motives, I can approximate that he is White Mirajade. But as for evidence, we don't have any. It should be more or less correct. Although he can hide his appearance, he can't hide his motivations. Not just that, but the information he's given us is so detailed. It's not what the average disciple can provide. So who else could it be? This person really goes to extreme lengths to achieve his goals. He's even willing to betray his own sect without an ounce of hesitation. Humph, what does it matter if he betrays his sect? Even if Carefree Island is suffering setbacks in the red desolate mystic realm, they will only be weakened and slowly diminished to an upper 8th grade sect. It's impossible for the likes of them to truly be exterminated. This simply doesn't have any effect on White Mirajade. In any case, his only goal is to become Island Master. As for whether Carefree Island is a 9th grade holy land or an 8th grade sect, that's not as important as him becoming Island Master. If you had to choose, would you rather become a minion of a peak sect? Or the sovereign of a lower grade sect? Soul Thousand Mile rhetorically asked. The disciple nodded. That sounds about right. Being a sovereign would feel much better. As the two Splinter Soul Mountain disciples were discussing, on Carefree Island within a secret seclusion chamber, White Mirror Jade opened his eyes. Humph, those two fellows keep trying to use words to probe my status, as if they are already completely sure about who I am. Humph, what a waste of time. They want to find my weak spot and use it to threaten me, but what a pity, they will never find any evidence. These puppets were made many years ago, and also found by me in a secret depository deep underneath the seabed of the Red Desolate Sea. After I use them to pass on a message, I immediately destroy them. Even if these puppets are caught, there is no evidence on them to indicate they are related to me, because they simply don't come from Carefree Island, and the method of manufacturing them isn't related to Carefree Island in any way. White Mirror Jade thought to himself as he stood up, Lin Ming, to think that you would refuse the road to heaven and rush through the gates of hell instead. If you are on Carefree Island, I wouldn't dare to move against you, but since you want to join in on the war between the three sects, you should also be aware that there are no eyes in battle. Who can be blamed if you die in all the chaos? As White Mirror Jade thought of this, a sinister smile flashed across his face. He didn't leave his seclusion chamber but instead closed his eyes and continued to meditate. This war was likely to be spread over a wide area with rivers of blood flowing. He had to maintain his peak state, otherwise even he might perish in the mystic realm. As for White Mirror Jade's information, in truth he hadn't betrayed Carefree Island. He had only pointed out Lin Ming so that his chances of living in the chaotic battle would be much smaller. Of course, if Splinter Soul Mountain was really useless, White Mirror Jade wouldn't mind hiding in some secret place and helping them kill off Lin Ming. Although he was one large boundary and another 4 small boundaries of cultivation above Lin Ming, he still wouldn't lower his guard. For Lin Ming to grow to such a degree, his life must inevitably be extremely tough. Those that plotted against Lin Ming might find their plans bouncing back on them instead. Moreover, the high-level figures of Carefree Island had an extremely ambiguous attitude toward Lin Ming. This also caused White Mirror Jade to have all sorts of doubts. As White Mirror Jade was training, Lin Ming was also in training. As for the area where he was training, that was in Carefree Palace's mystic realm space. This entire space was like a boundless field of flowers, as if it were a sunny and breezy spring day. But high above him was actually a vast expanse of stars with distant celestial bodies. It was like he was in a field of green wilderness floating within the boundless universe. In front of Lin Ming, a dragon bone floated, faintly glowing with an azure light. Although this dragon bone weighed more than a mountain range, this space had no gravity, so it easily floated where it was. At this time, Lin Ming went into seclusion to open up the 6th of the 8 inner hidden gates. The Gate of View. The Gate of View was located in his back and was in charge of defense. After opening it, Lin Ming's defense would rise to another level. But the truth was that in comparison to the defensive power gained from opening the Gate of View, the defensive power that he gained from absorbing the dragon bone would actually be much greater. Once he fused the dragon bone essence into his own skeleton, his bones would become tougher than a top-grade saint artifact. By absorbing the dragon bone, Lin Ming's ability to resist attacks would undergo a qualitative leap. In addition to his terrifying endurance and regenerative ability, even if Lin Ming stood still and allowed martial artists at his boundary to attack him, in all likelihood, they wouldn't even be able to harm him. Mo Evers now stood next to the dragon bone like an otherworldly fairy. And beside her was another woman. This woman had white temples and her face was etched with the passing of the years. One could see from her appearance that she had also once been an outstanding beauty. This woman was Mo Eversnow's aunt, Mo Riverbliss. Absorbing the dragon bone was an extremely long and vast project. In the God-Beast mystic realm, the Azura King had obtained the dragon bone for a very long time already. Even so, it had only managed to absorb half of the dragon marrow. As for the dragon bone itself, It wasn't able to do anything to it because absorbing the dragon bone was simply too difficult. The dragon bone was different from dragon marrow. For such a massive dragon bone, there was simply no way Lin Ming could swallow it. His only chance was to refine the dragon bone into its purest essence and fuse with it that way. But the ancient azure dragon was a god beast of the primitive, archaic times. Even if its main body had died for countless hundreds of millions of years, its bones weren't something that an ordinary person could refine. Wasn't wanting to refine its essence easier said than done? This dragon bone also couldn't be exposed to the world. Lin Ming hadn't even dared to take it out in the ancient Phoenix clan. He wasn't able to show it to his master Hua Violent Stone, much less others. If he didn't have an expert like Hua Violent Stone to help him, he could only rely on Mo Evers now using the power of laws to slowly refine the essence of the dragon bone. This was an extremely inefficient way of doing it. But now things were different. There was Mo Riverbliss. Her strength was at a half-step world king. She was stronger than Hua Violent Stone, and even the current patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. Mo Riverbliss stood in front of the dragon bone and looked it over. She glanced at Lin Ming, a glorious light shining in her eyes once more. I never imagined that such a great lucky chance would be found by you. In the past, if I had this dragon bone, my father's soul injuries would have been healed and the verdant feather holy lands would not have ended up in such a state. Lin Ming bowed. I'll have to bother Senior Mo. I am very thankful for your help. Lin Ming knew that refining the dragon bone essence was not a simple matter. It would consume a great deal of origin energy and strength. This was not a minor favor. Mo Riverbliss dismissively waved her hands. There's no need to thank me. If it weren't for you, little Snow would still be sleeping in the magic cube. Perhaps I would have passed away without ever being able to see her again. I will certainly keep this graciousness in my mind. Compared to that, what can refining this piece of dragon bone be considered? If you can help rebuild my verdant feather holy lands in the future, you will truly become the great benefactor of my Mo family. I fear I won't be able to ever repay such a benevolence in my lifetime. But at that time, I also fear that you won't need my favors anymore. As Mo Riverbliss spoke, she waved her hand and a three-legged furnace flew out from her spatial ring, growing larger and larger. The furnace sent out a strong suction force that covered the supreme dragon bone. On the other hand, the supreme dragon bone began to shrink, until it was finally completely sucked into the furnace. Lin Ming looked on from the side. This was actually a spirit artifact-level treasure, and was even a first-class existence amongst all spirit artifacts. Chapter 1087 A Dragon Bone Relics. Chapter 1087 A Dragon Bone Relic. After Mo Riverbliss received the supreme dragon bone, she formed dozens of seals and sent them out. In the blink of an eye, the space around her and the spirit artifact furnace was isolated from the outside. A strange space barrier came falling down. On the walls of this space barrier, there were countless faint traces, as if they were made of water. Lin Ming recognized that these were the traces of the time laws. Mo Riverbliss sectioned off a space around her using the power of the time laws, in order to speed up the passage of time. Looking at the fluctuations of energy coming from the patterns, he estimated that the time inside was a few dozen times faster. In other words, 1 day outside would mean around 1 month inside. From this, Lin Ming could see that refining the dragon bone essence was more difficult than he had imagined. Even with the assistance of Mo Riverbliss, it would still take a long time. Accelerating time couldn't be considered some profound use of the concept of time. Geniuses of large sects didn't use this to train often, they would only occasionally use it for specific circumstances. This was mainly because accelerating the time within wouldn't extend one's life. If 10 years passed inside the isolated time space, one would age 10 years. There wasn't much meaning in doing this. Another reason was that there would also be slight distortions in the laws due to the different flow of time, and meditating in there on the laws would have minor errors. Doing this for a short period of time was okay, but meditating on these distorted laws for an extended period of time wouldn't provide any benefits. As Mo Riverbliss was refining the dragon bone, Mo Evers now turned to Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, I've said that the essence gathering system and the body transformation system are two inherently contradictory cultivation systems. This is particularly true in the life destruction realm. To dual cultivate body and energy is to defy the will of the heavens. If you absorb half of this dragon bone and also open the sixth of the 8 inner hidden gates, the difficulties you will face in crossing Ninefall will rise to yet another level. You must be aware of this." "I understand. And also, this dragon bone is 1,000 feet long and is as heavy as a mountain range. Even if the essence is refined from it, there's no way for you to fully absorb it. I estimate that absorbing a third of it will be your limit. As for the remaining 2/3, I will use that to create medicine for you to use as the foundation to open the last 2 of the 8 inner hidden gates. They are the most difficult gates to open, the gate of life and the gate of death." Lin Ming nodded. It felt extremely good to have someone teach him and not have to stumble through everything himself. In the past, when he first touched upon the body transformation system, if he had someone at his side informing him of the horrifying dangers he would experience in the life destruction stage, he might not have chosen to dual cultivate body and energy. If no one was here to teach him, then although he might be able to strike luck once or twice, eventually he would definitely have to take a great deal of detours. Listen carefully. I will teach you the words to the Celestial Tyrant Manual. This is a completely new body transformation law formula. The Celestial Tyrant Manual details the 3 great boundaries of the body transformation system, the 7 initial stages of body transformation with tempering marrow included, the 8 inner hidden gates, and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But its greatest advantage manifests itself in the 8 inner hidden gate. Compared to the chaotic virtues combat meridians, it is several times better. This law formula is something that my grandfather found in a mystic realm along with the magic cube. The reason that I chose to dual cultivate in body and energy is also because I had this body transformation law formula as my foundation. However, in the past I wasn't able to fully complete the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Now, my mortal body has been destroyed and all of that has been lost. I currently do not have the ability to fully engrave a complete Celestial Tyrant Manual Jade slip for you. I can only temporarily teach you a part of it. As for the rest, you will have to obtain the Celestial Tyrant Manual Jade slip to learn it. As Mo Evers now spoke to hear, Lin Ming was startled. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was actually discovered together with the Magic Cube? Mo Evers now had said that the mystic realm where the Magic Cube was discovered was hidden in an extremely hard-to-find spot. Besides those from the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, no one knew of it. To think that this mystic realm had not only the Magic Cube but also the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Just how were the two related? Lin Ming didn't have time to think about this. Mo Evers now already started to repeat the words of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. In front of Mo Evers now, heaven and earth origin energy currents began to gather up, swirling and forming into all sorts of strange runes under the control of her mind. These runes contained mysterious laws, each marked with the energy revolution pathways of the body transformation system. A cultivation method's contents were extremely broad and profound. It wasn't something that could be covered with mere words. Rather, it was composed of all sorts of things. Engraving all of this onto a jade slip was far harder than perceiving it through meditation. Lin Ming started to revolve the energy within his body according to Mo Eversnow's instructions. Like this, 3.5 days passed. Lin Ming only glimpsed at the initial wonders of the Celestial Tyrant Law when the space barrier around Mo Riverbliss opened up. An exhausted-looking Mo Riverbliss walked out. She had clearly consumed a great deal of energy. Beside her, the spirit artifact level furnace slowly revolved, spilling forth with a dazzling golden light. For a worldly existence like a god beast, if it were living, even if it stood still and didn't resist, a half-step world king still wouldn't be able to kill it. Naturally, refining its remains was also difficult. "It's done," Mo Riverbliss whispered. She waved her hand and the spirit artifact furnace popped open. A string of jade-like spirit beads shot out from the furnace, floating in the air. These jade beads linked together in the sky. They were large and small and floated high and low, as if they naturally revolved according to the mysterious paths of the celestial bodies that floated in the universe. There were a total of 108. After carefully calculating it, Mo Riverbliss had entered into that separate time-space for a total of 108 days, refining a total of 108 spirit beads. These are dragon bone relics, also known as dragon pearls. When a top powerhouse or a powerful god beast's bones are refined, it will form these sorts of bone relic. The more powerful the being was, the more bone relics that would be produced, and the higher the quality they would be too. From this dragon bone I was able to refine a total of 108 bone relic. Take then and use them well. As Mo Riverbliss spoke, the 108 bone relics all flew toward Lin Ming, and he received them. As he grasped the bone relics, he could feel incomparably hot heat surging within them. They appeared to be very smooth, but they were also extremely dense. It was clear that there was a tremendous amount of essence concentrated within. "Very well, little Snow, Auntie has done everything she can. I must go recuperate now. Everything else will be left to you." As Mo Riverbliss spoke, she casually stepped out and passed through the separate time-space of the Carefree Palace and left this mystic realm space. Mo Eversnow waved her jade-white hands and took 36 of the 108 dragon bone relics around Lin Ming. She said, "Lin Ming, revolve the Celestial Tyrant Manual according to what I taught you. I will fuse the dragon bone relics into your body." Mo Eversnow raised her palms flat and concentrated her battle spirit onto the dragon bone relics. In that moment, an incomparably powerful force erupted forth from the dragon bone relic. They shot forwards at a speed difficult to see with the eye, and their target was Lin Ming. 36 dragon bone relics all aimed at the 36 acupoints in his body. If dragon bone relics were used to transform the body, the best method was not to swallow them but to directly thrust them into the skeleton. These extremely heavy dragon bone relics also had Mo Eversnow's battle spirit poured into them. Their penetrating power could be imagined. Even if Lin Ming's defensive power was top-notch, it was still nothing to these dragon bone relics. Puff puff puff. Blood splashed out and Lin Ming miserably coughed. His body was struck by a massive impact force and sent hurtling backward. 36 points of agonizing pain broke out all around his body as the dragon bone relics drilled through his skin, muscles, organs, and finally sank deep into his skeleton. At that moment, Lin Ming's entire body gushed red with blood. His acupoints were torn apart, his bones fractured, his joints torn, and his ligaments collapsed. He had lost all ability to move. So this is the method to absorb them. You could have said something in advance. Lin Ming was left somewhat speechless by this. As he lay bleeding on the ground, he was unable to move. He could clearly feel the blood bubbling out from his wounds, but he was unable to lift so much as a single finger. It was obvious that Mo Eversnow had carefully chosen which 36 acupoints to strike at. Once she struck, all of Lin Ming's ligaments had been completely torn apart. Mo Eversnow said, "You will need to lay down for some time. It won't be easy for you to absorb the dragon bone essence. Luckily, you have a foundation of dragon marrow blood within your body. You should be able to complete this in a month or two. I have only cut apart your ligaments, but your meridians are completely intact. You can now continue revolving the Celestial Tyrant Manual. 2 months from now, after you have completely absorbed the dragon bone relics, you can take advantage of the momentum to break into the gate of view. As Mo Evers now finished speaking, she used the time laws to form a separate time-space, enveloping Lin Ming within it. This was a 10:1 time flow difference. As long as 5 to 6 days passed, Lin Ming would be healed. Lin Ming's entire body was racked with pain. This pain not only came from the fact that his body had been pierced through by the dragon bone relics, but because the dragon bone relics that were inserted within him were struggling with his skeleton. The dragon bone relics wanted to swallow Lin Ming's bones, but Lin Ming's bones also wanted to swallow the dragon bone relic. Such a battle was truly a pain as deep as the marrow. This time the battlefield was Lin Ming's own marrow. Fortunately, Lin Ming was already used to such torturous pain, and his will was also extremely firm, otherwise he would not have been able to withstand this agony. Lin Ming didn't stop bleeding. It was only when Mo Evers now placed medicinal powder on his 36 wounds that they slowly stopped bleeding. However, the wounds didn't seem as if they would start regenerating at all. Rather, they seemed to become increasingly worse. With Lin Ming's regenerative ability, even if he shattered his bones and tore his muscles, he would still be able to heal himself in 1 to 2 hours. But now, with the dragon bone relics within him swallowing his flesh and blood, he wasn't able to heal himself in a short time. He would heal a little, the dragon bone would swallow that, and then he would heal a little more again, the process ever repeating itself. If the dragon bone was compared to mercury, then Lin Ming was using his own bloodline marrow to wear down this mercury, layer by layer. The difficulty of doing so could be imagined. Whether it was absorbing dragon bone or absorbing dragon blood, they did not replace the human body. Rather, with the human bones and blood as a foundation, they fused together and the human body would gain characteristics of a dragon's body. This was definitely difficult. Like this, 1 day passed, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. Lin Ming continued to suffer the excruciating pain the entire time. At the start, the pain Lin Ming was in could already be called an exquisite torment. It was true that he was skilled at bearing pain, but to continuously bear such a pain for days and even weeks on end, even someone with a strong will would be close to collapse. But later, as Lin Ming continued to revolve the Celestial Tyrant Manual, completely focusing his mentality on revolving the energy within him and revitalizing his wounds, he slowly began to feel that it wasn't as painful as before. After 20-some days passed, Lin Ming began to feel that the pain of his wounds turned into a numbing feeling. After 30-some days passed, even the numbness disappeared. His entire body felt comfortable, and his absorption of the dragon bone continued at a breakneck pace. If things continued like this, then forget 1 month, he wouldn't even need 10 days to finish. Chapter 1088, 6 Gates Opened. Chapter 1088, 6 Gates Opened. As Lin Ming revolved the Celestial Tyrant Manual, he felt heat swell forth within his body as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Currently, Lin Ming could feel all of his torn ligaments and muscles beginning to repair and regenerate themselves. His flesh and blood became even more tight and compact. On the 5th day, Lin Ming's entire body itched. As he slightly moved, his joints crackled, a strangely pleasing comfort. He could also feel the muscles within his body changing. Now he could alter them however he liked, making them as soft and malleable as a rubber band or as hard as divine iron. However, the 36 wounds on Lin Ming's body still hadn't completely healed. There were even some places without any feeling at all. It was obvious that the dragon bone relics hadn't been completely absorbed yet. Even so, Lin Ming didn't feel any pain at this time. In the end, pain was simply a response produced by the body. When one's body transformation technique reached an extremely high boundary, one was able to control their body and thus control the pain they felt. On the 40th day, Lin Ming felt that all of his wounds were about healed. At this time, He felt that the energy within his body suddenly connected together, and the 36 wounds around his body seemed to resonate together, vibrating with a peculiar energy that united as one. Lin Ming couldn't help but release a clear shout. Attack the gate of view! Even with Mo Eversnow's warning, Lin Ming was still able to realize that this was the perfect opportunity to break through the gate of view. Lin Ming's thoughts dove into his spiritual sea. He manipulated all of the energy in his body to rush towards the gate of view. In that moment, all of the meridians throughout his body completely linked together. His flesh and blood essence gathered together, surging towards the gate of view like a massive tsunami. Purring! With a loud crack, the flesh on Lin Ming's back burst apart. The stone underneath Lin Ming's body blew apart, causing rubble to fall everywhere. His entire body twisted, and the sounds of his joints popping were like the cries of dragons, reaching to the horizon. This sort of comfortable feeling left Lin Ming drunk on pleasure. The 6th of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of View, had finally been opened. Years since opening the Gate of Opening, which was able to enhance perception, Lin Ming had finally opened the 6th of the 8 inner hidden gates. The Gate of Healing, located between the collarbones, able to increase one's endurance and recovery ability. The Gate of Limit, located at the spine, able to increase one's strength and explosive force. The Gate of Wonder, located at the knees, able to increase one's speed. The Gate of Pain, located at the fists, able to increase one's striking power. The Gate of Opening, located in the brain, able to increase one's perception. And finally, the last of the first 6-8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of View, located at the back of the body, able to increase one's defense. The first 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates had been completely opened. And in the future, there was still the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death. Those 2 gates were called the true tests of life or death. Although they belonged to the 8 inner hidden gates, they were actually equal to half a large boundary each. If one wished to rush through the gates of life and death, that wasn't something that was able to be accomplished overnight. In the Celestial Tyrant Manual, it was written that if one wished to attack the gates of life and death, there needed to be 2 kinds of pills. To attack the gate of life, one required the esoteric immortality pill, and to attack the gate of death, one required the esoteric mortality pill. After training to this step, Lin Ming once again realized how difficult dual body and energy cultivation was. Up until now, he had used countless resources, many of them extremely precious. In particular, the Supreme Dragon Bone. The Supreme Dragon Bone was something that would be considered incredibly luxurious even if he used it to break into the Divine Lord realm. However, Lin Ming absorbed the Supreme Dragon Bone not only to attack the next boundary, but also to improve his physical body, building a solid base for himself and building upon his foundations. Even without the Supreme Dragon Bone, Lin Ming would still have been able to use some body transformation medicines to open the Gate of View. In the future he would even be able to break into the gates of life and death. However, his chances of breaking into the heaven-defying 9 stars of the Tao Palace were actually uncertain. Even Mo Eversnow of the past had been stuck at that bottleneck, and she hadn't been able to break through. These were also the reasons why dual body and energy cultivation had nearly disappeared from the divine realm. Mo Eversnow said, "Lin Ming, there is still a month or 2 until the foray into the divergent mystic realm. In such a short period of time, even if the 10 severing Tao fruit tree were given to you, you could not break through to the 9th stage of life destruction. You haven't been at 8 fall long enough, and your accumulations are insufficient." I understand. Lin Ming nodded. In truth, if he wanted, he could attack 9 fall at this moment. But, in order to seek the true 9 fall, he had to experience the truths that existed at every stage of life destruction. Every stage of life destruction corresponded to a different field of vision. A martial artist needed to enlighten themselves on the laws of the world in each boundary, allowing their foundations to constantly consolidate. Only like this could one truly become a dragon that soared to the heavens in ninefall and seek the 9 divine shifts. Thus, to a genius, breaking through boundaries was not a problem. What they were concerned about was not just speed, but many other aspects. After opening the gate of view, Lin Ming felt weakness all throughout his body. After all, he had gone through dozens of days of having serious wounds all over his body, and his flesh and blood had been continuously regenerated and swallowed up. This was extremely taxing on Lin Ming. After opening the gate of view, that also consumed the great deal of essence energy that Lin Ming had saved up within his body. Thus he didn't dive into training, but began to meditate for a few days instead. With the support of the dragon marrow blood, Lin Ming's resiliency was amazing. His body soon returned to its peak condition. In the darkness, Lin Ming's eyes shot open and his aura burst out. His eyes were like twin bolts of lightning that pierced through the void, making people unable to look into his eyes. The lines of his muscles were far more perfect, flowing as smoothly and naturally as the mountains and rivers. Now, after taking a bath, Lin Ming didn't even need to wipe down his body or use fire attribute true essence to dry himself. The water would naturally roll down the beautiful and exquisite hard curves of his naked body, without the least bit remaining, as if it were the purest of glass. As for an ordinary person, after taking a bath, their body would be covered with drops of water. This was a high boundary found in the ancient texts: skin as fragrant as flowers, as pleasant as a lotus, untainted by water. After a martial artist reached this boundary, only when their life was coming to an end and the fires of their life were nearly extinguished and their appearance started to decline would this sort of phenomenon gradually fade away. This also meant that their body was aging and they would no longer have a perfect spirit body. For this time, Lin Ming continued to train in Carefree Palace. Not only did the Celestial Tyrant manual contain body transformation techniques, but it also contained a combat technique, called Celestial Tyrant's 100-layered waves. It allowed a martial artist's strength to multiply when they fought, and could be used with fists, swords, sabers, and spears. What Lin Ming naturally used was the spear. As he was practicing the Celestial Tyrant manual, he certainly wouldn't miss out on the specialty product of Carefree Island, the 10 Severing Dao fruit wine. After drinking the fruit wine, his dantian was filled with a hot energy that shot straight through his head. Lin Ming's mind felt blurry as if he were drunk. However, under this half-sober and half-drunk state, where he was almost unconscious, his mind didn't have a single distracting thought. It was a state similar to hypnosis, and all of the potential within his body that was normally suppressed was also released. This was the best time to practice martial arts. The mortal world's drunken fist also followed this principle. Without knowing pain, without knowing fear, without knowing sorrow, although one seemed crazy, they were actually able to explode with an immense potential at a critical moment, displaying a strength and speed far surpassing normal times. However, a martial artist was not suited for this type of boxing style. This was because a martial artist's mental strength and soul force were far too powerful. They weren't able to get drunk on 1 or 2 jars of mortal alcohol. But this 10 Severing Dao fruit wine just happened to have such a wondrous effect. In such a state, Lin Ming used his spear skills with the Celestial Tyrant manual, not knowing the passing of time or exhaustion in his body. Everything he did was based on his instincts to attack. Blood surged in his body like waves crashing upon the rocky shores, over and over again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ming's aura constantly gathered, his strength continuously rising. Suddenly, with a loud explosive sound, Lin Ming stepped forwards, his feet rupturing the ground, and a terrifying flux of energy burst out from the phoenix blood spear, turning into a blazing beam of light that tore through the skies. With a distant ringing sound, the beam of light smashed into the space barriers of Carefree Palace's dimensional realm, and this actually caused the skies to tremble. Following that, the entire dimensional realm shook. Deep cracks appeared in the ground and the rivers reversed their flow, as if an earthquake had happened. What an amazing power! Lin Ming looked at the phoenix blood spear in his hands. That spear strike did not contain the concepts of thunder or fire. It had been his physical strength alone. In using the celestial tyrant's 100-layered waves, one's strength could actually be superimposed, layered over and over on top of each other, constantly gathering until the last moment in a massive eruption. Superimposing strength sounded easy, but it was actually extremely difficult. This was because a martial artist needed to start the second attack before the first had even ended. Even if a martial artist was able to slash out 100 sword energies in a split second, this was only because they were too fast, so it formed an illusion to the eyes of others. If one were able to look past this illusion and see its origins, one could see that every move was sent only when the previous one ended. Thus, wanting to superimpose one's attacks was far too difficult. However, the Celestial Tyrant Manual used the absolute control over the physical body that a body transformation martial artist had to complete this nearly impossible superimposition of attacks. Just this point was enough to stun Lin Ming. If one's bodily strength could be superimposed, then when he used the concepts of thunder and fire, could fire true essence or thunder true essence also be superimposed? Lin Ming suddenly felt as if the Celestial Tyrant Manual had opened up a completely new mentality for himself. It had to be known that this wasn't the true Celestial Tyrant Manual, but a portion reproduced from what Mo Eversnow had learned herself. The true Celestial Tyrant Manual was naturally far more mysterious. That's right, the Celestial Tyrant Manual was a body transformation law formula that was discovered together with the magic cube. As Lin Ming thought of this, something popped into his mind. He turned and asked Mo Eversnow, "Miss Mo, what rank cultivation method is the Celestial Tyrant Manual?" "I do not know." Mo Eversnow shook her head. Besides the normal classifications for martial arts inheritances, the known transcendent divine mights are only focused on the essence gathering system. I do not know of a body transformation-based transcendent divine might. Thus, I cannot confirm what rank the Celestial Tyrant Manual is at. However, this body transformation law formula is truly incomparably mysterious. A great part of the reason that I decided to step onto the path of dual body and energy cultivation was that I was captivated by the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Unfortunately, the Celestial Tyrant Manual is also incomplete. It focuses mainly on the 8 inner hidden gates without going too in-depth about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. So that's what it is. Lin Ming sucked in a light breath. When Mo Eversnow had taught him the Celestial Tyrant Manual, she had done so in a very casual manner, so he hadn't realized just how precious the Celestial Tyrant Manual was at the start. But as he thought about it some more, this manual was found together with the magic cube, so how could it be ordinary? During the following days, Lin Ming paid more and more attention to this cultivation method. Finally, the day to enter the red desolate mystic realm had arrived. Carefree Island had prepared 20 billion violet sun stones for this reason. To the geniuses of Carefree Island, entering the red desolate mystic realm was not about finding lucky chances, nor was it to hunt treasures. Rather, it was to engage in a life-or-death war that would be thick with the smell of blood. Chapter 1089, The Red Wilderness. Chapter 1089, The Red Wilderness. At dawn, the sky above the red desolate sea was already covered with a layer of morning mist. On Carefree Island, a large group of disciples had gathered, around 300 to 400 cultivators in total. These 300 to 400 cultivators were the main force that was being sent into the red desolate mystic realm. Of these people, 95% of them were revolving core disciples. Of true high-stage life destruction and divine sea realm disciples, there were only about 100 of them. These revolving core disciples were basically the young disciples of Carefree Island. On average, their talent wasn't too great. There were some that came from distinguished martial arts families that were a bit better than the rest. But even so, upon arriving at Carefree Island, they all had to follow the rules. If they wanted to be vigorously trained by Carefree Island, they would have to show unparalleled talent or honestly carry out the missions assigned to them. Of the over 3,000 revolving core disciples, each one of them had a Saint Artifact-level spatial ring. These were given to them to gather resources in the red desolate mystic realm. As for the 100-plus high-stage life destruction and divine sea realm disciples, they were the direct disciples of Carefree Island. Even peak direct disciples like Ye Rosewater and White Mirrorjade were among them. This was a large transmission event that required 20 billion violet sunstones. As for the 4 god-beast clans, it only cost them a few billion violet sunstones when they sent their disciples to the god-beast mystic realm smelting trial. Of course, the 4 god-beast clans only did so to help temper their disciples, giving them more experience, and allowing them to seek their own lucky chances in the god-beast mystic realm. To them, violet sunstones were only considered an investment into their junior disciples. The payoff would only be seen in the future. As for Carefree Island, they went to gather resources for their sect. This mission involved the livelihood of their sect's future. It wasn't a mission to help train their junior disciples. Moreover, as long as they weren't robbed, then the greater their investment, the more profit there would be. The two instances naturally couldn't be compared. Of the 20 billion violet sunstones, 80% of them was used to transmit the 100-plus direct disciples. As for the 3,000 to 4,000 revolving core disciples, they only cost the remaining 20% to send over. Lin Ming was also in this massive troop of people. He stood by himself in a corner. All around him, the other disciples were casting glances his way. Some had fear in their eyes, some had curiosity, some had goodwill, and some were even hostile. The news of Lin Ming entering the 30th level of the simulation mystic realm and taking the simulation treasure without a single wound had already spread to the ears of all the direct disciples. He's Lin Ming? He looks to be around 30 years old. Some of the direct disciples began to speak to each other with true essence sound transmissions. Lin Ming was over 30 but still appeared to be around 20 years old. It was impossible to tell his true age from his appearance alone. Lin Ming was destined to break into the Divine Lord realm in the future. Once he did, he would be able to maintain this appearance for perpetuity. He wouldn't need to consume part of his cultivation to maintain his youthful good looks like many female martial artists chose to do. At this age, an 8th-stage life destruction cultivation is quite the ruthless suppression. If it were an ordinary talent, this would be normal, but for a genius like Lin Ming, the greater they suppress their cultivation, the more it shows off their ability. This is because it is more difficult to perceive the laws when one's cultivation is low, so the average martial artist simply can't afford to do this. Only those monstrous geniuses would forcibly suppress their cultivation so much to consolidate their foundation and perceive the laws to a high degree at the lower realms. Don't look at his 8th-stage life destruction cultivation. His true combat strength is far greater than an early Divine Sea powerhouse. Yeah, just look at that Lu Yun and what sort of fate he suffered. The disciples discussed with each other. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, a white-clothed youth appeared, holding a folding fan in his hand. He had a light and courtly appearance, nothing suggesting he was about to head to a life-or-death battlefield. Rather, it looked like he was about to wander around and enjoy the scenery. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, I never imagined that you would be participating in this life-or-death war. Honorable Sect Master, he seems a bit too willing. The youth who spoke was White Mirrorjade. At the same time he sighed again and said, For such a talent like junior apprentice Brother Lin, you should at least break into the divine sea before entering the red desolate mystic realm. If you did, you would surely be able to fight 1 against 100, overwhelming any and all. But now, it seems a bit dangerous. After all, there will be late divine sea powerhouses participating in the war within the red desolate mystic realm. If junior apprentice Brother Lin were to meet them, perhaps. White Mirror Jade faded off here, no longer speaking. But Lin Ming spoke up. Senior apprentice Brother White does not need to worry about me. I naturally have methods to save my own life. Haha, that would be for the best. If junior apprentice Brother Lin meets life-threatening danger, remember that your life is the most important thing and to escape as soon as you can. Junior apprentice Brother Lin is worth far more than any amount of resources, White Mirror Jade advised. He turned to the other disciples and began to caution them one at a time. Everything he said was just worthless chatter, but many of the disciples were moved. After all, White Mirror Jade's status was far higher than these ordinary direct disciples. Everyone has arrived. Prepare to embark. The one responsible for today's operation was Carefree Island's Great Elder. Of course, he was only directing the transmission. He wasn't truly able to go to the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. The Red Desolate Mystic Realm had 3 transmission array entrances, each belonging to the 3 different sections. They were all located underneath the seabed of the Red Desolate Sea. Over 3,000 disciples boarded a spirit ship. The spirit ship dove into the water, heading for the transmission array at the bottom of the sea. The Great Elder took out the 20 billion violet sunstones. In truth, these were not violet sunstones but violet sun crystals. Each violet sun crystal was worth 10,000 violet sunstones, so he didn't take out 20 billion violet sunstones but 2 million violet sun crystals instead. With so many violet sun crystals piled up, they formed a massive crystal mountain. For a time, the brilliant purple light pierced through the 10,000-foot deep seawater, directly piercing through the skies. 1,000 miles away from Carefree Island, on a lonely and isolated mountain, there were several black-cloaked martial artists secretly hiding deep beneath several layers of extremely hidden concealing array formations. They looked toward the purple light that shot up from the distance. The transmission array has opened. They didn't even think of hiding the light of the violet sun stones. Humph, hiding is useless. The 3 transmission arrays are connected to each other. Once one is activated, everyone else will know. Since they've gone in, so shall we. Mine the resources first and in 80 hours from now go and kill them all and take their resources. Give no quarter. Haha, I can't wait. The time to enter the Red Desolate Mystic Realm was 96 hours. After that, everyone would be transmitted out. 16 hours was enough for the final battle at the end. In order to maximize profits, it was best to allow everyone to gather resources for the first 80 hours. So this is the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. It feels a bit different from the God-Beast Mystic Realm. Lin Ming looked at the endless red desert under his feet. His surroundings seemed barren and the heaven and earth origin energy here was also very sparse. It was hard to imagine that there was a nearly unlimited amount of resources buried beneath this sand. By all reasoning, where there were resources, the heaven and earth origin energy should be extremely rich, just like it was in the Temple of Marvels. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but many disciples entering the Red Desolate Mystic Realm for the first time had this question. White Mirror Jade seemed to guess their thoughts and slowly explained, "It isn't anything strange. The sand of the Red Desolate Mystic Realm is not ordinary sand. It is able to isolate origin energy fluctuations and also makes it very difficult for senses to penetrate through. The spirit energy of the Red Desolate Mystic Realm is covered up by this endless red desert. To look for resources, we have no choice but to dig down and hope that we get lucky. Even a divine transformation realm powerhouse would be in the same situation. Basically, Using your divine sense here is useless. Regardless of your cultivation, there isn't too great a difference in the amount of resources you can dig out. As White Mirror Jade spoke, many of the disciples began experimenting themselves. Their divine sense wasn't able to penetrate more than several inches underground, but it was perfectly fine when investigating outwards. Alright, less banter and more work. We've paid a great price to enter this time to excavate resources, so let's begin. Everyone will be listening to me. Are there any objections? White Mirror Jade glanced over at Yi Rosewater. Out of everyone present, only Yi Rosewater was similar to him in cultivation and status. Yi Rosewater didn't speak. She was clearly indicating that she had no objections at present. White Mirror Jade faintly smiled. He pulled out a jade plate. Atop this jade plate was a vague three-dimensional image. This was a projection of this part of the Red Desert. White Mirror Jade smiled as he saw this. Ho! Our luck isn't too bad. There just happens to be a slightly purple mountain range near us. According to what we've learnt in the past, these purple mountain ranges should be filled with violet sunstone ore. But this purple mountain range isn't too great. Several hundred people should be enough to excavate the area. To guarantee the highest efficiency, we'll divide everyone into two groups for gathering. A smaller group will go to the Purple Mountain and everyone else will search the desert. As White Mirror Jade spoke, he pointed at the desert projection on the array disk. There really was a purple mountain range nearby. After hearing this plan, Yi Rosewater frowned. Split up? Our combined strength is much weaker than the joint forces of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, so why would we divide our forces? White Mirror Jade answered, This is to ensure the highest degree of efficiency. This is the only way to do it, otherwise it will be very difficult to move around several thousand people. Moreover, this is the intent of the highest elders. They didn't mention it before because they didn't want any information leaking out. As White Mirror Jade spoke, he flung out a jade slip token from his spatial ring toward Yi Rosewater. Yi Rosewater caught the token and swept her senses through it. Indeed, there was mention of splitting up the forces so that more area could be covered. Although this meant improved efficiency, it was also much more dangerous. Junior Apprentice Sister Yi, you need to think about it some more. There simply isn't anything for you to worry about. We just entered the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, and we haven't even had any time to gather resources. During this time, Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan aren't so idiotic as to immediately attack us. Otherwise they will just lose people without being able to steal anything at all. There is no way they would do something so thankless and without benefit. That Purple Mountain range is very safe. The sand and rock of the Red Desolate Mystic Realm shield all senses, and you'll even be mining in tunnels of the Purple Mountain. There will absolutely be no danger to anyone. Then again, even if you encounter danger, we can still hurry up to the location for support. White Mirror Jade's words sounded fair, and he also had the instructions of the highest elders on his side, so Yi Rosewater didn't complain. I'll divide the teams. White Mirror Jade easily divided the main group into two. White Mirror Jade's own team had the vast majority of the group's strength, and also his cronies. Those like Lu Yun and the others were all in his team. As for the smaller team, they were far, far weaker. That team contained all of Yi Rosewater's subordinates, and there was even Lin Ming. As for Yi Rosewater herself, she had been selected for White Mirror Jade's team. Yi Rosewater was immediately dissatisfied with such a distribution. White Mirror Jade, just what are you trying to do? The difference in strength is far too great. Chapter 1090 Purple Mountain. Chapter 1090 Purple Mountain. Of the two teams, the main team consisted of 90% of the original group's strength, while the secondary team consisted of only 10%. Both of the two great masters, Yi Rosewater and White Mirror Jade, were on the main team. The strongest martial artists on the secondary team were two Middle Divine Sea female disciples. Both of them were Yi Rosewater's trusted subordinates. Besides them, there was only Lin Ming. Lin Ming had an 8th stage life destruction cultivation, and his strength was able to suppress the early Divine Sea Lu Yun. But as to where the true limits of his strength lay, no one but Lin Ming himself actually knew. Yi Rosewater was completely perturbed with such a distribution. White Mirror Jade calmly said, "I've already said they will be going to a tunnel underground. There are layers of rocks that can shield them from the senses of others, and it will serve to hide their positions so they won't be in any danger. On the other hand, the main team will be wandering about the vast desert. We have thousands of people and our goal is also much greater. As long as Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan aren't blind, they'll discover us. Did you want me to send the main force into the mining tunnels and leave the scattered rest of us to die in the desert? Not just that, but going into the tunnels is only temporary. No matter how rich the tunnels may be in resources, you'll have to return to us 80 hours from now and help fight in the following battle. In the last 16 hours in this mystic realm, Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan will definitely move against us." White Mirror Jade's excuses sounded reasonable. Yi Rosewater hesitated. In all fairness, the tunnels were truly much safer and didn't need much manpower. No matter who it was, no one wanted to be separated from those they trusted, and they also didn't want their people to be sent to another team either. That was simply human nature. Yi Rosewater thought for a moment, then said, "Fine. I agree. But I will go to the tunnels with them." Although Yi Rosewater had a naturally gentle personality, she wasn't someone that was resigned to mundane ordinariness. She had long ago decided to compete for the position of Island Master and had won over some female disciples to be her subordinate. Those that were sent to the tunnels were her people, so she naturally had to accompany them. White Mirror Jade frowned. "Junior Apprentice Sister Yi, I think you've mistaken something. I am leading this group on the orders of the highest elders. I am not discussing terms with you but am ordering you. If you insist on going to the tunnels, I can allow you to go, but only this once. If you still question my orders, I will deal with you as someone who violated the sect rules." White Mirror Jade's voice was sharp, but Yi Rosewater didn't retreat nor flinch as she glared at him. Her status was originally on par with White Mirror Jade, so she certainly didn't need to fear him. "You stupid bitch, I originally allowed you a path to live because I only wanted to kill Lin Ming and weaken you a bit, but you actually decided to rush to your death. Don't blame me for your own decisions," White Mirror Jade thought as he turned around. In that split second that he turned, a fierce light sparked in his eyes. He certainly wasn't giving Yi Rosewater a chance to live because he felt some sort of pitiful affection for her or because he was drooling over her look. Yi Rosewater was a beautiful woman with amazing talent, and he certainly wouldn't mind marrying her and allowing her to become the wife of the Island Master, but he also knew that although she often appeared quiet and gentle, she was actually arrogant to the bone. She refused to be under anyone, so how could she possibly submit to him? Moreover, she had long ago decided to struggle for the throne of Island Master, so they were destined to become enemies. Sooner or later, White Mirror Jade would have moved against Yi Rosewater. No, the reason that he had originally decided not to kill Yi Rosewater on this trip into the Red Desolate Mystic Realm was because he didn't expect the Occult Bone Clan or Splinter Soul Mountain to show him any mercy just because he gave them information on Lin Ming. In the last 16 hours here, there would inevitably be a life or death war breaking out. If he was missing the strength of Yi Rosewater, that battle would be far more difficult. Forget it. I'll end you in this Red Desolate Mystic Realm and allow you to die with Lin Ming, White Mirror Jade thought. He turned to the disciples behind him and said, "Everyone on the main team come with me. The revolving core realm disciples are responsible for mining. The direct disciples do not need to help, they will be responsible for watching and securing the perimeter. In the first several dozen hours, although Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan aren't likely to show up, we also have to guard against the unexpected. After all, this red desolate mystic realm still has red desolate ogres. After White Mirrorjade issued his orders, he brought the disciples of the main team to leave. As for Ye Rosewater, she brought the secondary team disciples and set off toward the mine. The projection jade plate White Mirrorjade used was extremely mysterious. Although it looked very small, the truth was that the cost to construct it was exorbitantly expensive. It was able to create a projection of the surrounding several hundred miles. Lin Ming, Ye Rosewater, and the others all walked several thousand feet in a direction and finally saw a faintly purple mountain range. There was a massive pit right beside it. Purple mountains, and there is even a pit with tunnels right there. We got lucky this time. Everyone put some more effort into it. Although we have to give the gathered resources to the sect will also reward us with resources according to our own merit. We'll keep resources equal to 2 to 3% of what we bring back. Ye Rosewater said, trying to inspire morale in the team. With the natural mining pit here, it meant that the violet sunstones in this purple mountain were absolutely high-grade. The so-called pit was actually due to the heaven and earth origin energy in the purple mountain being far too rich. It accumulated and then finally erupted, just like a volcano, creating a massive pit and rough tunnels inside. Everyone, maintain your guard. The direct disciples will go first to scout the area. After separating from White Mirrorjade, the late Divine Ye Rosewater naturally became the leader of this squad. This secondary squad had a total of 300 people. There were only a dozen or so direct disciples here. Besides Lin Ming, everyone else was a subordinate of Ye Rosewater. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin joined Junior Apprentice Sister Xiao, Junior Apprentice Sister Zhou, and Junior Apprentice Brother Song to keep watch outside. I'll lead some people inside first to take a look. In Ye Rosewater's opinion, besides herself, the strongest person in this squad was Lin Ming. With Lin Ming keeping guard outside, he would be able to deal with any unexpected incidents that cropped up. All right. Lin Ming indifferently nodded. Exploring the tunnels of the mining pit was a bit more dangerous than staying outside. Although he didn't care much, he felt quite comfortable that Ye Rosewater left him outside. Ye Rosewater wasn't aware of Lin Ming's true strength. She only knew that he had completed the 30th level of the simulation mystic realm with ease. 3 people stayed with Lin Ming. 2 of them were at the early Divine Sea realm, and the other was at the 9th stage of life destruction. They were all Ye Rosewater's subordinates. In terms of influence, Ye Rosewater was much worse than White Mirrorjade by a considerable amount. After all, she was a woman, so most of the subordinates she won over were also women. In addition to her character, she was much worse than White Mirrorjade when it came to forming a faction. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, my name is Xiao Rangem. Beside Lin Ming, a woman blinked at him. She had an overly buxom figure. Her chest was spilling over and her bottom thrust proudly outwards. She had all the sensual charm of a mature young woman seeped into her bones. Of course, this was only her outer appearance. Xiao Rangem was actually 75 years old. In the future she would have tens of thousands of years of youth. Beside Xiao Rangem, the young woman called Junior Apprentice Sister Zhou seemed extremely shy. She had a very naive and waifish appearance. Out of the 3 direct disciples outside, she was the only one not at the Divine Sea realm. She was a 9th stage life destruction martial artist. Even out of all the direct disciples of Carefree Island, 9-fall geniuses only formed 30 to 40% of them. Many disciples stepped into the Divine Sea after reaching 8-fall. Based on this alone, this Junior Apprentice Sister Zhou was much better than the Junior Apprentice Brother Song. This Junior Apprentice Brother Song was only an 8-fall early Divine Sea martial artist. In terms of combat strength, the 2 were about equal. As Lin Ming kept guard outside, he saw a cloud of light red dust forming in the distance. this red clouds became increasingly rich and dense, until it finally blotted out the skies and surged towards them. Lin Ming could clearly see that this was a terrifying sandstorm that had been whipped up by the endless winds of the Red Desert. The sandstorm rose thousands of feet high into the air. Listening to the tearing sounds of the winds, they were similar to knives cutting on glass. With such an incredible wind speed, if a martial artist with a low cultivation were to be caught up in that sandstorm, they would be shredded to pieces and immediately die. That's a sandstorm. It's a common occurrence in this red, desolate, mystic realm. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, there's no need to be nervous, Xiao Rangem explained with a gentle smile. Talking about it, those exploring mountain tunnels will be much more relaxed. Those out wandering in the desert will be far more miserable. They'll have to form shields of true essence to block the winds. That's going to take quite the toll on all of them. As Xiao Rangem spoke, Yi Rosewater's voice sounded out from within the tunnel. There's nothing dangerous in these tunnels. Everyone can enter. The 200-some revolving core disciples immediately walked toward the tunnels. The great red sand storm in the distance was placing a great deal of mental pressure on them. Although they didn't need to fear this degree of sandstorm with their cultivation, who knew if there were still other dangers in the sandstorm? After entering the tunnel, Lin Ming immediately felt as though he had entered a purple world. There was bright and dazzling purple light sparkling from all over. Even the thick dust wasn't able to block it. Many young martial artists widened their eyes in awe as they saw the copious amounts of violet sunstone ore. Most of them came from small family backgrounds, so they had never seen wealth of such a magnitude before. Start mining. With Yi Rosewater's order, the revolving core disciples swarmed forwards. The rock-purple mountain was no ordinary rock. It was as hard as metal essence. Otherwise, it would never have survived the erosive onslaught of the red sand storms over the past hundreds of millions of years. Even a revolving core martial artist had to use a great deal of strength to mine chunks of violet sunstone. As the Carefree Island disciples were mining in full swing, thousands of miles away, there was also another group of people gathering resources in the Red Desert. These people were all tall and burly with small horns on their head. They were clansmen of the occult Bone Clan. According to the signal we agreed on, that white mirror jade really did send us a message. Our prey is currently in a mountain tunnel 3,000 miles away. There's a dozen or so direct disciples, as well as a few hundred garbage-level miners. The only surprise is that Yi Rosewater is also with them. Haha, Yi Rosewater? That little girl is quite good, but could this be a trap set by Carefree Island? This information should be true. This isn't the first time White Mirror Jade betrayed his comrade. There is that genius called Lin Ming as well as Yi Rosewater. Our gains are far too great this time. There's no need to mention Yi Rosewater, but that Lin Ming fellow must have a massive amount of treasures on him. For someone to grow to such a level, it's impossible that they haven't experienced a great number of lucky chances. Just gather some resources and rest up. We'll set out soon. I can't wait for this. Chapter 1091 The Enemy Raid in the Storm. Chapter 1091 The Enemy Raid in the Storm. In the Purple Mountain Pit tunnels, Lin Ming casually struck the faint purple walls. With the faint rustling of powder stone falling down, a tiny black fragment dislodged and fell down. Lin Ming reached out and grabbed this black fragment. Although the fragment appeared simple, when he sent his senses through it he could feel a strange chill around it. What is this? Lin Ming wondered. He felt that this was a tiny fragment from some weapon. But it was hard to imagine that a weapon fragment would still have a tiny fluctuation of energy after all this time. It's a fragment of an extreme quality spirit artifact. Mo Eversnow's voice suddenly echoed out in Lin Ming's mind. There was a space barrier that separated a divergent mystic realm and the divine realm, and the stronger one was, the more difficult it was to pierce through this veil. Even battle puppets and incarnations were no exception. However, the magic cube and the space within the magic cube were not subject to this restriction. When Lin Ming first entered the God-Beast mystic realm, the magic cube had entered unhindered too. Moreover, at the Sky Spill continent, Empyrean Primordius had sealed away the entire planet of the Sky Spill continent with his incredible supernatural powers. Besides native martial artists, any martial artist from the divine realm that surpassed the divine sea realm was unable to enter. This was one of the protections Empyrean Primordius had left behind to guard his inheritance. But the magic cube had still managed to pass through this barrier with Mo Eversnow's soul inside, where it was obtained by Lin Ming. To this point, Lin Ming could only assume that the magic cube was not bound by the laws of these divergent mystic realms. Mo Evers now investigated the fragment with her senses and said, "This fragment already exists for countless hundreds of millions of years. The only reason it was able to maintain its existence for so long is because of the Violet Sun stone mine here. The thick heaven and earth origin energy nourished it all this time, if not, it probably would have turned to dust by now." Extreme rank spirit artifact fragment. I wonder what sort of strength was needed to destroy it. Just what sort of events happened in this divergent mystic realm? I have no idea what secrets divergent mystic realms hold. Perhaps they are worlds left behind by universes that were destroyed. The existence of divergent mystic realms were an enigma to the martial artists of the divine realm. Even someone on the level of Mo Evers now didn't know the truth behind them. What sort of use would this kind of fragment have? Lin Ming asked. It's not too useful. If there was a top refining grandmaster, he would be able to make a top-grade saint artifact, or perhaps an offensive talisman of some sort. For instance, that protective charm you took from Saint Artifact Pavilion in the past was a fragment of an ancient extreme-rank spirit artifact. However, because it contained its master's source bloodline, I absorbed it. As Mo Evers now said this, Lin Ming recalled that when he first came to the Divine Realm, he had indeed taken 2 top-grade Saint artifacts from Phoenix Cry Palace's Saint Artifact Pavilion. One was the Phoenix Blood Spear, and the other was a talisman called Saint's Will. However, that talisman was later absorbed by the magic cube. Now that he thought about it, that talisman should have served as some sort of support for Mo Eversnow's awakening. Otherwise, Mo Evers now might not have had enough strength to pull out the dragon marrow essence from within the dragon bone. Lin Ming tossed this extreme-rank spirit artifact fragment to a revolving core disciple. Since Mo Evers now had already thoroughly appraised it for him, he didn't care for it too much. After all, it wasn't like a refining grandmaster was easy to find. To Lin Ming, there was nothing in these pit tunnels that were able to tempt him. In terms of violet sunstones, something had to be worth several 100 million or even billions of them to be useful. Like this, 200 to 300 revolving core disciples continued mining in the tunnels non-stop. They dug out massive hunks of violet sunstones, which they stored into their spatial rings. A martial artist wouldn't be tired if they didn't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. However, gathering violet sunstones was still an energy-consuming task. This was because the rock here was simply too hard. These revolving core disciples quickly used up their true essence reserves and would have no choice but to stop for a moment and take some pills. As for the direct disciples, they didn't do any work at all. They saved up their strength, waiting for a battle that could erupt at any moment. However, these pit tunnels were indeed very well hidden. These people worked on for days without being disturbed. Let alone an assault from Splinter Soul Mountain or the Occult Bone Clan, there hadn't even been any red desolate ogres that appeared. Moreover, the red sandstorms that constantly stirred up outside had no effect at all on the martial artists mining in the tunnels. Haha, I thought that we had too few people so we would die if there were any dangers. But it seems as if our gains are immense. We've been able to mine for nearly 3 full days without pause, and my spatial ring is already half full. Not only do I have violet sunstones, but I even have the more valuable violet sun crystals. Although I'm more tired than a dog, I get excited thinking about the portion I'll receive in return when we leave. In the pit tunnels, the revolving core disciples were all tired and soaked in their own sweat, but they were actually all in high spirits. When they listened to Ye Rosewater saying the sect would return 2 to 3% of the net harvests to them, they hadn't realized what sort of concept that was. But now, as they looked at the immense amount of violet sun stones in their spatial rings, they began to realize that this was a truly huge amount of wealth. Everyone was able to gather around 60 to 70 million violet sunstones each so far. When they returned, they would be able to keep over 1 million violet sunstones. To a small family, this was a mind-boggling amount of wealth. If everyone gathered 60 to 70 million violet sunstones, with several thousand disciples together, we'll have over 100 billion violet sunstones in total. Carefree Island only used 20 billion violet sunstones to send us here. That is a profit of 5 to 6 times what they paid. But there is also the hidden cost that will be the lives of the sect's direct disciples. That will come from the all-out war that's going to happen at the end of this. As Lin Ming was thinking, his eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. He turned his head to look outside the mining pit. There was a terrifying red sand storm that was blowing around, so it was impossible for ordinary martial artists to cast their divine senses out too far. This was because the red desolate mystic realm's blood sand was able to block senses. When this blood sand blew everywhere through the air, it limited the senses of an ordinary martial artist to a mere few miles. Was this an enemy raid? Lin Ming stood up. If there was an ambush in such bad weather, not even gods or ghosts would be aware of it. No one would be able to detect it. This was just like 2 armies in the mortal world trying to battle on a day when a thick fog made it so one couldn't even see their hands. However, the crux of the issue was that in this sandstorm, if they weren't able to discover the enemy shouldn't be able to discover them either. How could the enemy possibly follow their trail here? Not just that, but they were even hidden in this giant pit that isolated senses. Was there a traitor? As Lin Ming thought of this, a grim expression crossed his face. He stood up, flew over to Ye Rosewater, and whispered a few words. He didn't use a true essence sound transmission. Martial artists had very sharp hearing to begin with. They were able to clearly hear all clanking sounds from the mining occurring around them. Ye Rosewater and the several direct disciples near here were stunned for a moment. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, what did you say? The enemy is about to ambush us? Are you sure? Ye Rosewater looked at Lin Ming with utter incredulity. She cast her own divine sense out of the pit, but was only able to reach out for a few miles before being completely shut down by the massive amount of blood sand. In that blood sand she could only see endless red. There was nothing she could investigate. Ye Rosewater found this a bit hard to believe. She had a late divine sea cultivation, and Lin Ming was only at the 8th stage of life destruction. How far a cultivator could sense completely depended on their soul force. Even though Lin Ming was an unprecedented genius, could his soul force still be stronger than her own? Although Lin Ming had restrained his own soul force, Ye Rosewater could still vaguely feel it. When she looked at Li Ming, she could make out a sharpness in his eyes, like a bolt of lightning was dancing within them. However, this was a manifestation of Lin Ming's will and battle spirit, and a cultivator's senses had nothing to do with their battle spirit. Taking 10,000 steps back and thinking about it, even if Lin Ming's soul force was stronger than hers, it was still useless. In order to discover an enemy raid in such horrible weather, his soul force would have to be 10 times, 20 times, or even many times more stronger than her own. Ye Rosewater wasn't the only one with such doubts. The other direct disciples were also suspiciously looking at Lin Ming. Lin Ming faintly frowned. If he were them, even he would find his own words hard to believe. But there was no way he could explain his reasoning. His soul force was indeed not any stronger than Yi Rosewater's, and he couldn't tell them that there was a strange hidden space within him with the soul of a half-step world king powerhouse living there. With Mo Eversnow's titanic soul force, she could even easily discover the enemy if they were hundreds of miles away in this red sand storm. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, how did you discover the enemy? You can't make a joke like this. If there is a mistake and our group goes out to hide, our position might be exposed even if there aren't any enemies outside. That will make things very troublesome. Behind Yi Rosewater, the Junior Apprentice Brother song from before piped up. That's right. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you should at least give us a reasoning for your thoughts. You can't say that you depended on just your own divine sense to discover the enemy, a female disciple echoed. I've already reminded you all. As for how I know, I'm sorry, but I cannot explain it to you. Don't forget that I am not a disciple of Carefree Island. I've done everything that I could already. If you don't believe me, there's nothing else I can do to convince you. I'll be on my way first. If we stay here in these pit tunnels, we'll be caged in by the enemy and completely annihilated. Lin Ming said, turning around to leave. This incomparably hard mining pit was a potential death trap. If the enemy launched an assault here, the power of these attacks would multiply in this sealed environment. Once that happened, his fate could be imagined. Wait. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, I believe you. Yi Rosewater suddenly called out. A genius like Lin Ming had far too many lucky chances. She could believe he had some special method that she couldn't understand. The other disciples hesitated but didn't object. A disciple said, since Senior Apprentice Sister Yi agrees, we'll join you. We should hurry and retreat from here. We can communicate with Senior Apprentice Brother White using the Carefree command and ask him to hurry here to support us. Hopefully, he won't laugh at us. As the disciple spoke, he looked a bit ill as though he were imagining the scene of this humiliation. In his opinion, this was something that had a pretty high chance of happening. Lin Ming sneered, support? The disciple wasn't too comfortable seeing Lin Ming's derisive sneer. He said, you. What's so funny? Do you think we shouldn't do this? If the enemy dares to travel over such a long distance to attack us, their strength is surely much greater than ours. How can we fight them without support? Chapter 1092, Entering the Sandstorm. Chapter 1092, Entering the Sandstorm. The disciples of Carefree Island didn't have the confidence or spirit to face the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain together. Although Carefree Island was strong, their enemy was still the joint forces of the two other sections. In these past years, Carefree Island had mostly suffered disastrous defeats in the battles within the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. Moreover, there was only a very tiny number of disciples that came to this Purple Mountain to mine, and even fewer amongst them were direct disciples. Their cultivation levels were also much lower on average. Thus, when facing an enemy attack, it was natural to first think of retreating and finding support. For many of the disciples, they would rather Lin Ming be wrong and be laughed at by everyone while desperately looking for the main team than face the villainous occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. The previously speaking disciple wasn't feeling too good about Lin Ming's sneer. The other disciples were also confused as to what he was hinting at. Even Yi Rosewater was frowning, as if she were deep in thought. Lin Ming took out the Phoenix Blood Spear from his spatial ring, his aura also spreading out with it. In the dark mine, everyone could clearly see the faint purple arcs of electricity that glittered in Lin Ming's eyes, making everyone feel stifled. Our position is a secret and there is also a red sandstorm blowing outside. If you were the captain of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan, Would you choose to come out in this sort of weather and search for an enemy trail in a situation where you couldn't even see more than 5 miles ahead of you? Lin Ming's words shocked all of the disciples. Indeed, mining in this weather was already difficult, let alone looking for enemies to fight. And what was even more incredible was that their position had been suddenly found. There was no way that this was a coincidence. What are you saying? What am I saying? That's simple. Lin Ming shrugged his shoulders and casually waved his spear. I believe that we have been betrayed. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was alarmed. Who would betray us? Are you saying that the traitor is Senior Apprentice Brother White? That is impossible. The previously speaking disciple's eyes widened like full moons. He wasn't an idiot. Lin Ming had stopped him from sending a message to the main team, and in addition to what he had said before, it was clear that he was referring to White Mirror Jade. Why would Senior Apprentice Brother White betray us? Don't speak such nonsense. That's right. What advantage is there in betraying us? That would only reduce Carefree Island's war strength. As someone pointed out that Lin Ming suspected that White Mirror Jade was the traitor, everyone else began to panic. None of them were willing to believe that White Mirror Jade had betrayed them. It wasn't that they believed in White Mirror Jade's moral character, but that he was their last ray of hope in this situation. If White Mirror Jade had truly abandoned them, then all of them were isolated from help and stuck in a fatal dead end. In terms of strength, besides Yi Rosewater, only Lin Ming was passable. The other disciples all had limited combat strength. In this situation, not only had they been betrayed by White Mirror Jade, but they also had to face the threat of the allied forces from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. This meant that their chances of surviving were beyond slim. No one was willing to cut off their own hope. Thus, subconsciously, no one was willing to believe that Lin Ming's speculations were true. At this time, Lin Ming wasn't in the mood to take care of these disciples' fragile glass hearts. He only coldly said, "The enemy is less than 80 miles from here. In the sandstorm, their speed is a bit slower, but they should still reach us in less than half an incense stick of time. If they manage to ambush us here, then we'll just be turtles in a jar. If you want to stay here, then go ahead, but I'm not joining you." As Lin Ming spoke, a rising hysteria began to swell up in the minds of the early Divine Sea disciples. What do we do? Do we send a request for support or not? I don't know. I also don't believe that Senior Apprentice Brother White has betrayed us. Although what Lin Ming says makes sense, Senior Apprentice Brother White has been in Carefree Island for so many years, and he is also a direct descendant disciple. As for Lin Ming, he just arrived and he's not even a disciple of our Carefree Island. If it were you, would you rather believe Lin Ming or Senior Apprentice Brother White? What do you mean? Are you saying that Lin Ming was the one to betray us? I'm not saying that. What are you worrying about? Maybe the enemy isn't coming at all. Didn't you listen to what Lin Ming said just now? He said the enemy was 80 miles away. What sort of concept is 80 miles in this red sandstorm? Even if Lin Ming had some secret detection methods, it might not be accurate at such a range. He could be wrong. The dozen-plus disciples were all stirred up in a panicked frenzy like ants in hot water. They were all discussing the situation with True Essence sound transmissions. Although they spoke a lot, it only took several breaths of time to speak with True Essence sound transmissions. A disciple had already taken out a Carefree command and was prepared to send out a call for help. But at this time, a blue light suddenly flashed and the Carefree command was snatched away from that disciple by a jade white hand. "Say Senior Apprentice Sister Yi." The disciple glanced at Yi Rosewater and gulped, confusion written all over his face. "Don't send it," Yi Rosewater grimly said as she put away the Carefree command. She recalled White Mirror Jade's words during the Council of Elders. He had clearly wanted to send Lin Ming into a death trap. But she never imagined that White Mirror Jade would be so crazy as to betray his own sect and collude with Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan, even sending her and several other direct disciples to die here. As she thought back to how he divided everyone, Ye Rosewater became increasingly sure of her own guess. No wonder he kept me at the main team, it was because he thought I still had some use left. But my subordinates are actually people he has to get rid of. He sent those people here at the same time to avoid having any suspicions cast on him, otherwise there would be no way to explain sending Lin Ming here by himself. White Mirror Jade, you are far too ruthless. As these thoughts flashed through Ye Rosewater's mind, she actually didn't voice them out loud. She only calmly faced the other disciples and said, "We're going with Lin Ming." Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, do you also suspect that Senior Apprentice Brother White has betrayed us? A disciple asked, stunned. Whether it was from an emotional aspect, or because they didn't want their last ray of hope to be cut off here, no one wanted to believe that the man they all called their elder senior apprentice brother, and who they also respected, had been the one to deliver them to ruin. Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, then hurry up. Ye Rosewater's voice became increasingly desolate. Her beautiful eyes flashed with an ice-cold, killing intent. After being betrayed by White Mirror Jade, Ye Rosewater didn't lose her cool, nor did she complain about how White Mirror Jade could betray her or the sect. Instead, all that came from her was a thick, killing intent. Lin Ming glanced at Ye Rosewater, a bit surprised. Without saying anything, he rushed towards the exit of the mining pit. Everyone listen. All revolving core disciples, enter my Saint Artifact spatial ring. Ye Rosewater issued an order to all of the revolving core disciples. In a fierce battle, these revolving core disciples could be called defenseless babies. Receiving all of them into her spatial ring was the best method of protecting them, but the premise of this was that she wouldn't die. Otherwise, if she died and her Saint Artifact's spatial ring was destroyed, all of them would be cast out. With their revolving core cultivation, they should still be able to barely withstand the disintegrating space storm and escape, but then they would be severely wounded while facing the joint forces of the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. At that time, their fates could be imagined. After the three sects had fought to this degree, there was no more mercy to be found. No one was willing to allow their enemies' disciples to return to their sect and freely grow. The revolving core disciples nervously entered Ye Rosewater's spatial ring, all of them filled with a great unease. They did not have the power to change fate, they could only accept the judgment of those stronger than them. Although they didn't have to fight after entering the Saint Artifact's spatial ring, the truth was that this was a great torment and tremendous test on their mentality. They would have no idea what was happening outside and could only anxiously wait. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, what do you plan on doing? The one who asked this question was the curvy and full-figured Xiao Rangem. At this time, her normally suggestive face was actually pale white, making her seem a bit ill. To these disciples, not only had they been abandoned, but they were also surrounded by the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. The pressure on them was just too great. We'll get out of here first. It shouldn't be hard to avoid their senses in this red sandstorm. In fact, with Mo Eversnow's divine sense, they could definitely borrow the red sandstorm as a shield to avoid the encirclement and smoothly escape. However, the battle had to be fought sooner or later. The reason that Lin Ming had come to the red desolate mystic realm was to slaughter others, tempering his own laws in the heat of battle and precipitating his cultivation. If he only played hide-and-seek with his enemy, then there wasn't any meaning in coming here. After all of the revolving core disciples entered the spatial ring, there were only a dozen or so people left over. As they arrived at the entrance of the mining pit, the wild and fierce red sandstorm blew towards them, endless and overwhelming, blocking out the skies. This scene appeared as if it were the end of the world. The red sand blowing through the air had already surpassed the speed of sound. Everyone could clearly hear the grating sonic blasts as it cut through the air. The sounds of a billion trillion grains of sand blasting through the air were like countless knives cutting ice, grating and harsh. Everyone, take back your senses. You only need to send out a little wisp of your sense to lock onto my body. Lin Ming issued an order with a true essence sound transmission. If these people carelessly investigated their surroundings, then they would be easily detected by the enemy. Although the enemy didn't have Mo Eversnow's ability, it was still possible for them to investigate an enemy's divine sense without being sensed themselves. These disciples all looked at each other, hesitation on their faces. In the sandstorm, their divine sense could still extend a few miles. But, if they relied on only their eyes, then they wouldn't be able to see more than 10 feet in front of them. That would really be walking blind. Wherever Lin Ming brought them was where they would go. Even if he brought them to a danger zone, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Do it! Ye Rosewater coldly shouted out. The disciples all obeyed. Follow me. Lin Ming didn't care too much. After all, he was an outsider, so it was normal that they didn't trust him. But he was actually surprised that Ye Rosewater placed so much faith in him. Lin Ming plunged into the limitless red sand. The countless grains of sand struck his protective true essence before shattering, causing a sound like crackling rice. For the direct disciples present, it wasn't difficult to pass through this red sandstorm, so they were able to easily follow Lin Ming. Like this, the dozen-plus people followed Lin Ming through the sandstorm, changing direction again and again. Such a route left them all puzzled and also filled with doubt. But after coming to this step, their only choice was to rely on Lin Ming. Chapter 1093 Ambush. Chapter 1093 Ambush. They walked for several breaths of time as Lin Ming led the disciples of Carefree Island to the back of a giant crag. Stay here and hide. Don't move. What are we doing? Many disciples were confused. But they were used to obeying orders, and in this sandstorm, they were no different from being blind. It was simpler to do whatever Lin Ming asked of them. Do you guys know how to use attack array formations? Lin Ming suddenly asked, remembering something. When he was in the God-Beast mystic realm, the battle formation the ancient dragon clan used had left a deep impression on Lin Ming. If it weren't for that terrifying combined combat strength that forcefully diverted the Azura King's attention, there was no way Lin Ming could have obtained the supreme dragon bone and helped Mo Eversnow reawaken. If the disciples of Carefree Island could form an array formation, their striking power could multiple by several times. That would be a great help in this situation. After all, there were many enemies this time. In such a battle, the role of the individual was inevitably lessened. We do. Ye Rosewater nodded. These disciples were her subordinates, and they had trained in some offensive array formations together. Good. First wait here and restrain your senses. Wait for my order, and on my command, launch your array formation attack. Okay. Like this, the Carefree Island direct disciples hid behind the rock crag, waiting in ambush. Lin Ming was clear that in such horrible weather, Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan wouldn't randomly attack. Once the disciples of Carefree Island scattered in all directions to escape into the sandstorm, there would be no hope of chasing after all of them. The enemy would definitely wait until the sandstorm stopped before they began their assault. At this time, 6 or 7 miles away from Lin Ming and the Carefree Island disciples, a group of black-cloaked martial artists were completely buried in the blood sands. They didn't even need to dig their way down. The sand falling down from the storm was enough to bury them. These people were all disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain. Not too far away from them, the disciples from the occult Bone Clan were also lying in wait. There were around 20 of them, and there was even a late divine sea master leading them. That's the pit. I can already smell the delicious scent of prey. Ye Rosewater, I'm really looking forwards to you. The Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain sent 2 late Divine Sea disciples to lead this expeditionary group to kill Lin Ming. The 2 late Divine Sea disciples were specifically to suppress Yi Rosewater. It would be 2 against 1, and in a situation where they had the advantage due to a sneak attack, the result of the battle could be imagined. I have no idea if White Mirajade's information is reliable. It might be a trap. It shouldn't be. I caught a sandworm around here and read its memories. There were truly only over a dozen direct disciples that walked towards the direction of the Purple Mountain. The intel shouldn't be wrong. These disciples are nothing but fish on the chopping block, and White Mirajade's main force is 1,000 miles away, so how could he possibly ambush us? The Occult Bone Clan captain said with a proud expression. Those from Splinter Soul Mountain couldn't help but praise the special skills of the Occult Bone Clan. Because the Occult Bone Clan was skilled in the laws of life, they were even able to read the memories of sandworms. This method of detection was nearly impossible to guard against. Of course, this technique also had its limitations. One could only see places where the target had passed through, and if one really controlled a sandworm, a master would be able to discover the traces of divine sense left behind in the sandworm. Why won't this sandstorm end already? I just can't wait. The late Divine Sea Occult Bone Clan martial artist greedily rubbed his hands together. The Occult Bone Clan focused on sexual obscenity and gluttony. Through these 2 vices they were able to perceive the laws of life. The women that were in the ranks of their enemies often ended up with a miserable fate. He especially wouldn't miss out on such a top-grade beauty like Yi Rosewater. Calm down. The sandstorms in the red desolate mystic realm appear in a very ordered fashion. They don't last too long each time. This one should end soon, the late Divine Sea Splinter Soul Mountain disciple said with a true essence sound transmission. Speaking of which, although we can kill Yi Rosewater, trying to capture her alive with her level of cultivation won't be easy. I think you shouldn't keep your hopes up. That is, unless you're interested in her corpse. My Occult Bone Clan is focused on perceiving the essence of life. Corpse has already lost all hints of life. Even if she is far more beautiful, I still wouldn't be interested. Only you cultivators from Splinter Soul Mountain are so interested in gross things like corpses and ghosts. You don't need to worry about me, I already have a method to capture her alive. With so many people and surprise on our side, this should be absolutely easy. Moreover, I also have a final killing move. The late Divine Sea Occult Bone Clan martial artist said with confidence. I'm not interested in arguing with you. I don't care what you do as long as you don't take too long. Once the storm dies down, we'll only have half an hour to attack. Afterwards, we have to hurry back and support the main force. They should have already started their assault against Carefree Island by then. With several thousand of Carefree Island's disciples here, the harvests will be enormous. The main team White Mirajade brought with him was too large. There was no way to hide even if he tried. As the 2 late Divine Sea martial artists were talking, the sandstorm gradually diminished. The endless amounts of red sand fell down from the sky, forming a terrifying deluge of sand, enough that it blocked out the heavens themselves. If a mortal were here, they would have been buried alive. Pay attention. The sandstorm is about to end. It's finally time. Everyone, listen up, prepare the array formation and ready yourselves to attack. We're going to give it everything we've got. The eyes of the Occult Bone Clan martial artists began to shine. They sensed that there was a great deal of women in this small group of martial artists. The process in which they had sex with women was not called dual cultivation, nor was it to steal their energy, but rather to perceive. With extremely talented and beautiful women to help them perceive the laws of life, they could further understand the mysteries of the essence of life. The sand in the sky slowly dispersed, and the wind's speed already dropped a great deal. They could make out the giant mining pit just 10 miles away. In the sandstorm, 10 miles was a great enough distance that the disciples of Carefree Island wouldn't be able to sense them. But once the sandstorm stopped, to a martial artist, 10 miles simply wasn't anything to them at all. Their attacks could cross 10 miles in just the blink of an eye. Attack! The captains of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain shouted out together. In unison, nearly 40 martial artists emerged from the red sands, and the light from all sorts of attacks shot out together. After gathering their attacks with an array formation, their combined striking power doubled. This was an attack they were preparing for some time already. The first strike had to be the strongest. The greater their opponents were damaged, the easier it would be for them to win. They put forth everything they had, even overdrawing on their strength to attack. Bang, bang, bang! In that instant the earth shook and the mountain trembled. All of the attacks crashed into the mining pit where they exploded together. In that confined space, the force of the detonation was even greater. Even though the Purple Mountain was hard to an unimaginable degree, it still began to collapse under the attacks of so many masters. Ye Rosewater and the other direct disciples' eyes shot open. The surprise attack of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain gave them a fright. Chapter 10, 94, Counterattack. Chapter 10, 94, Counterattack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Purple Mountain was smashed apart and countless pieces of shattered stone flew through the skies, scattering in all directions. A powerful shockwave rolled outwards, causing endless waves of red sand to shoot up into the sky, as though the apocalypse were unfolding. The disciples of Carefree Island never thought the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain were lying in ambush just 6 to 7 miles away, and they attacked as soon as the sandstorm stopped. They looked at the terrifying attack that was launched at the Purple Mountain. If they were still there, the consequences would have been unbelievable. Even if they instantly reacted and summoned their protective true essence, there would inevitably be calamitous casualties. None of the revolving core realm disciples would have been able to live, and most of the direct disciples would have died. The ones remaining would have been seriously wounded. In this situation they would have to face an enemy that was several times their own size. They would be nothing but fish in a barrel, completely suppressed. Ye Rosewater glanced at Lin Ming, shocked speechless. In this sandstorm, a martial artist's senses should have been limited to 5 miles at most, but Lin Ming was actually able to sense that the enemy was lying in ambush 6 or 7 miles away, and even do so in an extremely accurate manner without the slightest mistake. What was even stranger was that he had accurately guessed their plans. The Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain were both waiting for the moment the sandstorm ended to attack. However, Lin Ming was also waiting for this moment. Attack! Give it everything you have! Lin Ming coldly shouted out. In that moment, the many disciples of Carefree Island no longer hesitated. All of them overdrew their strength and combined their combat skills with an array formation to attack. Although they were far from being able to compare with their enemy, they had the initiative and also the mysterious Lin Ming on their side. Their confidence soared upwards, their momentum rising like a volcano. In that moment, countless sword lights shot out. The disciples of Carefree Island studied the wood laws, so these sword lights were like a deluge of green beams that twisted through the air, lighting up the horizon. As the disciples of Carefree Island attacked, Lin Ming's aura also erupted. He opened the heretical god force to the limit, and at the same time a blazing gold light began to shine from between his eyebrows. He was burning all of the ancient phoenix blood within his body. As he combusted the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming felt as if his bones were heating up like tempered metal. His blood and even his marrow began to boil over, and his joints issued endless crackling sounds that extended into a single loud explosive burst, as though a dragon was roaring into the vast skies. The blood of the azure dragon was resonating with the blood of the ancient phoenix. Dragon and phoenix rejoicing together. In that moment, a massive amount of origin energy gathered towards Lin Ming, as if a glorious blue lotus were slowly blooming around him. This was an attack that combined three concepts of fire: burning heat, annihilation, and creation, the blue lotus flame dance. This was Lin Ming's self-created attack, which he had comprehended during the smelting trial at Fire Spirit Star. It was a fusion of the first three-level concepts of the fire laws. Lin Ming had first used this move when he rushed to complete the illusionary god combat, Array's Thousand Slaughter, and fought Crimson Strifecloud. Now was the second time. In Lin Ming's peak state, even Crimson Strifecloud had difficulty directly contending with the Blue Lotus Flame Dance. A spear thrust forwards and a flaming light lit up the entire sky. A heaven-shaking dragon roar echoed through the world. As the Phoenix Blood Spear flashed through the air, the massive Blue Lotus Phantom fully bloomed. At this time, Yi Rosewater was completely dumbfounded as she saw Lin Ming's attack. Just what sort of attack was this? The striking power was far too freakish. Just the sole power of this attack was far stronger than the combined attack of all the other disciples together. Haha, our attack was too brutal. Everyone inside should be dead. A Splinter Soul Mountain disciple recklessly laughed as he saw the purple mountain collapse. What a pity! Those women were extremely good vessels to help perceive the life laws. If the Divine Sea Occult Bone Clan martial artist's words were caught in his throat, he suddenly twisted around to see terrifying beams of divine light tearing across the earth, shredding apart the wilderness as they hurtled towards them with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever this light went, endless red sand would turn into dust, forming a massive fissure. What? Enemy attack! The disciples of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain all paled. They never thought they would be the ones suffering a sneak attack at this time, and one so horrifying at that. Hurry and defend! The late Divine Sea Occult Bone Clan captain shouted out. But as he quickly issued the command, all the other disciples were left panic-stricken. They wanted to defend, but they discovered they had exhausted all of their accumulated true essence in their own attack just now. They didn't have enough time to gather more strength. The point right after a martial artist attacked was when they were at their weakest. Even though this time was short, it could bring a fatal disaster. When masters fought, they would always reserve 30% of their strength in their attack. Only at the end would they go all out in desperate attack. But at this time, even if they weren't able to kill their enemy, they could still cause enough trouble for them that they had enough time to gather their strength again. If they completely used all of their strength to hit nothing and then had to face the enemy's own all-out attack without having their guard raised, the result of this could be imagined. Bang! Unstoppable beams of light fell down like a rain of meteors. Terrifying explosions swallowed up everything. In this moment it was as though the entire divergent mystic realm had been lit up. The disciples of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain all howled out in pain and misery. Many early Divine Sea disciples were blown to pieces, and many middle Divine Sea martial artists were grievously wounded. It had to be known that this barrage of attacks contained the strength of two great masters in Lin Ming and Yi Rosewater. The disciples of Carefree Island were surprised to see their attack have such a wondrous effect. They only had a dozen-plus people, but they caused the nearly 40-some disciples of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain to suffer serious losses. Attack together! Kill them all! Lin Ming frostily commanded. At the same time, he opened the Gate of Wonder and activated the Mystic Lightning Shade, shooting to the front. A 6 or 7 mile distance was far too short a distance to Lin Ming. Yi Rosewater followed close behind. She had no idea what method Lin Ming had used to investigate the situation, but in addition to that terrifying striking power he displayed just now, she was utterly convinced by him. The other disciples all rushed forward. At that time, even if an archaic great beast were lying in front of them, they would still attack without hesitation. You bastards! What's going on here? The two captains of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain had the lightest wounds. Even if they had all-out attacked, they were still able to rely on their solid foundation and multiple life-saving methods to block that attack. The attack just now barely affected their combat strength at all. But their subordinates were off much worse. A third had immediately died. Of the nearly 40 people they brought here, only just over 20 were left remaining, and all of them were wounded. The two captains simmered with a seething rage. As they saw a youth rush towards their front, their hatred and anger burst open like a roiling volcano. Only at the 8th stage of life destruction. You're looking to die. 8th stage life destruction. It's that damned Lin Ming. The two captains instantly recalled Lin Ming's name. Lin Ming was also their top priority for coming here. So you are Lin Ming. You came at just the right time. I'll carve you up first to boost morale. The Occult Bone Clan's late Divine Sea Captain gave a loud shout. Layers upon layers of bone armor burst out from his body, covering his entire self. He grasped a giant bone sword and cut towards Lin Ming. At the same time, the captain of Splinter Soul Mountain also attacked. The weapon in his hand was very unique. It was a ghost banner. As this ghost banner shot forwards, cold winds appeared in the air, and the pained screams of ghosts echoed outwards. These ghosts melded together, forming into a giant demon claw that grasped towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming had to face the simultaneous attacks of two late Divine Sea powerhouses. Junior apprentice brother, be careful. Although Yi Rosewater admired Lin Ming to the extreme, she also worried that Lin Ming would be severely wounded by these attacks. As the attacks of the Occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain's two captains fell down, behind Lin Ming, a blood-red lotus began to bloom. Prime Emperor Lotus Flower, Grand Mist Space. With the concealing technique Mo Evers now taught him, Lin Ming could fully utilize the Grand Mist Space. He no longer needed to worry about it. As the Grand Mist Space activated, it was like a desolate ancient beast that devoured all. It met the attacks of the two captains. The Occult Bone Clan captain's bone sword energy was continuously weakened by the Grand Mist Space. Although the Occult Bone Claw's laws of life were mysterious, in the formation of the universe, life only appeared at the latter stages. How could the laws of life possibly resist the annihilating strength of the Grand Mist laws? As for the countless ghost phantoms that were sent out by Splinter Soul Mountain, they were all reduced to ashes underneath the power of the Grand Mist Space. By the time the two masters' attacks reached Lin Ming, they were already weakened by over half. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and swept outwards. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! The power of thunder and fire furiously wove together in a deafening explosion, tearing apart the bone sword energy and the demon claw at the same time. What? How could this happen? The two masters never expected their combined attack to be directly defeated by Lin Ming. Without time to think, Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear had already turned towards Splinter Soul Mountain's captain. Lin Ming could see that the Splinter Soul Mountain captain had weaker defenses. Moreover, his attacks were based on the laws of soul. They were completely suppressed by Lin Ming's own abilities. Chasing thunder. As the Splinter Soul Mountain captain saw Lin Ming rushing towards him, a black energy surrounded his entire body as he waved his ghost banner. A black demon appeared from this black energy and plunged towards Lin Ming. While he used a physical attack, he also used a soul attack. However, the power of ghosts were restrained by the power of thunder to begin with. In front of Lin Ming, soul attacks were even more of a joke. Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear thrust downwards without change. A fierce explosion sounded out and waves of violent energy billowed outwards. The Splinter Soul Mountain captain was directly smashed backwards by Lin Ming's spear. His protective true essence crazily trembled and his bamboo hat flew away, revealing an incomparably pale face. Flows of red blood flowed down from the corners of his mouth, trailing into the wind. Chapter 1095 Lure the Enemy. Chapter 1095 Lure the Enemy. You, how did your soul? The Splinter Soul Mountain captain looked at Lin Ming with fear etched on his face. He wasn't injured because of Lin Ming's direct attack, but because he had suffered a backlash after sending out his soul attack. Lin Ming's soul defense was so powerful that it left him horrified. In front of Lin Ming, the laws of soul and life that he was so skilled in had become a joke. Lin Ming! Yi Rosewater rushed over to Lin Ming's side. Because she had used up her immediate energy in her attack, and because of her panic over Lin Ming being attacked, her face was flushed red and her chest was heaving up and down. She glanced over at the two captains from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. Of these people, one of them had been struck back by Lin Ming and the other had been wounded to the point of spitting blood. They were both direct disciples of their sex. Ordinary late divine sea martial artists could not compare with them. Behind Yi Rosewater, the other disciples of Carefree Island also rushed forwards. As they saw the Splinter Soul Mountain captain with blood spilling out from his mouth, their eyes shined. Before, Lin Ming's accurate discovery of the enemy had reassured them, but that was only discovering the enemy. In the world of martial artists, strength was placed above all else. Only strength could cause others to feel awe and admiration and give others confidence. Lin Ming's strike had simultaneously forced back the two great masters from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. Without a doubt, this caused their confidence to sharply rise upwards. They could win this. At this time, although Yi Rosewater was surprised, she naturally wouldn't exclaim in surprise or stare in marvel like some idiot. This was a battle between the two forces. Not even a single blink of the eye could be wasted. She loudly shouted, "I will stop the Occult Bone Clan's captain. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, do your best and kill that captain of Splinter Soul Mountain. All other disciples, surround the remainder and slaughter them all." "Great! Kill!" With a loud cry from Yi Rosewater, the disciples of Carefree Island moved forwards with surging momentum like light spilling forwards. As for the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, they felt a tremendous pressure. "Do you think I'm some dough that you can knead however you want?" The Occult Bone Clan captain's eyes turned red. He madly roared, grasping the bone sword and rushing towards Yi Rosewater. Yi Rosewater sneered. In a one-on-one fair battle, Yi Rosewater didn't fear anyone, not even White Mirror Jade. If the Occult Bone Clan was by itself, the truth was that they would be weaker than Carefree Island, so how could she fear the Occult Bone Clan captain? 10,000 wood germination. Yi Rosewater's attack contained the endless wood laws. The wood laws had a similarity with the blood of the Azure Dragon, and that was that they grew endlessly. Although the wood laws didn't have the sharpness of the metal laws or the explosive force of the fire laws, they had the characteristics of being tenacious and flexible. If one wanted to destroy Yi Rosewater's wood law origin energy, they would have to use up twice the energy. Purring. Yi Rosewater's wood attribute sword energy clashed with the Occult Bone Clan captain's bone sword energy, destroying each other. The two followed right after their sword energies. Their bodies twisted and blurred, each of them exchanging attacks in rapid succession. And on the other side, the disciples of Carefree Island were fighting with the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. Carefree Island only had a dozen plus people and Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan had over 20. However, the disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan had all been wounded, and they were still dazed at the sudden shift. In particular, after seeing Lin Ming repel the two masters from their sex and also wound one of them, this had been a massive strike on their morale. Their side's two strongest disciples had been repulsed by Lin Ming alone. Could this battle still be won? This idea inevitably appeared in the minds of the Splinter Soul Mountain and Occult Bone Clan disciples. With the sudden shift, the fight suddenly became one-sided. The disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan were continuously forced to retreat again and again. In just several breaths of time, 2 severely wounded early Divine Sea disciples suddenly had their heads lopped off, their blood spraying onto the ground. Damn! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain was flustered. The original agreement had been that their small team would attack as soon as the sandstorm stopped, and then the main team would attack Carefree Island's main forces half an hour later. They were supposed to rush back and support the main team and trap Carefree Island in a pincer attack. But now, forget about rushing back in half an hour, it was already uncertain if they could survive or not. He no longer had time to think, and he didn't even have time to send out a sound-transmitting talisman. Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear thrust out again, aiming at his vital points every time. Through that brief collision just now, Lin Ming could confirm that although the Splinter Soul Mountain captain was a late Divine Sea Master, he was still a level weaker than the middle Divine Sea Dragon one. This person would be a top talent if placed in Splinter Soul Mountain, but in front of a genius like Lin Ming, he was nothing but ordinary. After Lin Ming absorbed the dragon marrow and dragon bone, he could almost frontally contend with Dragon One. Killing the Splinter Soul Mountain captain was no problem at all. Purring. The demon claw that the Splinter Soul Mountain captain sent out was torn in half by Lin Ming's spear. Alarmed, the captain bit down on his tongue and spat out blood essence onto the ghost banner. After the ghost banner absorbed this blood essence, the ghosts contained within began to howl with bloodthirst. This ghost banner was a top-grade saint artifact forged by Splinter Soul Mountain by killing 100 million mortals and refining their souls. Now that the Splinter Soul Mountain captain used his own blood essence to direct these ghosts, the greatest power of the ghost banner could be displayed. 100 million ghosts poured outwards. Rah! Lin Ming's spear light was swallowed up by these hideous ghosts. The ghosts continued shooting straight towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled. A late Divine Sea disciple of a large sect really couldn't be underestimated. They had a number of hidden cards up their sleeves. With a thought, the Grand Mist space spread out even further. With the support of the dragon marrow blood and his own formidable foundation, once the Grand Mist space was used, even someone much stronger than Lin Ming wouldn't be able to break through it. Regardless of what attack it was, everything that entered the Grand Mist space would be thoroughly weakened. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Lin Ming gave a deep shout. The blood of the ancient phoenix burned in his body once more. When Lin Ming was at the 7th stage of life destruction, burning the ancient phoenix blood just once would consume several tenths of his true essence. He simply wasn't able to keep it up for too long in battle. But now, with the dragon marrow supporting him, he could burn the ancient phoenix blood twice in a row without feeling too exhausted. The blue lotus bloomed, and the first 3 level concepts of the fire laws fused as one. The 100 million ghosts were already weakened by over half by the Grand Mist space. Then they were scorched by the power of the blue lotus, and tens of million ghosts were suddenly burnt to nothing. Ah! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain's eyes reddened with rage, his heart dripping with blood from the loss. But at this time, he could no longer worry about the ghost banner that he loved so much and continued to drive it towards Lin Ming. After all, there were far too many souls trapped within the ghost banner. Even if Lin Ming used the Grand Mist space and the Blue Lotus Flame Dance together, he was still unable to block all of it. There would always be fish that evaded the net. Purring. 100,000 grieving spirits dove into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's dragon scale robes simply weren't able to block this sort of insubstantial soul attack. The shrill howls of countless ghosts began to cry out in Lin Ming's ears. And under such an attack, Lin Ming seemed to slow down. His face became overcast and his eyes dimmed down, as if his vision were glazing over. I got him! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain's eyes brightened. He had used up his own blood essence, and even wasted tens of millions of souls from the Ghost Banner in order to create such an opportunity that allowed 100,000 grieving spirits to plunge into Lin Ming's body. Even if Lin Ming was stronger, he would still have to struggle for some time to rid himself of these spirits that spread through his body like locusts. And for this period of time, Lin Ming would not have complete control over his body. This was the captain's chance. Die! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain's eyes shined with bloodlust. He wantonly hurtled into the Grand Mist space. The Grand Mist space constantly wore down the black energy around his body. However, the Splinter Soul Mountain captain had bet everything on this single attack. He smashed the Ghost Banner down onto Lin Ming's head. Victory! The Splinter Soul Mountain captain's heart raced. Just as the Ghost Banner was about to smash into Lin Ming's forehead, Lin Ming suddenly sneered. His originally dull eyes suddenly recovered, shining with absolute clarity. To Lin Ming, a soul attack was nothing more than a joke. Not to mention his Grand Mist battle spirit and Samsara martial intent, but just the protection of the magic cube made him immune to all soul attacks that would try to seize his body. The only reason he had faked being affected by the attack just now was in order to lure the Splinter Soul Mountain captain into his Grand Mist space, and then strike him down in a single attack. Otherwise, if a late Divine Sea genius used everything he had to escape, it would be a bit troublesome to catch him. What? As the Splinter Soul Mountain captain saw Lin Ming's sudden change in aura, he was horrified. He was extremely careful. He knew that if he entered the strange domain space that surrounded Lin Ming, his own combat strength would weaken by a great deal. Even so, facing Lin Ming, he had no choice but to desperately risk everything on this attack and finish him off. Although he had attacked, he had still kept behind some of his strength. Now that he saw the trap Lin Ming had laid for him, he immediately drew back. Too late. Lin Ming coldly jeered. He thrust out his spear and 999 small blood spears formed into a powerful tornado that howled outwards. This cunning brat! In this split instant, the Splinter Soul Mountain captain didn't even have time to burn his blood essence. He forcefully twisted his body to avoid Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. But as he was changing direction, he suddenly felt as if layers upon layers of nets had fallen over his body, holding tightly onto him. This is... The Splinter Soul Mountain captain was shocked. Is this a world of will projection, a net formed by a gold battle spirit? Everything had happened too quickly. The Splinter Soul Mountain captain didn't even have time to think of how a gold battle spirit had suddenly appeared, capable of binding his movements. His conditioned reflex was to erupt with energy to break out of the shackles of this net, but in this split instant, Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear had already pierced through his protective true essence and was thrusting straight towards his chest. He couldn't block this. Ah! With a miserable shout, the Splinter Soul Mountain captain smashed his Ghost Banner onto the Phoenix Blood Spear's edge. The Ghost Banner was not a weapon meant to directly engage in head-on fights with the enemy. Rather, it was a weapon that was refined with souls and relied on these ghosts to attack. It was not a weapon made of divine metal, but rather 10,000-year peach wood and ghostly silk. A great portion of the Ghost Banner's 100 million ghosts had perished, and before he even had time to recover the dregs, his Ghost Banner now had to clash with the weapon known as the King of 100 Sodders, the spear that was designed for total annihilation. The results of this collision could be imagined. Ca. The top-grade Saint Artifact Ghost Banner was directly pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The Phoenix Blood Spear continued, its speed unabated. It thrust into the Splinter Soul Mountain captain's chest, causing blood to splash everywhere. Chapter 1096, Cut Them Down. Chapter 1096, Cut Them Down. With a twist of the Phoenix Blood Spear, the Splinter Soul Mountain captain's ribs were completely broken apart. fresh heart blood sprayed out over a dozen meters. The Splinter Soul Mountain captain was cut down together with his top-grade Saint Artifact Ghost banner, and the sounds of his screaming spread out far and wide, causing all of the disciples to glance in his direction. Everyone turned their heads to see the Splinter Soul Mountain captain's blood pouring onto the ground. But this wasn't the end. With an explosive crackling sound, the Splinter Soul Mountain captain's protective true essence shattered. With his body covered by the Grand Mist space and all of his protective true essence gone, he now directly faced the annihilating laws of the Grand Mist space. His flesh and blood began to break down. Haunting and painful groans issued from his tattered throat. An essence-gathering system martial artist had a comparatively frail physical body to begin with, so without their protective true essence, how could they possibly resist the Grand Mist space and the invasion of that incomparably heavy elementary Grand Mist energy? With a popping sound, the Splinter Soul Mountain captain's entire body exploded into a burst of blood rain. As this blood rain splattered into the air, it was directly swallowed up by the Grand Mist space. Then, it immediately turned into tiny red particles, and after a few more breaths of time, it was completely annihilated. Such a thorough method of dying caused a creepy feeling to crawl up the scalps of all the disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. This force field that annihilated all was simply too terrifying. The disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan looked at each other, fear and retreat in their eyes. And at this moment, the Occult Bone Clan captain felt a cold air shoot straight up his back and into the heavens, as if his spirit had fled him. He already wasn't able to deal with a single Yi Rosewater, but the Splinter Soul Mountain captain was even more incapable of dealing with Lin Ming. In just a dozen some breaths of time, he had been killed by Lin Ming. That meant there was only about 5 breaths of time until Lin Ming joined the battle again. Run! Scatter and run! The Occult Bone Clan captain slashed a sword at Yi Rosewater and then drew backwards. The other disciples hesitated for a slight moment before also retreating. In the past excursions into the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, when the disciples of Carefree Island found they couldn't continue, they also used such a method to escape. Those that were lucky enough to escape would survive. You want to run? Dream on! Yi Rosewater said, truly angered. This Occult Bone Clan captain had wanted to capture her and use her as a living furnace. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then their sneak attack would have succeeded, and she really would have ended up suffering a fate worse than death. How could she not avenge such hatred? Now they had gained the advantage in the battle. Even if she had to sacrifice her cultivation, Yi Rosewater wouldn't allow him to escape. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you go and chase down the other disciples. I will slow down the Occult Bone Clan captain. Yi Rosewater's response was extremely fast. Her body turned into an afterimage as she moved over a dozen miles in a single step. Then, she lifted her sword and used a martial skill known for its speed, the 1,000-mile thread. Highly compressed green wood attribute sword energy shot out, just like a curving jade belt. Although it didn't seem like sword energy, because it was such a highly compressed energy, it could still pierce through a 100-mile mountain top. You! The Occult Bone Clan captain was both surprised and angry as he saw that Yi Rosewater's sword light was several times faster than his own escape speed. If he didn't turn around right now, then he would be cut in half from the waist. He could only bitterly turn around and cut down with his sword at Yi Rosewater's approaching sword light. Don't force me! The Occult Bone Clan captain savagely bit out. Force you? Didn't you plan on capturing me alive and using me as a furnace? I will kill you today and use your bones to make myself a set of bone armor. Although Yi Rosewater usually had a gentle personality, the truth was that she was a decisive and ruthless person. Especially towards those that intended to harm her and those underneath her, she would show those people no quarter or mercy. The Occult Bone Clan captain's defensive ability and physical strength were just a tad greater than Yi Rosewater's. But in terms of his true essence intensity and true essence tenacity, he was far inferior to her. There was no way he could get rid of her. Ah! The Occult Bone Clan captain loudly shouted and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto his bone armor. In this life-or-death moment, he had chosen to burn his own blood essence. Burning your blood essence is useless. A thick killing intent burst out from Yi Rosewater's eyes, and her moves became increasingly dazzling. She had no intention of directly confronting the Occult Bone Clan captain. Instead, as her enemy was trying to escape, she would attack him from all angles, her sword striking towards his every vital spot like a viper attacking from the grass, sharp and threatening. Her true essence had a special characteristic of being especially tough. Once it entered the body, it was extremely difficult to eliminate. Thus, even though the Occult Bone Clan captain burnt his blood essence, he was still unable to rid himself of Yi Rosewater. This left him feeling powerless. Lin Ming hadn't even glanced in Yi Rosewater's direction, but his senses had already caught onto the entire process of her battle with the Occult Bone Clan captain. He couldn't help but admire her fighting method. After all, she was one of the strongest direct disciples in Carefree Island, so she naturally had to have her own methods, and there was simply no need for him to worry about her. At this time, Lin Ming had already begun to hunt down the other disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. These people were all at the early and middle Divine Sea Realm. With the level of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, if their early Divine Sea direct disciples gathered together to form a battle array formation, then they might be able to pose a little threat to Lin Ming. But if they were facing Lin Ming one-on-one, then there was no choice but to be cut down in a second. Moreover, they were also injured. All of you, hold down an enemy with a similar strength and leave the rest to me, Lin Ming quickly said with a true essence sound transmission. His voice contained an irresistible momentum. At this time, Lin Ming's orders were much more useful than Yi Rosewater's. Okay. Let's attack together. One for each of us. Don't let any of these sons of bitches get away. The disciples of Carefree Island shouted with gusto, their attacks becoming increasingly zealous as they fought. Although it wasn't possible for them to quickly slay their opponent, it wasn't difficult to drag down someone with a strength similar to their own. After all, they too trained in the Woodlaws, and their tenacity in battle was far greater than normal, especially when combined with their enemies' wounds. There were a dozen-plus disciples of Carefree Island, and they held down an equal number of disciples from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. That left 7 or 8 disciples to run away. In front of Lin Ming, these 7 or 8 early and middle Divine Sea disciples were nothing more than sheep to a tiger. Gold Battle Spirit Will Projection. Lin Ming gave a fierce shout and the Gold Battle Spirit radiated outwards with the world of will projection. A Battle Spirit tracing mark attached itself to each of the 7 or 8 martial artists. Then, Lin Ming rushed forwards, passing several miles in a single step. He instantly appeared behind an early Divine Sea Splinter Soul Mountain disciple. That disciple had already fallen into despair. He cried out hysterically and cut with a saber towards Lin Ming's waist. However, in the moment when the saber slashed out, Lin Ming had already retreated backwards, but his spear light was still shooting towards the Splinter Soul Mountain martial artist's chest. Pung! The keen spear light passed through the disciple's protective true essence, directly penetrating past his heart. The force ripped through his organs and flesh, and a massive hole appeared on the disciple's back with flesh and blood spewing outwards. And in that instant, Lin Ming had already appeared several miles away, behind an Occult Bone Clan disciple. As the Splinter Soul Mountain disciple's vision dimmed, the last thing he saw was Lin Ming's spear falling down and the Occult Bone Clan disciple's body trembling. Then, a bright red splash of blood bloomed in the air like a flower, beautiful and glorious. What a demon! This was the Splinter Soul Mountain disciple's last thought before he died. With the deep true essence brought from the dragon marrow blood, and the extreme speed coming from the gate of wonder, mystic lightning shade, and golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming was no different from a god of death, killing his way through the battlefield. No one was able to maintain their life underneath the shadow of his spear. Peng! A fourth enemy disciple had his head pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. At the same time, he launched the grand mist space and wrapped it around a fifth disciple. Ah! That disciple miserably screamed out, only feeling his strength rapidly leaving his body. And with a single step, Lin Ming arrived behind that person. The god of death had come for him. "I'll die with you!" In his panic, the occult Bone Clan disciple began to speak in his unique language. However, these were his last words. When he thrust his bone lance at Lin Ming, he could feel a strange and invisible power wrap around his wrist, causing his strike trajectory to veer off course and pass by Lin Ming's neck. However, Lin Ming's spear actually continued straight on, piercing through the disciple's throat. This was the will projection formed by the gold battle spirit. It could be directly poured into the enemy's body to impact their movements. It was nearly impossible for someone to guard against, and the greater the difference in battle spirits, the more influential it would be. Before long, the 7 or 8 disciples were completely cut down by Lin Ming. And after that, he turned towards the martial artists who were being held down by the disciples of Carefree Island. He was like the god of death, flitting through the night, mercilessly harvesting lives wherever he went, causing rivers of blood to follow his path. The disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan were on the brink of despair. They couldn't continue fighting, and yet they couldn't run away either. Every 4 or 5 breaths of time, another disciple would die under Lin Ming's hand. With the Grand Mist space combined with a gold battle spirit's world of will projection, these early and middle divine sea martial artists had no ability to resist. Underneath the cover of Lin Ming's Grand Mist space, the combat strength of these enemy martial artists was reduced to 30% of their original strength. And this 30% strength was then bound down by the will tentacles of the gold battle spirit, causing all of their attacks to miss. The result of this battle could be imagined. In just half an incense stick of time, the remaining 20-some martial artists of the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain had all died. 4 or 5 of them had died under the hands of the Carefree Island disciples, and the rest had been cut down by Lin Ming. From the start, the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain were destined to fail once Lin Ming had accurately determined the sneak attack. And in this fight, from beginning to end, their loss had been because of Lin Ming. Whether it was a tactical defeat or a combat defeat, both were so. On the side of the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, whether it was numbers or intelligence, they had occupied the advantage. Originally they had thought they would be able to ambush and then completely roll over the disciples of Carefree Island, but that scenario had been completely reversed. Instead, Carefree Island had been the one to roll over the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. This unbelievable result was all because of Lin Ming. Lin Ming stood on the battlefield with bits and pieces of meat scattered all throughout the area. The red sand was bright and shiny with fresh blood, and as he looked towards the captain of the occult Bone Clan, his spear point slowly dripped with blood, the sound echoing through the air. And yet, Lin Ming's entire body was spotless, unstained by the tiniest bit of blood. His eyes were sharp like a bolt of purple lightning in the night, and his stare was enough to send cold chills down one's back, making one lose all courage to resist. Facing Lin Ming, and in addition to being entangled by Yi Rosewater, the occult Bone Clan captain's mind completely collapsed. I give up, don't kill me. Chapter 1097, I'll Cut It Off. Chapter 1097, I'll Cut It Off. How could Yi Rosewater listen to the useless chatter of the occult Bone Clan captain? The long sword in her hand thrust towards his vital points. The occult Bone Clan captain let out a deep roar, but just as he did so, without any time to react, a massive pressure came falling down from the skies, completely enveloping him. His body shook and his strength began to rapidly fade away. At the same time, Yi Rosewater's sword chopped towards his waist. This damned force field! The occult Bone Clan captain panicked. He wasn't Yi Rosewater's match to begin with, and now that he was covered in Lin Ming's grand mist space and world of will projection, he felt like he was a bug caught in a spider's web, unable to move at all. Pung! The bone sword and Yi Rosewater's blue sword collided. The occult Bone Clan captain only felt a sinister true essence creep into his body like a viper, causing his entire body to be numbed. And at this time he suddenly felt a chill crawl over him. He didn't need to turn around to see that Lin Ming was rushing towards him. It was like a cold blade was quickly approaching his chest. These two masters were already stronger than him to begin with, and now they had placed him within a pincer attack. In this situation, there was no reason to spare his life. He desperately struggled for a final time, barely forcing back Yi Rosewater, and at the same time bringing up his bone sword to meet Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear. However, how could his hastily summoned strength compare with Lin Ming? With a loud ringing sound, the bone sword was sent flying away by the phoenix blood spear. The occult Bone Clan captain's palm shattered and his right arm was torn apart by Yi Rosewater, leaving him seriously wounded. As for Lin Ming, his spear had pierced through his shoulder. With just a single flick of the spear, the occult Bone Clan captain would be ripped apart. As the occult Bone Clan captain was withstanding the pain from this attack, at this time, Yi Rosewater thrust out her sword several dozen more times in quick succession, accurately aiming at the occult Bone Clan captain's acupoints. She didn't kill him, but instead used her sword energy to rip through his body and tear apart his meridians, making him lose all his strength. See? Yi Rosewater's sword touched upon the occult Bone Clan captain's throat. The icy cold sword edge opened his skin, causing a faint trace of blood to flow out. Speak. Who gave up our information? Yi Rosewater's voice was cold and indifferent. Although she already had an idea in her heart, she had to obtain confirmation. The reason she had left the occult Bone Clan leader alive was for this alone. The remaining Carefree Island disciples also surrounded the occult Bone Clan captain. They pointed their weapons at him, waiting for his response. You! The occult Bone Clan captain's eyes flashed with all sorts of emotions. He didn't want to die here. Their occult Bone Clan focused on perceiving the laws of life, so he understood just how miraculous and wonderful life actually was. I'll tell you, as long as you don't kill me. Do you really think you have any capital to bargain with us? Yi Rosewater said, her words cutting like glass. She pushed the tip of her sword up a bit more, drawing more blood from his throat. Just a bit more and his entire windpipe would be cut open. Since you're going to kill me, why should I speak? The occult Bone Clan captain shut his eyes. Although he appeared as if he wasn't afraid of death, his throat couldn't help but keep spasming in fear. After arriving at the mercy of another's blade, there were few people that would be able to keep their calm. Senior apprentice Sister Yi, there's no need to trade nonsense with this scumbag. Xiao Rangem sneered and walked forwards. She raised the blood-stained sword in her hand and slowly brought it down to the lower half of the occult Bone Clan captain. The occult Bone Clan captain immediately felt his lower half turn cold as horror and panic filled his eyes. What are you doing? Do you think we're so naive and stupid to release you just for a little bit of information? We've already guessed who it was that betrayed us, and we only wanted you to confirm it. If you spoke, then you could have died a quick and peaceful death. Otherwise, I would have used up some strength and searched your soul. Of course, that isn't something that I'm skilled at, and I might end up turning you into a slobbering retard. But before you become a mindless sack of flesh, I will have you taste the feeling of becoming a eunuch. I heard that your occult bone clan is full of sexually violent men who like to capture the outstanding women of other clans and make them their slaves, and your every day is filled with taking their happiness. Hee hee, hey, what do you think it will feel like if I slice off your little brother down here a bit at a time? As Xiao Rangem spoke, the sword energy around her sword edge began to twist into a spiral like a meat grinder. If this sword was pressed down against the occult bone clan captain's manhood, his fate could be imagined. As everyone saw this, the female disciples blushed red and the male disciples were actually overflowing with excitement. They raucously shouted, "Senior apprentice sister Xiao is awesome. Cut it off. Tear it apart. Feed it to the dogs." The occult bone clan captain suddenly paled. To a man, this sort of pressure couldn't be compared to a quick death. I'll speak. It should be. White Mirror Jade. But that is only what we think. He is very careful. He never leaves behind any evidence. So it was him. Hatred flashed in Xiao Rangem's eyes. A simple guess was enough. For both sides to have the same guess, how could it be a groundless claim? Yi Rosewater glared at the occult bone clan captain with disgust in her eyes, and then finished him off with a final sword strike. She coldly said, "These people are only a small portion of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult bone clan's main force. Their main force should already be fighting with the rest of Carefree Island." These words immediately cooled down the Carefree Island disciples' jubilant happiness from their victory. After considering the time, there should be less than 20 hours left before they were transmitted out of the mystic realm. This was indeed the time when the war between the sects would erupt. Although White Mirror Jade had betrayed them, the other disciples of Carefree Island had nothing to do with this matter. If too many of them died, then this would be no minor attack on Carefree Island, it would be a catastrophic failure during this expedition into the red desolate mystic realm. Carefree Island had placed their hopes on this mission. If they lost not only 20 billion violet sunstones but also the lives of a massive amount of disciples, then although this wasn't something that Carefree Island wouldn't be able to recover from, it would thoroughly eliminate their chances of becoming a holy land. On the other hand, if they quickly raced back, then with the two powerhouses of Yi Rosewater and Lin Ming, they would surely be able to play an enormous role in the war. They might even be able to reverse the tide. And if they purposefully delayed, then they would be subject to sanctions from the sect. In a battle of direct disciples, as long as both sides participated, then both sides would be punished regardless of the reason. The sect would not be lenient either. If Yi Rosewater saw that her fellow disciples were in danger and did nothing, then the sect would only see the results of what happened. Not just that, but White Mirror Jade betraying them was only speculation, or there was no substantial evidence. As long as White Mirror Jade insisted that he was framed, no one would be able to drag him down. Instead, they would be pushed down by him. Yi Rosewater was faced with a difficult conundrum. The other disciples also realized this and looked at her. As the captain, she was primarily responsible for all the decisions, thus the pressure on her was the greatest. "What do you plan on doing?" Lin Ming seemed as if he were casually asking, but in truth he had already decided that if Yi Rosewater was so stupid as to rush back and support White Mirror Jade, then he wouldn't join in her crusade. Yi Rosewater hesitated and said, "Although this trip into the mystic realm is important, if we go back now, then White Mirror Jade is certain to use the command of the highest elders to take control. And if we do not obey him, then he will punish us for disobeying orders. In the future, he will surely argue against us in the Council of Elders and push the responsibility of the defeat on us. If we quickly return, he will use us as meat shields and have us go wherever there is danger. He is likely to have us waste all our strength on Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan, and after that he might even stab us in the back and have us perish along with them. If we return, then our casualties will be serious." As Yi Rosewater spoke, the other disciples also felt the same. If they went back at this time, they would surely be used as fodder. But, Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, if we don't return, then you, Xiao Rangem said with some worry. If they didn't go to support the main team, then they would still be transmitted back to the sect in 20 hours. At that time, if the main team had serious casualties and yet they weren't injured at all, then there was just no way to explain that. There's no need to worry. If the sect decides to punish us, then I will bear all responsibility by myself, Yi Rosewater decisively said. As she spoke, the surrounding disciples felt their hearts warm. Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, please rest assured. Let's come up with a reason first. For instance, we were stuck in the mystic realm somewhere, and we had no way to return to help the main team. Anyone that dares to sell out Senior Apprentice Sister Yi will be struck down by the heavens. That's right. We'll all make the same confession. The other disciples quickly agreed. That's too far-fetched. Yi Rosewater waved her hand. There isn't much danger in the red desolate mystic realm to begin with, so where would we possibly be stranded? I live righteously and stand righteously, and I won't do something so ridiculous as making up excuses. If the sect decides to punish me, then they can punish me. No matter how great my punishment is, they still won't kill me. That villain White Mirror Jade, I will carve this into my bones. In the future I will return everything back to him twofold, otherwise there is no meaning to me cultivating the martial path. Yi Rosewater grit her teeth. She didn't think that White Mirror Jade would die in this divergent mystic realm. He surely had some method to safely escape, otherwise he wouldn't do something so crazy like betraying them. Senior Apprentice Sister Yi really knows debts of gratitude and debts of hate. Lin Ming smiled. He appreciated Yi Rosewater's personality. But why wait for the future to take revenge? Yi Rosewater was stunned. Did Lin Ming mean to do something in this divergent mystic realm? In front of so many disciples, if he murdered someone else without conclusive evidence, then at such a critical point that would truly warrant a death penalty. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, please don't be irrational. Senior Apprentice Sister Yi, you have no need to worry. I haven't said what we should do yet. If we really stand by and don't help those in need, then our enemy will truly grasp our weakness. Nothing will happen to me, but Senior Apprentice Sister Ye's punishment will be serious. I estimate that the battle between the forces should have just started. How about we rest here first, and then we can go and support them in another 4 to 6 hours. What does Senior Apprentice Sister Yi think about this? Lin Ming spoke in a very understated manner, but the word support actually caused Yi Rosewater's eyebrow to jump up. She didn't think that Lin Ming was so soft that he would go and help whoever was in need. Was Lin Ming planning on taking advantage, while they were all down and them stepping on them once again? Chapter 1098. Reap the Spoils from the Wearied. Chapter 1098. Reap the Spoils from the Wearied. In that battle just now, only a small number of Carefree Island's disciples had received minor wounds. No one had died and none of them had been severely wounded. With a martial artist's ability to meditate and recover, they could restore themselves to full strength in just 2 to 4 hours. And Lin Ming was even faster. With the dragon marrow blood supporting him, he simply hadn't even used up any energy or strength just now. He was near his peak condition from the get-go. Let's move somewhere else, Lin Ming said after he saw the Carefree Island disciples healed up. Move somewhere else? Yi Rosewater asked, a bit surprised. However, Lin Ming didn't offer an explanation and simply led everyone in another direction. Imperceptibly, Lin Ming had already established himself in a position of absolute power in the team. Even if he issued an order without any reasoning given, no one would question him. Lin Ming took up all the spatial rings and identification tokens of the Splinter Soul Mountain and Occult Bone Clan disciples. Then, he led the Carefree Island disciples to an area several hundred feet away. After a bit, Lin Ming stopped in an area thick with stone outcroppings and said, "We'll stop here." "Why here?" Yi Rosewater looked around and found that besides the cover provided by the giant stone crags everywhere, there wasn't anything too special about this place. And as for having cover, the mining pit from before was clearly better. No special reason. If I'm closer to the battlefield, it's easier to keep track of what's happening. Lin Ming casually shrugged. The only reason he came here was to find a place that was closer and more comfortable, so he could observe the battle. With Mo Eversnow's soul force, she could easily probe out in a distance of a few hundred miles in the sandstorm. And in normal times, she was able to clearly see all things happening tens of thousands of miles away. To these direct disciples, this sort of observational distance was nothing but a myth. This, Yi Rosewater gulped, speechless. The other disciples were also left dumbfounded. Even if Lin Ming had some sort of hidden detection method, this was just far too absurd. They were so far from the main battlefield that there weren't even any fluctuations of energy that could be felt, and yet Lin Ming could sense the situation occurring there. "Miss Mo, I'll have to count on you." In the magic cube, Mo Eversnow was nothing more than a soul form. It was extremely difficult and troublesome for her to fight an enemy in this state. In order to truly display some level of combat strength, she would have to possess someone's body. However, possessing someone's body, even if it were for a temporary and short time, was a considerable burden on her soul. That sort of action would consume a great deal of her soul force. If she wanted to restore herself, she would need extremely precious blood essence. Thus, it was best for Mo Eversnow to avoid any situations in which she had to directly help. But, if it was merely investigating with her divine sense, then there wasn't any problem at all. She could do so however much she wished. The tiny amount of soul force she consumed from doing so could definitely be easily restored. Mo Eversnow's sense formed a straight line that radiated outwards. Soon, everything that happened within a radius of 5,000 to 6,000 miles began to reflect in Lin Ming's spiritual sea like dancing phantoms. Mo Eversnow was able to directly project these images into Lin Ming's mind because their spirits were connected. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to do this. At this time, the disciples of Carefree Island had already begun fighting with Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. As Lin Ming saw this scene, he was slightly startled. White Mirrorjade was depending on just himself to suppress the two top late Divine Sea Masters from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan. Transmitting a late Divine Sea martial artist into the Red Desolate Mystic Realm consumed 10 times the resources of a Middle Divine Sea martial artist. Thus, every sect tried to limit the number of late Divine Sea martial artists they sent to the lowest number possible. As for these two people, they must be peak talents, otherwise the cost-effectiveness would be too low. White Mirrorjade and Yi Rosewater were the same. Similarly, the late Divine Sea Masters of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan were inevitably extraordinary. And now, White Mirrorjade was fighting against both of them. From this point alone, one could see that his strength surpassed even Yi Rosewater. His strongest attack skills shouldn't come from Carefree Island's cultivation methods. This White Mirrorjade has quite a few secrets. Mo Eversnow's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ear. She had a good understanding into the cultivation methods of Carefree Island, and what White Mirrorjade was using now was clearly not from Carefree Island. It isn't Carefree Island's cultivation methods? It's not too strange. Mo Eversnow lackadaisically said. Many geniuses have their own destiny. It's possible that they found the relics and treasures of Divine Realm powerhouses in some mystic realm. There are far too many hidden powerhouses secluded all over the Divine Realm. After they die, they often won't destroy their own inheritance but instead leave it behind for those fated successors to appear in the future. It seems that this white mirror jade had his own number of lucky chances. I think that the inheritance he found was left behind by some Holy Lord level powerhouse, and not an ordinary Holy Lord level powerhouse at that. Just as Mo Evers now finished speaking, Lin Ming saw a brilliant flash of light. In that moment, right after White Mirror Jade collided with the two late Divine Sea Masters from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, he took advantage of the moment to toss out 7 shining crystal beads. These 7 beads formed a 7-star pattern in the sky before exploding. The power of these thunder pearls was terrifying. They were far stronger than the god-slaying beads that Hua Violent Stone had given Lin Ming in the god-beast mystic realm. These sorts of treasure beads didn't need any true essence to activate them. A mortal could use these beads to commit suicide together with a divine sea master. Of course, that was on the premise that they could strike. These beads were extremely difficult to create, and for White Mirror Jade to throw out so many of them in a single go, he undoubtedly must have inherited the legacy of some mysterious powerhouse. When a master had briefly exhausted their strength and wasn't yet able to summon new strength, that was when they were at their weakest. White Mirror Jade used this time and exploded the thunder pearls. They immediately created a great deal of trouble for the two late Divine Sea powerhouses, and around them, 3 middle Divine Sea martial artists were caught up in the explosive shock waves and were blown into pieces. 3 middle Divine Sea powerhouses had been instantly slain. As this all happened, all the martial artists were shocked. The morale of the Carefree Island disciples rapidly rose. Originally, when they faced the forces of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, they had lacked the courage to do so. After all, the enemy was twice their size. But none of them imagined that the elder senior apprentice brother they so respected would actually turn out to be formidable beyond their imaginations. By himself, he had held off 2 late Divine Sea powerhouses and had even used his thunder pearls to wound them. "Brothers, we can do it! Don't stop here! Damn it, where is senior apprentice Sister Yi, and how come she hasn't caught up to us yet?" "Senior apprentice Sister Yi? Humph! They probably fled already. They should have met with us over 4 hours ago, and yet they haven't come." Some people that had always been doubtful of Yi Rosewater said, "Maybe there was an accident. What kind of problem could there be? We're holding off the enemy's main force right now and their position is also so safe. Fuck. The more I think about it the sicker I feel." These disciples were mostly White Mirror Jade's subordinate. They had exhausted themselves and suffered searching the wild red desert, but Yi Rosewater and the others had actually taken shelter in the mining pit. Focus on the battle, do not split your attention or speculate on what others are doing. If junior apprentice Sister Yi can come, she will naturally arrive sooner or later. White Mirror Jade said with a true essence sound transmission as his sword repelled the captain of the Occult Bone Clan, Gongyang Bone Smash. The disciples quickly concentrated. They had already suffered too many casualties. Senior apprentice brother White cares about others too much. Not only did us brothers suffer in the sandstorm, but we even have to bear the brunt of the enemy's forces. As for them, they hide in the safest place possible and senior apprentice brother White still speaks up for them. White Mirror Jade's prestige was high to begin with, and now that he displayed absolute strength and also the moral character to not slander others behind their backs, his image became extremely tall in the eyes of others. Even if some of them were critical of him, they would still suppress this doubt and be willing to fight next to White Mirror Jade with all their heart. Carefree Island battled with Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan, each one using every possible tactic at their disposal, clashing again and again. The fight became increasingly intense. However, because of the defensive ability of their combined array formations, less than a fifth of the disciples had died. In terms of overall battle strength, Carefree Island was a bit inferior. But, with White Mirror Jade's Thunder Pearls supporting them, they were actually able to persist. "This White Mirror Jade, it seems he's quite hard to kill," Lin Ming could clearly see that in this sort of situation, White Mirror Jade had the strength to save the lives of the Carefree Island disciples. And, if he tried to escape, no one would be able to stop him either. Even if those two squads that had tried to sneak attack Lin Ming returned on time to join the battle, they still wouldn't have been able to stop White Mirror Jade. It was exactly because of White Mirror Jade's absolute confidence in his abilities that he was willing to betray Yi Rosewater. As for those Thunder Pearls, although they were precious, White Mirror Jade would soon break into the divine transformation realm. At that time, these Thunder Pearls that could slaughter a late divine sea martial artist at best would be much less useful to him. Thus, it wasn't too great a loss for him to use up the Thunder Pearls he had with him. It could be said that White Mirror Jade would suffer no losses in this battle. And if he was able to win, his fame would soar and he would be able to set himself up as an undeniably valorous hero in the eyes of all the direct disciples, someone capable of turning the tide at even the darkest of moments. At that time, inheriting the future position of Island Master would be nearly guaranteed. Stepping back 10,000 steps, even if White Mirror Jade was the only one to survive, it would be fine. It didn't take a genius to guess that all the resources that the revolving core disciples gathered had been left with White Mirror Jade. If he brought back this massive amount of resources to the sect, then he would still be considered a hero who performed a great merit. Junior Apprentice Lin, what's the battle like? Yi Rosewater nervously asked. Although she said that she wouldn't go to help them, she was still anxious for the disciples of Carefree Island. She was afraid that they would suffer too grievous a loss and it would harm Carefree Island's foundation. Lin Ming said, I only have a general idea of what's happening. White Mirror Jade's hidden strength far surpasses what you've imagined. In truth, with Mo Eversnow's vision and clarity, Lin Ming was actually able to identify the exact number of people that died and the exact number of people that were injured. He estimated that if this battle continued on, in around half an hour the disciples of the three sects would soon exhaust their true essence reserves and no longer be able to maintain the array formation combat techniques they were using. At that time, the array formations would shatter and deaths would come even faster. Even though only a fifth of the disciples had died so far, in an hour at least half would perish. And in 2 hours, maybe not even a third of the disciples would be left alive, and those surviving would also be in a miserable condition. I've guessed about as much. Yi Rosewater wasn't surprised. If it weren't for today's battle, she simply wouldn't have understood White Mirror Jade, and she would have inevitably lost the struggle for the Island Master position in the future. Then when should we go and support them? Xiao Rangem asked, approaching Lin Ming. The fragrant scent of a woman drifted over. Lin Ming smiled. There's no need to worry. Their battle is still in full swing, and the disciples of Carefree Island aren't in too great a danger right now. If we wait for another 4 hours or so, then we should be good. Ah? Another 4 hours? Well, okay. Xiao Rangem nodded. At this time, she could only listen to Lin Ming. Chapter 1099, Sitting Back and Waiting. Chapter 1099, Sitting Back and Waiting. Waiting 4 hours was quite comfortable for Lin Ming and the others. They all rested in meditation, restoring their strength to their peak condition. As for Lin Ming, he also sifted through the spatial rings left behind by the Splinter Soul Mountain and Occult Bone Clan disciples. Unfortunately, their spatial rings didn't have many resources. This group had only been a small one sent mainly to eliminate Lin Ming, and the majority of the gathered resources should be with the main team. Really too poor. Lin Ming shook his head. For someone like him, who had seen so many rare heavenly materials, the wealth of these disciples couldn't be considered much. As for their cultivation method jade slips, they were also useless. Splinter Soul Mountain practiced soul attack type cultivation methods, and the Occult Bone Clan practiced sexual cultivation methods, where they meditated on the laws of life through sex. As for cultivation methods, Lin Ming had no lack of them now. The magic cube had an immense number of soul fragments within it, containing a trove of memories. It was just that these people couldn't be considered as being at the peak for the current Lin Ming. And Lin Ming's spiritual sea had a limited holding capacity. If he had to absorb the memories of a top powerhouse, they would have to have a transcendent divine might, or at least a peak heaven-step cultivation method. As for those martial artists that couldn't even become holy lords, Lin Ming had no interest in their cultivation methods. As Lin Ming and the others were resting, far away, the disciples of Carefree Island and White Mirror Jade had fallen into a bitter struggle. Although battle arrays were able to provide protection for the weaker disciples, it was impossible to maintain them forever. After another half-hour, the battle arrays began to break down. 3/4 of an hour later, half of the disciples had died. 2 hours later, most of the disciples had died. Although White Mirror Jade had the Thunder Pearls, he didn't have an infinite supply of them. At this time, he had already used them all up. However, White Mirror Jade was extremely strong to begin with, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. After 2 hours of continuous combat, he still managed to maintain most of his strength. As for the occult bone clans Gongyang Bone Smash and Splinter Soul Mountain's Soul Thousand Mile, both of them were finding it difficult to continue. "This brat, how can he be so strong?" Soul Thousand Mile breathlessly said. "Damn it! Where is the unit that was sent to the mountain, and how come they haven't returned yet? Could there have been some accident?" "Impossible. The sub-team of Carefree Island disciples shouldn't be their match, and we also verified the information beforehand, so it shouldn't be wrong." According to the plan, the other teams of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan should have completed their mission and rushed over here as soon as possible. But the battle had continued to such a miserable degree, and yet not even their shadows had appeared. There hadn't even been a single sound-transmitting talisman sent their way. "At this point in the battle we've already lost over half of our disciples. If we can't obtain victory in the end, then there won't be any way we can make up for our losses. The sect will definitely punish us once we return. We have so many more people than Carefree Island, and yet we still can't win." Now, Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash had already gone past the point of no return. They didn't think that White Mirror Jade would be so ruthless. "Concentrate all of your strength. Kill White Mirror Jade first. Once we kill White Mirror Jade, the rest will fall." Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash both had such thought. But White Mirror Jade was also thinking in a similar fashion. Every move he used placed Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash in a death trap. Another quarter hour passed. Over 75% of the disciples had died. Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash both had less than 20% of their true essence remaining. They weren't able to continue for much longer. Purring. With a loud ringing sound, Soul Thousand Mile trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold light flashed in White Mirror Jade's eyes. Die. White Mirror Jade had also consumed a great deal of his energy. But compared to Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash, he was much better off. He had been biding his time and waiting for this chance. At this moment, he was finally ready to reveal his last trump card. Sealed within his sword blade was the source strength of an ancient supreme elder. This source blood essence was the same as the source blood essence of the old palace master sealed within Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear. This source blood essence could be burned. However, because far too long of a time had passed and it wasn't White Mirror Jade's own strength to begin with, the power of it wouldn't be too great. But at a time when both sides were nearing exhaustion, this was enough to serve as the final strike to tip the balance. In that moment, White Mirror Jade's sword light instantly doubled in intensity. "What? This is bad." Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash were alarmed. At this time, they both chose to decisively burn their own blood essence. From the start, even though they were in a critical life or death battle, they didn't want to burn their own blood essence. However, they no longer had a choice. The two masters burnt their blood essence. Their strength also immediately rose. Bang! A fierce explosion rocked the world. Soul Thousand Miles' body was sent flying backwards, and Gong Yang Bone Smash was in an even more miserable condition. One of his arms had been sheared off. However, White Mirror Jade wasn't much better. Facing two enemies who burnt their blood essence, he had been heavily wounded in return. "We're retreating." Soul Thousand Mile grit his teeth and decided as he saw Gong Yang Bone Smash's ruined appearance. If they continued to fight, then there really would be a chance of them dying here. He never imagined that this White Mirror Jade would be such a hard bone to chew. Che! Although the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan couldn't finish off Carefree Island, they still occupied the advantage, so retreating wasn't a problem at all for them. At this time, Carefree Island only had around 20 people left over. Originally, they had more than 100, and now 4/5 of them had died and the rest were wounded. 3/4 of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan's disciples had died. Now they had less than 40 people remaining. As those from Carefree Island saw the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan retreating, they had no way to stop them or chase them down, especially since their enemy's strength was greater. White Mirror Jade let out a long breath, and then took out a healing pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. The thick killing intent in his eyes began to slowly dim down. What a pity! He felt a bit regretful that he wasn't able to kill Soul Thousand Mile and Gong Yang Bone Smash. But the truth was that this situation was already much better than what he expected it would be like. He originally thought that all of the direct disciples would die and he would have to flee by himself, but more than 20 of them had survived, and there was also a great deal of resources that had been gathered. This was truly a great accomplishment. That strange, Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan should have more than 2 peak late Divine Sea Masters in Soul Thousand Mile and Gong Yang Bone Smash. They should still have 1 or 2 more, but how come they haven't shown up? Could it be that Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan don't have enough Violet Sunstones to support transmitting so many people? White Mirror Jade thought. He didn't know that Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan had split up their forces for a future pincer attack, and thus he also naturally wouldn't think that the troops that had been sent to kill Lin Ming and the others had been annihilated instead. There hadn't even been any news relayed back. This result was just too ridiculous. At this time, 1,000 miles away in an outcropping of rocks, Lin Ming suddenly stood up. He said to everyone around him, "Let's go." Weren't we waiting for 4 hours? Well, this is fine too, I'm getting a bit restless here. Rosewater looked at the time and discovered that just over 2 hours had passed. But she was also feeling a bit uneasy sitting here. She was afraid that the disciples of Carefree Island would be completely wiped out. Lin Ming smiled. There's no need to wait any longer. Come with me, we're following the usual rules. Everyone restrain your senses so that you aren't discovered. Since the battle had ended earlier than he anticipated, he naturally wouldn't wait much longer. Lin Ming brought the group quickly flying away. In the red desolate mystic realm, the sandstorms came in ordered intervals. After one ended, another wouldn't appear immediately afterwards. Thus, Mo Evers now was able to completely see the situation happening 1,000 miles away with complete clarity. Didn't junior apprentice Brother Lin say the battlefield was in that direction? How come we're headed somewhere else? Xiao Rangem couldn't help but ask Rosewater when she noticed the direction Lin Ming was going in was a bit off. Rosewater shook her head, not asking Lin Ming. She had already accepted Lin Ming as the de facto captain of their group, and she also had complete faith in him, thus there wasn't any need to question him. After flying several hundred miles, the group arrived at another outcropping of rocks. Everyone restrain your aura. We're going to wait in ambush in these rocks. On my order, attack together. The rock outcropping that Lin Ming chose this time was much more hidden and crowded than the last one. With the divine sense isolating effects of the red sand and stone, if they were hiding here it would be extremely difficult for anyone to discover them. Okay. To Lin Ming's order, although the disciples of Carefree Island were confused, they didn't hesitate at all. Each one of them quickly followed his commands. They had spent some time restoring their strength, and they were at their peak state. Not only did they not fear the forces of the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain, but they were also itching to fight. After a quarter-hour passed, an extremely haggard and injured group of disciples flew towards this outcropping of rocks. These people were the remnant forces of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan. There were only 36 to 37 of them left, and they were all in a terrible state. Their path of retreat had been completely seen through by Lin Ming. Along their way they would definitely pass by this outcropping of rocks, thus he had chosen to lay in ambush here. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, there are some rocks up front. Let's go there and recover for a bit. Some people from the occult Bone Clan group asked Gongyang Bone Smash. At this time, Gongyang Bone Smash was carrying his severed arm and his face was incomparably pale. He truly needed to stop by somewhere and meditate to restore his wounds. But, as he looked at that outcropping of rocks, he shook his head. No. It's too near the battlefield. White Mirror Jade might catch up to us. That boy has too many hidden secrets, we cannot be too careless against him. Let's hurry up and continue onwards. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is being a bit too careful. Carefree Island is far inferior to us. They are already lucky enough that we retreated, so how could they even dare to chase after us? Some disciples whispered. But honestly speaking, they really did think it was best if Gongyang Bone Smash went to that rock outcropping. His wounds were too horrible and he desperately needed to rest. They aren't stopping? Lin Ming was a bit surprised as he hid in the rocks. But none of this mattered. A sneak attack in the air was also the same. When Lin Ming had killed the previous group, they hadn't had many resources at all. It was clear that the majority of the resources had been left with the main force. Lin Ming naturally couldn't miss out on such wealth. Chapter 1100 Sweep Away the Fallen Leaves. Chapter 1100 Sweep Away the Fallen Leaves. The resources excavated from the red desolate mystic realm were truly wealth that could be spent. Although violet sunstones weren't comparable to top heavenly treasures like a supreme dragon bone, they were still indispensable items for all martial artists. And it was also impossible for Lin Ming to exchange the supreme dragon bone for money. Before, Mo Eversnow had said that recorded within the Celestial Tyrant Manual, there were 2 pills that needed to be used in order to break through the last 2 gates of life and death of the 8 inner hidden gate. They were the Gate of Life's Esoteric Immortality Pill and the Gate of Death's Esoteric Mortality Pill. It would be impossible for Lin Ming to search for the ingredients to these pills himself. He would have to purchase them from a trading company or win them through an auction house. And to do all of this, he needed money. As the many Carefree Island disciples hid among the rocks, they followed orders and restrained their divine sense and aura. At the same time, they were also gathering strength in their bodies, waiting to make a sudden strike like a bolt of thunder. Hoo! The movement of Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile and their squads caused a sharp whistling sound as they passed through the air. They recklessly radiated energy from all over their bodies. The Carefree Island disciples that were hiding in the rocks were certainly able to feel this. People have come. It's the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. Why would they appear here? Moreover, they're injured. The carefree island disciples saw with their own eyes, just 7 or 8 miles away, there were nearly 40 occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain disciples headed their way. All of them were wounded, exhausted, and on the verge of collapse. It was clear that they had suffered a tragic battle just now. This was the best chance to ambush them. Lin Ming, Yi Rosewater, Xiao Rangem, and the others all glanced over at Lin Ming, not sure what sort of expression to use. It was clear that Lin Ming had accurately grasped their enemy's every move, and thus he was able to arrive here ahead of time to ambush them. To have someone like Lin Ming as an enemy was too terrifying. Now! Lin Ming indifferently spat out this word, suddenly rousing the carefree island disciples from their daze. Attack! Over a dozen carefree island disciples formed a battle array formation, erupting with the entirety of their strength. Sword light howled through the skies as beams of blue light pierced through the heavens. Lin Ming burnt all of the ancient phoenix blood in his body as he simultaneously opened the heretical god force. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. 7 or 8 miles was far too short a distance. Gongyang Bone Smash and the others would never imagine that they would be ambushed right here. After all, their previous battle had been far too harsh. White Mirror Jade wouldn't divide a part of his forces to lie in ambush for them, and it was also impossible for him to know just what direction they would escape in. Be careful! Shit! Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile both cried out at the same time. However, it was too late. Their disciples had exhausted far too much of their energy, so it was impossible for them to compare with Lin Ming and his group, who had gathered their complete strength. This strike was like a sudden bolt of lightning out of the blue. Moreover, this strike contained the attacks of Lin Ming and Yi Rosewater, two great masters. In particular Lin Ming, his striking power, was able to cut down a late divine sea master. Bang bang bang! A terrifying explosion lit up the sky. In an instant, around 10 disciples that were originally severely wounded were suddenly blown to pieces by the barrage. Attack! Lin Ming took the lead and rushed to the front. At this time, the opponents he faced were even weaker than the last bunch. He was like a ferocious tiger running into a pack of debilitated wolves. The result of this battle could be imagined. With a sweep of the Phoenix Blood Spear, 2 martial artists were beheaded. Run! Gongyang Bone Smash decisively ordered. Right now his combat strength was less than 20% of his peak state, and he had also lost an arm. Now, he had even fallen for the enemy's ambush. His opponents were clearly prepared for him. Trying to struggle with them would only result in death. This meant that the only slim chance of survival he had was to escape as quickly as possible. Dream on! Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brutal light. The first 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates opened together and the power of blood within his body flooded forth as if a dam had been released, waves upon waves of surging energy gushing outwards. Ka. Lin Ming's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds as his aura began to rapidly climb and his strength continuously increased. After his momentum reached the peak, Lin Ming stepped several miles forward in a single step, his Phoenix Blood Spear causing the space around it to tremble. Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves. Bang! With the sound of the world collapsing, Lin Ming used the 100-layered waves technique to strike out with surging true essence in his body, pounding towards Gongyang Bone Smash like an unstoppable tsunami. Ah! In this life-or-death moment, Gongyang Bone Smash roared and thrust out his lance. However, his efforts were useless. He was directly struck by the violent 100-layered waves in his right chest. The horrifying impact force completely crushed the right half of his body into nothing. Gongyang Bone Smash had died in a single attack. Although he had been injured, he had still been a late divine sea master. Even so, Lin Ming had slain him in the blink of an eye. Then, Yi Rosewater and the others finally caught up to Lin Ming. What a frightening attack! If even the disciples of Carefree Island thought Lin Ming's attack was frightening, there was no need to mention what the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan were thinking. Without the least bit of hesitation, all of them began escaping. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yi Rosewater didn't go to finish off the last late Divine Sea Master. Instead, she began to cut down the next strongest powerhouses. Her moves were fast and she was also strong, and most importantly, she was in her peak state. It was impossible for anyone from Splinter Soul Mountain or the occult Bone Clan to be a threat to her. And at this time, Lin Ming approached the second late Divine Sea Master, Soul Thousand Mile. Soul Thousand Mile's wounds were a bit better than Gongyang Bone Smash's, but the result was the same. In a futile effort he sent out a soul attack towards Lin Ming, hoping to stop him. However, what goes around comes around. Soul Thousand Mile was struck by a backlash as his soul attack failed, and as his face was pale and his eyes dazed, Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear had already pierced through his throat like a viper. The second late Divine Sea powerhouse had been smoothly eliminated. Lin Ming waved his hand and Gongyang Bone Smash and Soul Thousand Mile's spatial rings both flew into his waiting grasp. As he investigated the inside with his divine sense, there was indeed a massive amount of resources. In addition, there were also the revolving core disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan. Lin Ming planned to hand all of these people over to Carefree Island as prisoners. As for how Carefree Island dealt with them, it didn't matter to him at all. To the side, Yi Rosewater and the others were winning with overwhelming momentum. Yi Rosewater naturally saw Lin Ming take up the spatial rings of Soul Thousand Mile and Gongyang Bone Smash. She also guessed that there was a massive amount of wealth hidden within them. However, Yi Rosewater was smart enough that she didn't say anything. She knew that without Lin Ming here, they would have already died without a burial ground, let alone obtaining any treasures. The battle proceeded astonishingly smoothly. In less than an incense stick of time, all their enemies had been swept away like old autumn leaves. All the disciples that had chased their enemies had already returned. 14 to 15 of them had died underneath Lin Ming's hand alone. As for the disciples of Carefree Island, none of them had died and only several of them had been severely wounded due to a desperately suicidal counterattack by their opponents. But these severely wounded disciples would be fine as long as they ate some pills and rested for some time. However, they weren't able to completely eliminate the wounded disciples of the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain. There had been too many of them to begin with, and they had all scattered in different directions. It would be too troublesome to chase after all of them. In just several hours, they had won victory after victory against opponents who had outnumbered them. This caused their confidence to soar up into the sky. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, what should we do next? Yi Rosewater asked Lin Ming. She had already decided to take Lin Ming as their de facto captain, even if that meant blindly following. She admired him with her entire being. Nothing much. Let's go and meet back up with the main force. Lin Ming smiled as he spoke. If he delayed too long, then White Mirror Jade would be able to recover from his wounds. Lin Ming naturally couldn't allow that to happen. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.